So it will be there. This is the super awareness that you will gain through the understanding. So it will allow you to clearly see how your mind behaves. So mind behaves on its own. That's all right. That is the chitta niyame. That is the law. How the mind gets created. So that's all right. So you don't need to bother that much. So it won't give you kind of a burn to you, because you know the mind, the behavior of the mind is like that. That's so no matter. So just let it go. That's how, that is the way how this renunciation happens automatically. It is not a thing that someone does. It has to be happen automatically, because as long as you don't hold your thoughts, the renunciation will automatically happen. So I think that this is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give. It is not uh, so what we used to do as the meritorious things, as giving alms to the monks, clerics, and so on. So, but we give them physically. We think this food will keep that monk alive. So we give some certain value to that food we offer to that monks, those monks. We believe, we know that the food, we, with the ignorance, we are thinking that food is real. These monks are real. I am the one who is offering alms to the monks. But Lord Buddha say is something very different from that. So you have to see this all this entire scenario is a illusion. Entire thing is a illusion. So if you are live in that illusion, if you can live in that illusion without engaging into that, so how you can find out whether you have engaged or not? Through the feeling of the burn. So if you are not burning, if you have no desires within you, if you have no intentions, if you have no any kind of burn within you, that means you are not there. That entire scenario has not become a true thing for you. It has become very, very valueless. So you can do those things as usual without engaging into that, because your super awareness is always there. Keep on watching every time your mind, how your mind behaves. So everything is in your mind. That's the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give us. Chitte niyati loko. So whatever the things we do in this mundane world is done with our mind. So that is why the second stage of this practical in the practical in the practice of this Dhamma is very important. So seeing that every thought is a creation of a mind. So even we see things, even we deal with things, even we talk in this present moment, even this is the way how our mind gets created. So without a mental image, can I speak now? No. I'm speaking with an mental image. So do I feel that I am talking to such a big forum? No. Because this is how my minds get created then and there, now. So if I realize this very correctly, so there is no need to have kind of a burning sensation in this particular moment as well. So that means that I am not engaged in this moment. So so ability to seeing this moment as not real is the skill that we should have. This is the kusala. So that means that we are seeing the nibbana in this very moment. So if we can keep on doing it each and every time, if it happens each and every time, so that means you will be able to fully liberation from the mind. So you see the movie is running in the TV screen very well. So you can actually enjoy that movie than ever before because your mind does not flooded with so many thoughts. You can enjoy this very moment with the peaceful mind because you have understood the truth. So you know how your mind behave. You can see, you can keep sitting and watching your mind very peacefully, very quietly, because you have now you have the ability to see your senses, the behavior of the senses. So that's all right. Let them happen. Let them work. Who bother? Will there be a person behind for that? No. Because you know there is no doer here. No soul here. That means that you have liberated from your own mind. So it is some kind of a beautiful thing that has never been taught by anybody else in the world. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give to this world. So the illusion is the illusion. What you think is not true. You are creating your own mind from your mind. Just don't assign a kind of value to this illusion. So if you put value, that means that you are still in the drushti, that you are empowering the illusion. So that will lead to continue the illusion furthermore, continue to happen. So what you can do is you can put full stop to your samsaric journey in this moment. So you have to you have your own responsibility to put the full stop into your samsaric journey. So how you can put the full stop there? What you have to do is you have to understand, you have to realize this truth. So how you can realize? You have to understand the thought. So then you will be not engaged in the thought. There would no be a kind of a pain there. There would no be kind of a suffering there. There would no be kind of a burning there. So it is felt. It is felt. That is why Lord Buddha said, Akasena Sakuntana. Likewise, it's like a bird who is flying in the sky, which leave no traces, which leaves no traces in the sky. No trail marks are there when a bird flies in the sky. So that is the nature of the relaxed mind. That is the nature of a person who have got the fully liberation. Because if you assign a value for that, it will leave a trace. So if you don't put a value for the illusion, that won't leave nothing. That will leave nothing. So Harsh is Teruvan Sarnai. Do you have any comments on that or
That was a
what do you
Dr.
think?
Ravi.
Yeah.
No, actually, yeah, that thank you very much for the valuable explanation. What happens is and as we go through the journey, this value that's been attributed by the system slowly goes to zero, gets
Mhm.
diminished, and as you pointed out, and then we also can experience it, and that's kind of one of the very first things a listener would notice after getting to this journey, after a few months of practicing this, that
Mhm.
the lightness, that burden of this so-called world is slowly lifted off, even
Mhm.
in that knowledge that they um, take in of what Dhamma is. Even in that knowledge, there's some sort of a liberation, but and the real transformation, internal transformation happens when one sees this Dhamma within themselves, within their minds, in their day-to-day activities, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah, as you said, so we can't, by looking at a person, we can't say he's a he's the person, he's a real Buddhist or not. So Buddhist, being a Buddhist is something that happens internally. So if he don't have a burn in a thought, if he doesn't have kind of a burn in thoughts, he's the he's the real Buddhist. So we can't see by looking at a person who is walking very slowly, who can who is doing his works peacefully. We can't say he is a person who has a very good
Teruvan Saranai.
insight. Terusana,
Yeah,
The
so,
Buddhist explanation is wrong.
Hmm.
Yeah, what Buddha said, something existent is real. Someone getting. He's not a Buddha. He's not a Buddhist. He's Anusotana. Outside is existent. Outside or inside. Something is there. That's a Bhava Sanya. It's a Bhava, Nirodho, Bauddha. Bauddha. Bauddha meaning is Bauddha. What is non-existent is the Buddhist guy. Someone is thinking everything is it's not real. He's a Buddha. He's Buddhist. What do you think about Harshit? Do you are you I know you know this. What do you
yeah,
think?
advance.
Not any other
Yeah,
meaning is there.
yeah, he sees that it's not real in the moment.
Yeah, that's Buddhist. We won't explain real words. What's Buddhism? What is Buddha words? What is Buddha? What is finally coming Buddha stage? No, everything's our mind. Mind also not real. There is nothing else. The meaning is no, but no one is here. No being, no living being, nothing existed. That's Buddhist. That's a real. Someone understood this peace and tranquility. Because why? How is inside pain is coming? Stillness are coming, but not pain. It's tranquility. That's one. No? That's real Buddhism. No? Dr. Ravi, what do you think?
Yes, Saranvasa. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
There's a Bhapacha Jati meaning is something is there, exists and feel. Otherwise, is there I feel the same. That's why. It's a pain. It's a fire. No, it's a mind. So no, it's okay. Nobody's here. Everything is happening. Nature like that. So these feelings, it's a feel. It's a non-existent feel. Otherwise, non-alive feel. No, there's a non. There is not. There is. How is this? It's a non-soul. It's important. Non-soul feeling is the Buddhist. Is Buddha's feeling. That the Buddha's stage. That the super awareness is there. That's the stage of awareness, super awareness. That's the stage of Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. That's super awareness we are talking about, Adhigata Samadhi. So enlightenment word is using Hindu guys. So they are thinking someone is there in enlightenment. So okay, someone is there. But it's different. Absolutely. It's a opposite word is the Buddha's word. It's Hindu's words. Opposite word is the Buddha's word. No. What I
Yes, sir.
say, yeah, what I want to say, do you, I think you can, you have that feel, not perfectly, but you have this feel because Nibbana is everywhere, but you're not becoming a Nibbana, but you know this is the Nibbana. These two meanings here. No, there's a new you can so you can see Nibbana, but it's not happen. It's two sides, no? You can see Nibbana is a Sotapanna state. You know this is Nibbana. It's okay. 1 second or you have this experience. That's a Sotapanna. No? It's a permanent coming nothingness feel. Is a non-soul. Especially the non-soul feel. It's a nature like that, everything is happening. That's the stage of that's Arhat Samadhi. We are talking. Is the final. Is Arahat. No, what is that? Raha, and Araha. You see, you want something. You don't want that. The meaning is you have the power. But it's don't care. Because it's necessary. Not necessary. No value is there. How is telling this? Not easy. Because it's feel. No, nothingness feel. It's not normal guys, normal Mandarin guy talking about nothingness. But they are talking, there is no anything material. They are talking material nothingness. But Buddha is not telling this material nothingness. Buddha is telling everything is here. But you haven't a value. Value is gone. Everything is there. This other one is the Buddha's explaining. I think we want, given the message, the real experience, no, real message. Perfectly, we want given this experience. No ego is there. We can tell these words only. You have that ego, but you are talking about non-ego. It's not real one. Because you have that experience. What you want to do? Yeah, you try it. You want to do that. Because you know that one is that's important, because that one is the final. Your circle of birth and everything. Circle of birth is not after the death. Is this present moment is the everything is happening. Circle of birth also here, now, here and now. Everything is happening here and now. This moment, this 1 second. This one is spark. Is the everything is one is spark. You know, nothing, anything here. One is spark, the everything. That is spark, how powerfully. That's your circle of birth, powerfully. That sparks not powerfully. There is no circle of birth or anything. That's the real message. Just understand coming this finally. This inside meditation is understanding one. That's why it's not concentration meditation. That's why I never heard before Dhamma Buddha explain this 5 teachers after becoming a Buddha. What do you think about Harshi?
Yeah, Ranvans, it's very beautiful. And, before coming across this Dhamma, we also didn't understand what the real meaning of being a Buddhist was. Now, as we see moment to moment that this whole thing is an illusion that's created due to the sense faculties, that internal burning is diminished automatically. So it's a very nice journey, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. Harshi, today's picture. You know what is this picture?
Yeah, meditation center.
International Meditation Center. You know, Buddothpado International Meditation Centers. This is the place of. This is the picture. This is the picture inside there. Very, very nice picture. No, Dr. Ravi? This picture?
Yes,
I think you
Master.
saw. I think you saw this.
Yeah. Once you get entered to the this monastery, you will see this site, beautiful site. It is in front of the main door.
Every day, there is that place, this present moment also happening, is a Pindapata. There's a spectacle is there happening. So all of them are doing this. Monks are coming Pindapata, and they are that one is practical is happening there. And so also, what is that word? Vandana. They are doing this present moment in this time. So what is this times now? 8 o'clock? Yeah, 8 o'clock is happening. So beginning time is programming on time before they get in the breakfast. So Pindapad. So that timetable is very important because 5 o'clock they want to be wake up and concentration and silence themselves. They are doing that. After 6 o'clock, working meditation is there. You know what is that working meditation? It's very important because your action is happening, but no one is doing. That's the meditation. We are teaching. So that teach is very important. Teaching is very important. Otherwise, the practically is your ego want to be fairy. That is why it's doing working meditation. It's very important. It's not a walking meditation. It's a working meditation. It's very important because your ego won't destroy. That ego, you have the ego. You have knowledge, you have ego. That's very dangerous because knowledge is more ego given to you. That's why you won't know everything, but it's not good. Ego is there. That's why timetable is very important practically experience. You want that experience. That's why. You know, after 7 o'clock, becoming a Vandana. What is that English word? Is chanting. It's okay. Harshit, is that one is chanting, no? You know that timetable, I think. Harshit. We want to introduce that timetable, everybody. Dr. Ravi, are you saw that timetable?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I saw.
It's
I
very
saw.
important. Yeah. After you see that Vandana is there. What is that Vandana? Chanting, no? Chanting. No?
Yes, I can't get that.
Morning,
Okay, what's
morning. There's a
the
timetable. There is words there. Morning pray. What's that? Hashit. That you say no. You know the timetable. That's the words. 6:45. No, that time. It's okay. After 7 o'clock, it's a breakfast is time, but Pindapath is there. They are doing that. After monks given the words, all of them, vision. So after the 8 o'clock is coming, that's a beginning program. There's a 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock is going. It's explaining what the Buddha's words. Insight meditation. So we are talking about that dependent origin. How is our mind are creating? How is our thoughts are coming? How is our alive feel is coming? That one is the teaching. After 10 o'clock is free time is coming. It's a tea time. It's a coffee time. It's your self-services. Everything is there. No one is that one is doing. You yourself, everything is preparing. Otherwise it's everything is not. Everything is happening that they are volunteer. It's volunteer. So that's very important. Otherwise, everything is there are nice feelings inside there. Otherwise, that place is very relaxing place. So, when you're not doing anything, it's no problem. Relaxing is there because the environment is very important. It's relaxing. It's automatically happening. No any noisy, no any sounds. Very important that one. So that's the nature. Nature sounds are there. Nature feel also there. The early morning, very, very nice feelings coming. Today I'm in my father's place. Last couple of days, I uh, I was there, so I had that experience. I know that now so you don't want anything to do. You are still you want to stay there. Automatically, it's relaxing coming. It's a nature relaxing. It's a nature I think given to you. Your depression or your everything is recovered. You can recover. It's cool down. Cool mind is coming. So healing is there. It's very important that healing. Your mind not coming anything. That's very important. Your memory, your future, your inside is monkey mind is fell down. It's happening. It's a nature feelings. It's happening that all everywhere, all around. It's happening. Not the thinking. It's a practically happening there. You stay there 3 days, or you can feel it. One day I know one day it's enough. You can feel it one day. But 1, 2, 3 is day by day is going. That's your inside is coming. Unbelievable stage is samadhi stage. It's unbelievable samadhi is your mind is coming. I know that. You don't want anything. You don't want sometimes conducting or anything. So you can choose this. I'm ready. Given you to chance. It's okay. You want relax. You stay there. You relax. It's okay. No problem. It's okay. We are given to you what you want. We are given to you everything. Yeah. And your foods also is okay. No problem is there. Breakfast or lunch or dinner, no problem is there. And coffee or tea, no problem is there. Your everything is there. You want relax? Yeah, you can relax. Very important that. So you can't get in. You can't get this 5-star hotel or anything. No 7-star or 5-star. You can't get this because they are artificial. This one is not artificial. It's a nature. You are close to the nature. You have healed the nature. You feel the nature. It's disappearing you. Without you, you can experience. Everything is happening without you. It's my experience. I'm telling you. I don't want telling anything to you. Any other. I haven't. I don't want any other. I haven't any business or anything. I don't want to do business or anything. I won't give you to free mind. I won't give you to this your you. This is the truth. No, nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening like a nature. I won't give you this real but message. This word, unbelievable message is here. That's why Buddothpado International Medicine Center is coming to you. It's my feel. It's my vision. It's not a personally. It's not a person. Buddothpado also not. Please don't get the person. Get the nature. Nature is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. No one is doing. You are also not here, but you can't. Yeah, you don't believe this. You don't trust this. You can experience it. No, it's my experience there. This place is very, very worth. This photo. That's you see what's that? What's the word is spiritual, and what's that? What's that word is spiritual? Dr. Ravi, do you know?
No,
we
no,
want words. So
yeah,
are you there? No.
so that is not there.
So I don't know.
Spirit chanted strings.
Bernard, are you there?
No, he's
No,
not
it's
there.
okay. It's okay. Yeah. Spirit chant. Yeah.
Chanted strings.
Yeah. It's very nice. Otherwise, there is a Puskala. What is that? Puskala book. What is how is telling this? English words. Harshi, why are you silent?
Harshi has left, I think. I don't know.
It's okay. She's busy. This is night time.
Yes.
It's night time. Yeah, it's okay. It's very nice feelings.
I don't know, sir. If you go for the first time, so will there be a person to guide you in that place?
No.
Uh-huh.
No, it's a that's a foreigner, no? It's a UK, no? Yeah. Or that's the message is given me to Janaki, UK. And UK sent me Janaki sent me the message, and I visited there. It's my feel is nice. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. My mind is coming relaxing. Yeah.
I'm asking Arena, someone who is very interested to go there. So if he goes for the first time, so will there be some kind of a trainer there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There's a many there's a monk is there. There's otherwise nun is also there. You see, I've arranged everything because everywhere outside that our friends there, no nuns there and the monks there. So what's the situation? There is a group, so some program. I arranged the conductor, the teacher. It's okay because I know who's the suitable is that place. I know. We are in behind. Yeah, I also in behind. So it's very important because many guys with me, they I also teach to you. Otherwise, I teach many guys. So, Sri Lanka here everywhere. Nishant also there. Otherwise, is the Pradeep Kaminians also there. So not inside, they are in outside. But I can arrange. No, few minutes they can come there. They can be there.
Okay.
No, they will. It's happening. Because many guys teach, many guys I know can teach this, but I'm conducting everything. I'm conducting them. Otherwise, how is teaching? How is doing this teaching? So I know what we want to do. It's my hand, everything. I'm the conducting everything. So I'm using the experienced guys. Yeah, you go there. There is the there's the persons. You can teach them, but you won't do this like this. You want silence, keep there. I teach everyone there. How is this International Meditation Center want to be go? They know now. They know everybody wants silence. They know what is the time of silence, what is the want to be, what's the they want to do. Everybody know now. 6 guys I train. Yes, this cover this period. Last week, I trained 6 guys. So our Bernard also there. I trained the Bernard. You want to do this, and Chani also there. I trained the Chani. You do this. This is this what I want happen there. Yeah, I'm conducting them. So Pradipika means also the nun. It's okay. Pradipika. I teach Pradipika. I teached Pradipika and nuns many. This part is want to be. Yeah, woman is there. She know what she won't do. How won't this train? So because 16 camera is there, my phone has 16 camera. So otherwise I speak also there. My voice is there. I'm teaching. Where am I? No problem. I am teaching everybody. It's okay. I'm explaining the Dhamma. Otherwise, so I'm using everybody to this staff. Is uniform also I given, and who's they are coming getting the train. I'm given them also uniform. So they can't dress their own dresses. They won't wearing our uniform. Otherwise, we want everybody's want to be similar. That situation we want given the everybody mind cool down. That's why. Like that's a program. It's very important. But it's okay. We can given the relax. Someone want relax, it's okay. Without program, he can stay there. It's okay, no problem. Because I want given the relaxing, no? What's meaning is relaxing is the best. No, not any other. So first main point is the relaxing. That's why. It's cool down the mind. That's a relaxing center. That is why. It's very important. Because inside meditation is very important. Because otherwise inside meditation is understanding. First you want what is the truth. So most of people don't know the truth. His teaching is very important. So someone know this, he is going there, he wants that Dhamma, that truth. It's okay, I'm ready. given this truth. I'm using everybody. You know, Dr. Ravi, Kokila also, Kavindya also, Harshi also, you also, everybody. Helping me, this time. So your recordings, these days, these Dhamma discussions, everything is there. We can play there. They can hear. They can get in the truth. So otherwise, this Dhamma forum, this Dhamma forum is going. Time is 7:45 to 9:30. No, so this Dhamma forum connecting that time, connecting that newcomers, they can ask the questions. Dr. Ravi also, this Dhamma forum teachers, Dhamma friends can teach them otherwise. What do you think about?
Yes, Arana, sir. Yes. Yes, this is the opportunity that they have, Arana. So they can
Yeah.
ask directly questions from us and even from
Everybody can.
Arana.
Everybody can support him. It's very nice, no? Because he can ask the questions. You can ask the answer. Dr. Ravi, you are in other place, but at that time you are hearing the questions. No,
Yes.
you can guide that guy other place. How nice this, no?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's very important. It's not it's not difficult. It's simply happening everything. Nice, no? Nice arrangement, yeah. Everything is nice. Otherwise, they can go village, bicycle also there. They can visit the village farmers, paddy fields. So they can stay there, village places. I arrange everything. You want get in hoppers? You can get in hoppers. That village, there's a home. I arrange. I have numbers. I'm telling them. It's okay. Foreigner is coming. You support him. So you want one duo, pituo, something to eat to Sri Lankan dresses. It's okay. I will given the number. So foreigner can tell our monastery's guide and guide. So he arrange everything. It's okay. He can bike and ride and go in there and few times stay there and village home and get in that dresses. So it's okay. Getting then dress. What that is food. It's okay. After he can come cool mind. So cool mind is the very important. No, relax is very important. So every activities we are aim the relaxing. So other place is there. So 1.5 kilometer is going. It's a river side is coming. It's a river nearby. Our another place is there. It's relaxing place. This place and that place is connecting. There is monk otherwise in relax. So they can stay there otherwise. The other place. So 1.5 kilometers you can go by bicycle or foot. It's okay. Walking, it's okay, no problem. There's the cabanas, the cottages. It's okay. You can stay there otherwise. No problem. Because that every places are ours. That place and this place and link. Our other part is there. Is otherwise is a tea. Was a tea factory is there. The tea is the fatty field also there, and there's as the plantations, many type of the timber plants, timber plants. For how is telling that, Dr. Ravi, you can explain now.
Rubber plantation.
Rubber plantation, not only the rubber, tea also there.
Right.
Yeah, for your 1.5 kilometer, there's a tea plantation. That middle of
TSH.
there is the other place is Buddothpado International Meditation Center is the other place is there. 2 places there. Not only the 2, 3 places there. The Riverside is the other one. 3 places there. Triangle. It's nice, no? Nice arrangement, yeah. It's very nice.
So Aranasa, will there be housekeepers?
Yeah, there are 6 guys.
Right. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I arrange. So it's easy to me because everybody helping me this everything. The not only the Sri Lankan guys, no, many guys helping me. It's okay. One call I'm given, all of them are coming, but I don't want many guys. I want few guys. Who is the suitable for that? I know that. I'm, and it's my side. It's doing this best. It's my best. It's mine for my side. No, it's okay. I can arrange. No, it's my field. Yeah.
Yes, Aranas, and also Lord Buddha also said that the physical relaxation is very essential for the mental relaxation. Isn't it, Aranas?
Yeah. Automatically coming. Physically is mentally is physically you are in cool. You are in relax. It's mentally also automatically coming. It's easy, but you can do everywhere. But it's easy for that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. I think now our time is going, no? It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. It's okay, everybody. Yeah, Dhamma friends. Yeah. Teron Sarna, everybody. Teron Sarna, Dr. Ravi. Tomorrow we can discuss again everything.
Yes,
I like this picture, especially. Who's this made? I don't know. Thanks, everybody, doing this. Because we are going nice. It's the truth, no? Truth is very nice, I think. Someone have this experience is a tranquility. It's an Nibbana Paramasukha. It's a tranquility is there. It's very nice because not death or birth. You beyond the everything. You are in relax. You are in cool. You are in tranquility.
Pay homage to Buddothpado Aran Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we finished the discussion of the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened yesterday. And as instructed by Aran Wahanse, today we are starting from the beginning with volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. So once again, this is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume 1. The subtitle of the book is Understanding the Illusion Called I. And it has 4 discussions, and today we are starting with the first discussion, that is on page 9. Again, this we are back to the dialogue format between the meditators and Aran Wahanse. So this This is a dialogue between a practitioner and RN1C. So this is a lady, Upasika. I am speaking from Gampola, RN1C. May I speak with you? RN1C, may I know your question? And Upasika, RN1C, for the past 10 years, we've been practicing Sila and also listening to various sermons. About 3 months ago, I started listening to your sermons on the Metmalana Buddothpado YouTube channel. I have learned a great deal from them. I have listened to approximately 40 to 50 sermons, but I still have some questions I would like to resolve. I feel that you have truly realized the truth, Aranmahansa. Aranmahansa, please ask your questions. Vasika, I would like to know, the first question is, what is Muhurtatavadiya? Or what is, in other words, awakening to the moment? And her second question is, how do we observe Ajata Bahidda, or inside and outside? How can one achieve enlightenment from this? R.N. Mahansi, you said you have listened to 40 to 50 sermons, right? Upasika, yes, Venerable Sir. R.N. Mahansi, you should continue to listen to more sermons. May I know your age? Upasika, I'm 63 years old. R.N. Mahansi, the two questions you asked, awakening to the moment and Ajata Bahidda, or the inside and outside, or the external world and the internal world, are closely connected and lead to the same understanding. The meaning of Muhurta is this moment. Our thoughts are called Nama and Rupa, name and form. The Muhurta, or the present moment, is usually clouded by our thoughts. We are constantly engaged with thoughts in everything we do and in all our speech. An aramuna is a stimulus from one of our 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramuna as a thing, as an existing thing, it becomes a citta, or a thought. A citta simply means a thought. At every moment, a stimulus or thought arises in the mind and immediately disappears. Aran Mahansi, the thought you have when you see a brick wall changes when you see a book. The thought when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head, a thought arises and disappears even before the next one appears. If we are able to fully observe just one thought, it is equivalent to understanding all thoughts. Unfortunately, most people cannot even see one thought properly. Each moment a thought arises, even thoughts about the past or future occur only in the present moment. Therefore, it is essential to understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. So, this conversation between this practitioner and Bhavan about awakening to the moment and the so-called external world and the internal world. So they're kind of interconnected. And closely connected. Every moment, this, give me a minute. So every moment is clouded by thought. The present moment is kind of muddied by thoughts. We constantly have all kinds of thoughts about everything, anything we see, anything we hear, anything we smell, taste, touch. And these thoughts are also called aramuna or stimulus. They kind of mature into thoughts from aramuna or stimulus. They come into existence from one of the six senses. It could be something we see. It could be based off of that. It could be even when we say based off of, it means that same input from these senses matures into thoughts. So it could originate from the sight, the hearing, the smell, taste, touch, or mind consciousness. So when we accept these inputs as something that is existing, it matures into a thought. And they appear and disappear. Say for an example, you look at a brick wall, the thought arises that it is a brick wall, but the experience of seeing is different to that thought. And that thought that says that this is a brick wall, let's say now we are focusing the attention to a book. Now the thought appears that it is a book. Now the thought that says this is a brick wall is already disappeared. And the thought that says this is a book is appeared. And say now, in the next moment, you see a flower. Because of the sight, a thought arises that it is a flower. And that's a totally different thought that is totally different to the book, the thought about the book, or the thought about the wall. As the system continues to switch attention from the brick wall to the book to the flower, as you turn your head around, a thought appears and disappears, even before the next thought appears. If we are able to observe this, observe just one thought, it is equivalent to understanding the whole mind. What is the mind? Mind is nothing but a flowing of thoughts. But if you try to grasp the mind, experience the mind, what you will end up experiencing is just one thought that arises and disappears in this moment. When we say a river, when we talk about a river, it's flowing of water. You can never touch a river. If you try to touch a river, you will end up touching water, because momentarily a snapshot of a river is nothing but water. A snapshot of a mind is nothing but a thought. So, understanding one thought, how one thought is created, is understanding the whole mind. For an example, if there is a mango tree with 5,000 leaves, if to understand Venetian patterns of all the leaves in the mango tree, you do not have to examine all 5,000 leaves. Just only by examining Venetian patterns of one leaf, the whole tree, the Venetian patterns of the whole tree is understood. Just like that, by examining one thought, how it arises and disappears in the moment, how it comes into existence in the moment, the whole mind is understood. But unfortunately, people are not able to do that. People are not even able to observe just one thought. Because if we contemplate on it a little bit more, what we feel like there's a person that has been living this life since the day we were born. But the baby who was just born, the newborn, doesn't have any idea about the birth. He or she doesn't have any concept of a birth, any concept of death. As the baby starts speaking the language, and as the thoughts appear and disappear in the baby's awareness, baby starts speaking, asks questions, and inquires about how he or she came about, how he or she came into existence. And the mother or the father would explain how the baby was born. Probably initially wouldn't even explain properly, wouldn't even go into all the details. But as the child grows up, he may look into this further, inquire about this deeply and learn how the birth of a child happens. So until he or she learns this fully, there's no birth to this child. And as this child grows up, you probably have experienced this with your own children. They may ask, Amma, how was I born? And you probably wouldn't give the proper answer at an early stage. And similarly, you would go to a funeral house and your child would ask, what is this? Why is that uncle in the coffin? What is that? He or she wouldn't even know what a coffin is first. He or she would ask, what is that box? Why is that uncle in that box? And then you would explain that that is called death. This uncle is not going to come back again. And even then, it doesn't mean much to this child. Probably the own child of the person who died may play around the coffin, thinking it is something funny or something weird. Or we've seen this. We've gone to funeral houses where children of the deceased would be playing around the coffin, under the coffin, doing hide and seek. So they have no idea of a death. But as time goes on, as this child notices the father or mother who passed away is no more, that they don't have any access to them, then they realize the depth and breadth of a death. And they will ask around, ask the elders about a death, and form concepts, thoughts about what a death is. And eventually, once this child fully absorbs and grasps the gravity of death, then fears around death begins to develop. Oh, if this happens to me, I will not return. What will happen to my parents? What will happen to the things I love, people I love? And death, then they would ask around to see if death is what kind of an experience, what happens, how would one die? Then the elders would say, due to disease, due to accident, not being careful of life. And it's a painful thing. And then it adds to this fear. And then people always live with that fear of death kind of attached to everything we do. So and in this moment, before we started talking about death, there were no thoughts about a death. There was only what we were talking about. Whatever the thoughts you had in the moment, and now all of a sudden you're contemplating about your own death. So was the death in some place? Could we have attributed some physical location to the death? Or was it in a thought that was called upon by the label death? As soon as you heard the word death, you started contemplating about it. As soon as you heard the word birth, you started contemplating about birth. So isn't birth and death, aren't they thoughts too? And you feel like you've been living for a long time from that moment you were born, Yet, besides all these facts we just pointed out, the fact that even birth and death is a thought in this moment. There's no event called birth or death that we can attribute a memory to or a location to. Everything about you, the fact that you've been living on this earth for however many years you've been living, that's a thought. You just thought about it. Prior to this moment, you had no thoughts about it. What kind of a childhood did you have? Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, no thoughts about that whatsoever. Everything is like that. Everything is a thought. If it's called upon in this moment, it becomes a thought in this moment. If not, it doesn't belong to the reality. For an example, you may be thinking, I'm going through so much in life. So many challenges, difficulties, adversities that I faced. Such a sad life I have. Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, you were listening to this discussion. You had no thoughts about the hardships you are going through in life. So, didn't we call upon it as a thought? Aren't all these difficulties, hardships you're going through accessed through a thought in this moment? Can we attribute a physical location, physical storage place to any of that? The thought that was created as you were going through these difficulties, that I'm going through such a bad time. When this conversation about hardships came up, that thought was accessed and brought into the moment. Now you're thinking about it in this moment. Who is thinking about it in this moment? If you ask yourself, the answer will be, I'm thinking about it in this moment. So there is a self that's created with that thought in this moment. The idea that you've been living on this earth for 40, 50, 60, 10, 20, whatever, however many years is a thought. So all we have is this moment. Whatever the thought that arose in this moment has the duality, has the hardships and the self to whom these hardships appear, or the person who is experiencing these hardships. That duality, the external world and the internal world, the so-called external world and the so-called internal world, is in that thought. Think about a moment, one of the most beautiful moments in your life, in your relationship with your mother. Maybe she cared for you in a way that you really felt cared for. You really felt her love. Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, no mother, no self. Now in this thought, we have that moment as a mental image and as a knowing. My mother was combing my hair or taking care of me when I was ill. Now we called upon that thought. In that thought, there's the so-called external world, which is the mother taking care of the mother taking care of someone. What is the internal world? The so-called self. She was taking care of me. So in this moment, so-called external world and the so-called internal world is created. The so-called self is created in this moment in a single thought. Prior to this moment, what was the thought? About all the hardships you went through. In that thought, there was the self created. In this thought, the mother and the self created. Next, we'll think about your father, one of your favorite moments with your father. Maybe one time he took you to see a magic show. Now that mental image and the knowing about it, the scenario, my father who loves me so much, who took me to the magic show, or whatever it is, whatever your situation is. That's the so-called external world. What is the so-called internal world? Me. It always centered around me. All these three experiences we discussed about centers around this so-called internal world, the so-called self. Was there an existing self in any of the situations? No. Only a sense of existence. But the so-called self was created in that particular thought, in that moment. Yet, we went to the past to think about the hardships, think about the mother, think about the father. Did we even leave our own chairs? All it happened, all that contemplation about the past happened in this moment. There's people have been talking about time travel and all that, but to this date, they stay as imagination, not real. No one has been able to travel back in time because the world that you experience, if you want to go back in time, that's an individual experience. The relationship with you and your mother, how she took care of you, that is a memory that is in your mind. How can you time travel to that moment in the way that they portrayed in these movies about time travel with these physical machines and stuff? That is not possible. No one has experienced in this entire world that moment that we just contemplated about, where your mother took care of you when you were sick, or whatever the best memory you have. So there's no commercial way to time travel. And except for as a memory, revisiting a memory, there's no way that it's possible. And a photograph you have about the past, a video you have about the past, it's not even, we can't even call it a proof of the past. If you took a picture of that best moment with your mother taking care of yourself and show it to somebody else, for someone else it's just a bunch of colors and some people in a picture. It doesn't create anything. It has no ability to connect that person instantly to your memory by just looking at that video or photograph. If they're closer to you, then they probably have seen some of it and have an understanding or an idea. But this is an individual experience. This world that you experienced from early on to this moment that what you've been experiencing, it's an individual, personal experience. People can relate to it from time to time, but your own individual experiences cannot be accessed by anybody else. It's in the mind. It's the stream of thoughts that were created. it's the idea or the assumption that the world, the so-called world exists in this moment. And there's a self who's experiencing this in this moment. That is that external and the internal world that's been created. And understanding that, realizing that, and realizing that the whole world is in this moment in single thought. It is how the whole world comes alive. And even in that thought, when we talked about the mother, the father, the hardships, those are all mental images. And if we dig a little deeper, how the first mental image was created, usually for most of us, the very first, if we are lucky enough, the very first mental images of our mothers. Initially, the child doesn't even recognize it. He saw her own mother. And the mother points at herself. So what the child sees is an image, bunch of colors and shapes, and says, Amma, or the mother, Mom. So the kid watches in wonder as to what's going on. So the mother continues to do that, and the kid gets an idea that he's supposed to say this, Mom, Amma, Amma. And slowly developing the skill to pronounce this properly, Ma, starts with blabbering and then moving on to pronouncing the proper word, Amma, eventually. So that image of the so-called mother and this sound, Amma, which is picked up by the ear of the child, that vibration of the word, which is mimicked by vibrating the vocal cords of the child, of the system of the child. This is a principle of telepathy or resonance. What's heard is repeated. The same vibration is recreated by this system. So in the mind, a mental object is created with the entanglement of the image that is of the mother, so-called mother that they pointed at, and the sound, mother, mom or amma. They get tangled, and then as child grows in age, he picks up on the smell of the mother, probably licks the mother and tastes her, touches her and gets an idea as to how she feels when touched. All these inputs from the senses get tangled to create this mental object of the mother. So that is how, even now today, when we just a moment ago when we talked about the experience that you had, the best experience you had with your mother, that mental image, if you zoom in on that mental image of the mother taking care of you, it has all these aspects, all the inputs of the five senses. In that mental image, you can see how she looks like, the image, colors, shapes, her voice, her sound, her smell, her touch, all that could be accessed. So there's no past, mother or anything. It's just being able to, when I started talking about the mother, it automatically calls upon these thoughts and thought images and knowing about this situation of your mother taking care of you when you were sick as a child. So there's only this moment and this entanglement, these mental images that could be called upon with a simple label about mother, or with a simple statement or a sentence. Thoughts leading to more thoughts getting entangled with more thoughts. And every moment we thought that passed, or every sense of continuation that we have felt is just a thought in this moment. And if you can see that properly, how one thought gets entangled from another thought to another thought to another sense input from another sensor, even though it may look like a continuation of one experience to another, all there is just one thought in which this so-called external world and the so-called internal world is created. That is awakening to the moment. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. So
Teruvan Saranai, Harshi.
Yeah.
My home major, Karen Vanse's feet. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, you were explaining how the thoughts are formed and how it progresses from the small child's time, from the radiant mind to the present state of mind. Yeah, as you said, this is what is happening all the time, is a series of telepathizations or resonance. Living means, or the feeling of being alive, is this changing pattern of thoughts. And one after the other, in a very rapid speed, thoughts are formed, and each thought is a representation of a previous thought, or representation of a previous spark. So how these sparks are formed, you very well explained. Actually, this is happening all the time. Person who has been exposed to one particular sensor input, like for example, if you talk about the mother, the memory, or you can't actually call it a memory, but the spark which is related to that figure called mother runs throughout your life from the time that you can remember her as a baby. So there's a big collection of inputs, or big collection of data in that spark. Whereas regarding somebody who is known to you for a short period, like maybe a few weeks, few months, the heaviness of that spark or the contents of that spark is smaller. So whatever the thought, it's always a reproduction of something which happened in the past. So for example, now this is actually what we are practicing in the first part of the practical experience, where we try to understand, where the system tries to understand that this is always a thought, or this is always the function of the mind. So taking some some simple examples, like if you have a tree in front, if you have a mango tree right in front where you are sitting, it's just a vibration of the eye. It gives a shape because the eye functions as a camera, and eye doesn't know what that shape is. So instantly the naming comes, or the thought mind sensor is vibrated. Actually speaking, I want to clarify something else. Now we use several words, but when it comes to the point, it's the same. Now even if you call vibration, or you can also say creation of the sensor or creation of light, these all are same actually. Because there's you cannot keep a gap between vibration occurring to a sensor which is there and creating light. There you can't sort of divide it into three, but vibration means then and there the sensor is created, then and there the light is created. So it's same thing, looking from three directions at the same point, I would say. This is actually different from the physical part of the eye. And that means your materialistic eye is different. Materialistic eye is there all the time, but the function of seeing, or the creation of the sensor, or the creation of light, or vibration, so all happen simultaneously, and it's the same thing. We are using different words to explain. So like that, every sensor is like that. Vibration means the formation of that sensor. It means creation of hearing, or feeling smell, feeling taste, etc. If there is no vibration at that point, there is no creation of the sensor, and there is no creation of the function. That means seeing, hearing, feeling, etc. So what happens is, when the shape of the mango tree is created as a thought, it's actually sparking a reproduction of a spark which happened in the past, some stage. And then with time, many data is collected on the same topic. So regarding the mango tree, when you are a small child, a child might ask the mother, what is this? Then the mother will say, it's a mango tree. Sometimes the child might take mistakes. He might confuse between a mango tree and some other tree, even coconut tree. So the child might mix up the things. But with repeated inputs, or repeated sensor functions, repeated vibrations of the ear and the eye in relation to that topic, the idea will get established. So child will not do mistakes later on. Not only that, with time, many other data related to this will get collected, and what type of fruits are given by the mango tree, and what is the taste, and what's the taste when it is a tender fruit, when it is ripened, what is the taste, the nature of the fruit, like what sort of pulp is it, whether it has a lot of fibers, or whether it is sort of fleshy, sweetness or sourness, and the colors of the mangoes, and what you tasted somewhere, maybe your grandparents' place, how tasty were the mangoes. So you can, I mean, millions and millions of data will be there in that spark. What we don't realize is that it's just a spark occurring at this moment. Repetition of a spark which occurred in the past, some stage, not necessarily to be in this life. So that is actually, those are the nature's laws. You call them chitta niyama. Niyama means a law, and chitta means the mind. So they are kind of laws where no one is controlling, and it's randomly happening. So if sometimes you might think, now there are certain instances where all of a sudden there are thoughts coming which has no relation at all to the recent incidents or what is around you. You might wonder, how did I get this thought? It's very weird. Similarly, about seeing dreams, sometimes we tend to see, I saw a very weird dream, never had any memory about this before going to sleep. I saw so and so coming, and we had a nice get together, and sometimes mixing up of the characters. It's really funny. So, but we cannot explain these things actually, because there is no particular pattern of happening, and randomly these sparks get mixed up and then appear as a new spark at this moment. And also sometimes things not directly related. Now, one of the very frequently heard example is that if you see orange color cloth or something, everything related to the orange color, maybe a monk's robe, maybe a king coconut, maybe something you painted, one of your favorite orange color frocks, some flowers that you had in the garden. So things even not directly related will be sparked along with that thought. So this is the way that the thoughts behave, or thoughts are functioning. So the mind sensor is functioning. So when you realize, when you convince the system, when the system is convinced that this is a part and parcel of the normal or the natural flow, then you will not cling on to those thoughts. You will not give that value that was used to be given earlier. When the system realizes that this is yet another spark, another production of the mind sensor, or another vibration that happened right now at this moment, and creation of the mind sensor, then the value automatically which was tagged to that thought becomes less and less. Now, certain times you can't actually explain how it is happening, but if you first, actually you have to think of it as a thought, and that means the savitaka, you call it savitaka, where you have to actively using the same thoughts, because when you are studying Dhamma, thoughts are needed, because even though thoughts are the most troublesome creator of everything, but you need to use the thoughts to understand these Dhamma facts. So first part actually in the form of thinking, what we call as savitaka, you have to actively think about this, how it is happening, and this is another thought, this is another thought, and when you see it, the power of that becomes less and less. So sometimes you don't realize how it happens. All of a sudden, you experience that. Oh my God, what is happening now to this particular topic? I was burning earlier when I was confronted with this man or with this event. I was burning, and now what has happened? It is sort of diluted, and then I don't feel it that much. So it happens automatically, and you can feel that it slows down little by little. So that is what you actually experience, and that is what our noble friend is always saying, that you will experience the so-called world in the same way. You will be interacting in the same way, but only thing is that the burn or the fire that you had within in relation to these thoughts, they are the ones which disappear little by little. Harshi, anything to add on to that? Teruvan Saranai.
There was, not necessarily, Dr. Sakuntala. I think you did a great job explaining it. I think that initially what you were trying to say was, I mean, you explained it well, but another angle would be like when you say vibration, the physiological eye, whatever we see does not belong to the physiological eye, or whatever we hear doesn't belong to the physiological ear, and so on and so forth. And so when we say see, hear, smell, taste, touch, it's just that raw experience. And that raw experience, in that experience itself, the raw experience is like, let's focus on just contemplate on seeing. It's just, let's say there's a vibration, but we can't say that. But for the, it's not like there's vibration, there's something called vibration. But for the ease of explaining, there's a vibration. The visible range of it is seen. The audible range of it is heard. So if there's a range that could be smelled, that is smelled. If there's a range that could be tasted, that's tasted. And whatever could be, felt as a temperature or a solidity of something, that is felt. So that kind of cumulative experience is the so-called world. So that's like, again, all these different vibrations being interfered, like two different, if you drop two different pebbles kind of a space, distance apart in a still pond, you get two ripples coming from these two pebbles, and in the middle there's like an interference pattern, like that these vibrations together, like, there are two pitchforks at two different frequencies vibrated. To a person who's far away, the sound he hears could be, the combined sound of these two. So our experience is like that. And it's all vibrations manifested differently.
Yes. For the vibration, actually, the physical part is necessary, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the physical part is not there, there won't be any vibration anyway.
Yes, exactly. Yes. You have to have that the physical sense or the organ or whatever it is. But just like how, there's a battery shell, the battery acid, and the terminals, and whatever the electricity that's produced by this battery, that doesn't belong to the battery. Just like that, you have to have the physiological eye, but the vision or the sight does not belong to the physiological eye, but that is required.
Yes.
Yeah, so just a different angle, I guess. I think Dr. Ravi is also there, so I think we can. Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, yes. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Yes, Yeah, I don't know whether you can hear me properly. I have some kind of a technical issue in the Zoom, but I think uh,
We can
uh,
hear you, Dr. Ravi.
all right, right, that's all right. So if yeah, as you said, there is uh, vibrations are the basic thing that give rise to this illusion, that is that responsible for this creating this kind of an illusion, I think. So again people might ask, so you are telling always a vibration, what is that vibration, what is that so-called vibration? So it is another uh, uh, so would there be a kind of another definition for that vibration? So in Buddhopadeshana we hear these things, that responsible, the ultimate thing is the vibration, the ultimate thing is the vibration in the sense, uh, the, due to the vibrations everything gets created. So likewise, so in order to understand that thing, I think we have to go to the level of this Majja Sutra. So Majja Sutra clearly says, whenever there are two different extremities or two different poles, uh, in between there you will create some kind of a power. So that power will give rise to this kind of a vibration. So for that power we call a certain vibration. So that power has the ability to creating this illusion. So that is that is so that is very, I don't know whether someone can easily understand this thing, unless otherwise a noble friend comes and tell. So because it has to be come from the Abhijna Jnana, I think, because nowadays even the scientists are exploring these things, but they can't still find out what sort of the initial thing there is. I mean they think it is something in the dark matter will create this illusion, and they think they they came out with a string theory. They are telling about the quantum theories. So all these things, so they can't really figure it out what it is, because they are trying to capture it through their available senses. But the Abhijna Jnana goes beyond the capability of our ordinary senses. So it can see through the Abhijna Jnana. That noble friend can see the causative fact here. So what nowadays what scientific can do is just research on that fact, just conducting research on that particular fact. So they might find somehow other, but they can't just oversee everything and see what is the causative factor for this. So that means, so who is the Lord Buddha also a kind of a person who had that ability, and also our spiritual leader nowadays, Buddothpado, chimpanzee is also having that ability, because it is not easily comes out. So it happens into a certain frequency. That means all the surrounding factors should be correct, should be aligned together to have this kind of abhijnana. So it we can't say it is. That's why for that abhijnana, the people who have that abhijnana, they can tell beyond the things that captures by the five senses or six senses. So that brings about some kind of a initial point, starting point to think or work out. So that starting point should be revealed to the world by a certain person. So Lord Buddha was there, and so that Dhamma was hidden for last 2,500 years. Now it has now been revealed again. So this is the point that revealed to the world. So what has been revealed by the Abhijnana is the fact that if there are two different entities, the power that is built in between is inevitable. So this is the core. So whatever we speak about, the illusion or the vibration or the sansaric journey, or in likewise birth, rebirth, and all these things comes after that. The core, the center, that has to be come through kind of a message from a person who is having this abhijnana. So that is the fact that has been hidden over the thousands of years. So now scientists have some kind of a path here to investigate whether this is true or not. So that's why, as people don't know this fact, they now they have kind of an hypothesis. So Buddothpado says like this, and also Lord Buddha had said the same thing. Whether this is true or not, they can now conduct their own research to see it. So in the scientific manner. So people who do not follow that path, so the spiritual path is also there to see this truth from the understanding. So as we are the followers of Lord Buddha, so we take the path of spiritual exploration. So that is not a miracle or a magic, or it is a path that is being entirely depend on the understanding, the level of understanding. How much you will understand this truth, that much you will be able to get closer to the Nibbana, or yes, Nibbana means the nothingness, or the non-self, non-soul state. So what Buddha used, the hypothesis that has been used by Lord Buddha to show that there is no soul is the Majja Sutra, or it is not the hypothesis, it is the truth. So but we can't see, we can't find out whether it's truth or not whether it's the truth, whether it is true or not, because from the naked eye, from the normal six senses, we can't grab it. So only through the understanding we will be able to find out, and also through the scientific way, people might be able to uh, investigate and explore and conclude, yes, this is the ultimate thing. But still, there is a path for the scientist to explore even, because it has been revealed by Lord Buddha, and also secondary by Buddothpado and Vansa. So that's why Aranvansa keeps on telling again and again, Tripitaka has become some kind of a base for him also to understand this. So it is, the understanding has to come through the Abhijnana, but to check whether the understanding is correct or not, there is Tripitaka, fortunately. So Tripitaka clearly shows what he understood was very correct. So it belongs to, so what we are doing is, we are not trying to figure out through the scientific angle. We are trying to understand through this spiritual path. So that for that you need to understand this very correctly. The ability to see the illusion as non-real, not real, is the wisdom that you have. So how much the wisdom you have, that much you will be able to move closer towards the go towards the true liberation. That means there is, so if you take, there's a person who is trying to liberate, is not wrong. If you take, isn't there a person who is trying to liberate, it is not wrong, not valid either. So both things are not true. So that's why for this understanding you need to have some kind of a balanced mind. So an open mind. So you can start this journey with the things you know, with the things you understand, with the message that has been delivered by a noble friend. So then you can start exploring step by step, and step by step go in deeper and deeper and deeper. If you go to the bottom end, you will find the Madhya Sutra is true. The fact that the Madhya Sutra is true. So even not at that level, you tend to feel that there is no person here. Only happens, as Dr. Sakuntala said, so we assign a person now to a certain spark. So that is our ignorance. So we have been in such a illusion that we can't figure it out that we are in an illusion. We were in an illusion. So it is so hard to believe that there is no person here. So if I, even within this discussion, so I am feeling that I'm speaking. So this conversation, so I feel that this conversation is real time happening, a Zoom discussion. So why does that feel? Because we have been trained over the years and years and years through the samsaric journey to take this everything as real. But ultimately, with the message that has been delivered by noble friend, it clearly says there is no person here. only we are referring to a spark. So whatever the things happen, it happens in this very moment. So this moment, so if you think something which has happened in the past, even if you are planning for the future, same thing both incidences do occur in this same moment. So in this same moment, if so, can you take this moment is as a real moment? No, because we know through the Majja Sutra and all these things, it is also a manifestation of a spark. So this is the illusion that we are trapped in. So we have to come out and see whether this message is correct. So it has to be felt. It has to be self convinced, because otherwise, if you listen to this Dhamma and if you start thinking about it, it won't help, because the realization has to be come through yourself. So how much you will realize these facts, these things, that much your transformation will occur. So that so don't what we can advise, what is the advice that we can give? Don't focus on anything. Don't focus on internal transformation. Don't focus on nibbana. Don't focus for true liberation. Never do those things. Just explore, just examine, just investigate what has been told by Lord Buddha. What is the message? The message is there is no doer here. Even though you think that you are living, that is a misconception. That is the message. The message is very clear. No doer here. So we have a whole lot of work to do to find out whether the Buddha's word is right, correct or not. So then you will find some other day, someday you will find that Buddha's word is correct. So on that day, you will feel that there is no doer here inside myself as well. So that makes you to turn into another person, or we can't say another state. You will push towards to another state. Understanding is there, but there is no person who understands it. So that is the expected outcome, I think. So then of course you will realize that Buddha's message was very correct. There is no person here. We have been cheated for all these years. So it is not a fault of you. It is not a fault for someone else. That is the nature. So what you realize is, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the law that the mind gets created. So how the mind gets created, it is a natural thing. It is the niyama dharma. It is the law of nature. So understanding will automatically push you towards the true liberation. So in the absence of a self, what will happen? There won't be a person to suffer here. So you will realize everything happens as usual. You go, you deal with the people, you engage in day-to-day activities, and so on. You perform your social activities as well. So nothing to worry about those things, because there is no person here to perceive anything, to receive that thing. The receiver end is gone. So that is the true liberation. So it has to be felt, it has to be come through only through the understanding, because as I said earlier, there are two parts. One you can explore in the scientific way, one some people can explore through their spiritual way. Spiritual way is solely depend on the level of understanding that you have about these things. So what we are trying to do is, right now even, we are trying to understand little by little. What was the Buddha's message is the non-soul Dhamma. So we are just trying to understand how this non-soul state, how the so-called non-soul state get, how we can understand this state. So this is the struggle that we are doing. This is the path actually. So we feel that once you start understanding little by little, then what you will understand, you will realize, you will feel internally that your self centeredness or the self identity also getting dissolved along with that understanding. So that is the indication that you have for you to benchmark your progress. So yes, that's it.
Dr. Ravi, thank you very much for that explanation. Yeah, like you correctly pointed out, it's yes, we understand it first, but a realized one has to show us the way. Without that, it cannot be grasped by a mind, the entirety of the truth. When a realized one sees it through the abhijna, which is a higher insight that transcends the mind, then first it makes sense, because we kind of had some sort of a sense about what the real message is about, what Buddha talked about, based on the stories, metaphorical stories that we've listened to from Tripitaka and in other by other means. And so it first made sense intellectually. And as we walk the same path as who have walked 2,500 years ago, we kind of we confirmed within ourselves that same truth by directly seeing it within us, which is using thoughts as a tool, but the insight transcends the thought, just like how the electricity doesn't belong to the battery shell or the acid. So yeah, and as we go through this path, for an example, like how we understand that it's name and form union, the thoughts, and we are kind of projecting the thoughts externally, outwardly, to think that what we think exists out there. And then we know these are vibrations and all that. But when all of that come in full circle, like the speed of but even when we understand all that, it feels like something's out there. Like, so when that insight comes, that vibration, because of the rapid speed of vibrations, the existent field is created, that kind of plump, something is out there, something is existing. That feeling is created, and as the vibrations continue to take place at rapid speeds, that same field becomes the sense of the self, and it's just one feeling, one extension due to the same vibrational speeds, and simultaneously the mind is created. Mind gives that duality in terms of whether it's existent feel or the sense of self. It's just one feel, but because the mind is also simultaneously created to say that that is out there and I am here, that duality is created, and this this insight, not the knowledge but insight, is like there's no way that you can grasp it with thoughts. So that is then that's like confirmation. Okay, what Aranwalsi has been preaching all this time, and the Abhijnana, that's true, because that has to be true. It's just one kind of partial kind of a truth and an insight, but an important insight, because that shows this, however much we try, because the penetrative contemplation is we try to kind of, based on what everything we know, based on knowledge, kind of try to figure out what it is. But when the insight is different to that, insight is what is felt as the direct knowing, direct experience in that via that contemplation.
Yeah.
So so that's the beauty, because like Karan Maharaj says, this couldn't be written in the book, and true enough, someone had to come with the higher insights to see that and kind of extract the proof from the book to say, okay, this is what what Buddha was talking about, this is what Buddha was talking about. Like the recipe to make cake or valithalap or whatever, like person who really made the cake knows how the texture is going to change, or how if what can the cake not be stuck to the baking tray or whatever. All that tricks of the trade or whatever it is can be learned only by doing it. So that is that is why we need the noble friend, because even these very subtle pitfalls that one could get into while walking the path, they are immense, and they are like unique to each and every system. So one really needs the guidance of the noble friend, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, yes. And also Arenvasi always keeps on telling that don't take it as a person who is behind the name of Arenvasi. So it's not a person here. So um, once you understand everything, so you will understand that it is a collective happening. It is a transformation. It happens gradually. So once the transformation had completely happened, then you will feel that there is no person here. So, but we are coming from the mundane world. So the mind tends to take everything as individual basis. Uh, the everything as real entities. So that's why people tend to take Aaron Mahanse as a person. So that should not also be happen. So if you take Aaron Mahanse as a person, that means that you believe Aaron Mahanse is real. So this is the collective message that is given by the nature. Actually, when the conditions, suitable conditions are met, this kind of abhijnana will come out. So same thing happened about 2500 years back. Again now, same conditions, same kind of conditions are there. Now the time has come to come up this truth into the world. So the what we see is the Aryan Vahanse, the person, but the message, he carries the message. The message comes along in that way. So we should not take him as a person. So what we have to take him as the message. This is the message. This is the message. So it is now available. Just pay attention to that and try to understand even for a little bit. So what is what is said by this message? So then, as you clearly said, this penetrative contemplation will bring you to a certain level, will take you towards a certain level where the field becomes more prominent other than the thoughts. So thoughts can't go beyond that to that level, because thoughts create something real as a result of these vibrations. So, but the field comes along with that understanding is so unique. That is the field that Aryan and Lord Buddha also wanted to show into this world. There is a kind of weird field without a soul. That's why it is called an unsolved Dhamma. So Buddha's message is that. So that is the truth. So we have been cheated by a strong, more powerful illusion. So in that way, we are so helpless. Now the message is there, message is available. Just peep into that. Just try to understand what says what the message is. So then you will understand by yourself, yes, the Buddha's message was true and it is still valid. It is the message that every human being should understand. Yeah. Yes, Harshit.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think we have come to the end of the session. Shall we wrap up for today?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, let's thank you, Dr. Ravi, and yeah, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, and Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's
Thiruvan Saranai,
everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow. Fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with page 164, and which is the last page of volume 6. It is very difficult for some people to achieve inward spiritual purification and transformation because they are burdened with defilements. When people try to play with the Dhamma, the door to Nibbana will not open to them. And the reason is the power they give to the notion of their individual self. In such cases, it can be extremely difficult to to detect the hidden self in these individuals. However, the Dhamma must be understood individually. One must be able to recognize wrong views, avoid them, and ensure that those who teach do not misguide innocent people. Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. People can achieve Nibbana even today by observing true knowledge and practical knowledge. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principles of dependent origination, not on meditation therapy. Buddhism is the observation of the true nature of the mind. Through this understanding, one can let go of the notion of an existing self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. I'm journeying with myself and I leave the self behind as I move forward. The Buddha Nikaya is in action. In these actions, craving, aversion, and ignorance gradually fade away until Nibbana is reached. This is the Buddha's teaching, the pure doctrine, and the world awaits its embrace for eternal peace and tranquility. There are a lot of people claiming to be spiritual people in this day and age, but it's a lot of people, even though it has become a trend too, they claim that they're spiritual, but a lot of people who claim to be spiritual people, they don't even understand the meaning of it. It's an inward purification and a transformation. It's difficult for someone who's burdened with defilements to get to that purification without knowing a proper path. People unknowingly use Dhamma as a tool, a shield, or merely something merely to be marketed or marketable in their short-sighted gains. But the door to Nibbana will not open to them just by claiming to Nibbana or claiming ownership or claiming familiarity, whatever it is, whatever the mental associations that are claimed or that are expressed doesn't make you any closer to Nibbana. Because by doing all that, by misusing Nibbana in all kinds of ways, one is reinforcing the notion of an individual self. So once that happens, that is nowhere close to Nibbana, that's further away from Nibbana. So in these kinds of people where they have used Nibbana for their short-sighted profitable gain, it's extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals because they know everything about how one should appear or how one should operate. They know the characteristics of a person who's realized, of a realized master, but what they do not know is what the path is. So, they will kind of fake it, but that makes it extremely difficult to detect that hidden, subtle hidden self for them one day when they get to a real path. Regardless of any of this, as Buddha said, your own raft should be custom tailored, or it should be created by yourself. No one can create it for you, no one can make it for you. What that means is you should be able to see your own defilements within yourself. That is why we always talk about being honest in this path. You have to, not to anybody else, not to your loved ones, not to your children, no husband or wife or whatever, but you have to be honest to yourself. Like we have this Sinhalese saying, Ugrata hora behet kana, meaning you're trying to take medicine without your throat knowing. That's not going to happen. Yet someone can try it, and people try to, because you don't want to admit of your downfalls to your own self. That is the most difficult thing. That is why one would keep lying. We see this in Benar and Mansur. Delivers these sermons when these Zoom discussions are there. Whatever these practitioners would say, it's like you're kind of you don't have anywhere to hide, because as we speak, a realized one can see where the self is. So by not answering questions in Zoom, nobody's doing anybody a favor. That means you can't admit your own downfall to your own self. So that is, in a subtle way, that the notion of the self. However, if one has enough, if one can gather enough courage to answer a question or discuss something in the Zoom, or ask a question, that is progress in the path. Even then, the notion of the self could try to play different kinds of tricks to hide the self. But there's no hiding. I mean, Ram Mohansi can see through it, as we've experienced in our limited encounters. We see how skillfully he exposes one's ego in these discussions. So there are many opportunities given throughout the day for someone really genuinely exploring the path, really genuinely journeying the path, to figure out where one's subtle self may be lying. So it's that platform that's been created is of great importance, of great value to a practitioner, to recognize one's own wrong views and to shed light on them. So, and not just that, especially controversial discourses, discussion on Zoom, that is one really significant discussion that exposes the wrong views or in the society, in different different schools of thoughts, I guess, misguiding innocent people to really clearly explain how one view could be a wrong view. What's wrong about it? How is it according to Dhamma? How is it a wrong view? So, and the Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. There are no frills, there are no carvings, nothing as it is. The Dhamma expounded by the Buddha as it is, without any distortion, without any misguidance. And that's why the listeners of Buddothpado discourses are very fortunate, and that has already opened the path to nirvana to many people. Today, in this day and age, after 2500 years, by observing the truth about the mind, the truth about how the mind is created within you in the moment to moment, the path to nirvana could be opened within. And this is the meritorious ordination or Adhyatmika Upasampada. There's nothing else, because when ascetic Bahir came to Buddha, he was wearing, I think, leaf or parts of trees, tree branches or something like that. And he attained arahanthood. And that means that whatever you are wearing, regardless of whatever, however you're dressed, this liberation of the mind could be attained, could be achieved. And because it's a Dhamma that you have to realize, it's not a religion. This is the absolute truth about how things work. The true Dhamma that is based on the principles of dependent origination. It is not based on meditation therapy or concentration meditation. Yes, concentration meditation can help if you have a very scattered sort of a mind, to have a concentrated mind and be able to contemplate, have that penetrative contemplation to direct you at the penetrative insight. But that is by concentration meditation alone, Nibbana could be attained. What we call Buddhism or true Dhamma is the observation of the true nature of the mind, as in when the mind is in action, as one understands how the mind works intellectually, then that true nature could be detected first-handedly when the mind is in action. By this understanding, the notion of an existing self is automatically let go. It's not somebody's doing it, but there's the value that's been attributed to mental objects slowly dissolve. That's what happens. Arahants are going to have thoughts. Thoughts are not going to disappear. The function of the mind is to create thoughts. That's not going anywhere, but the value that's been attributed by the system to each and every mental object, that slowly diminishes. That's why this Arahant says, "Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa, maawa dala man yannata yanawa." Leaving for this journey with myself, but by the end of it, the self is no more. That is this someone who's genuinely on the path. That is the Buddha's order or Buddha Nikaya in action, in these actions of seeing the mind, moment to moment, craving, aversion, and ignorance, delusion, they all fade away. And what's left with what's left will be Nibbana. Not that Nibbana is some special place or whatever. Someone who's starting the journey in the ignorance, we can't even say the state of mind. We can't. It's very difficult to explain in words. Let's say the state of mind that's in the ignorance is transformed to Nibbana. And we can't even call it a state of mind. What happens is that value that's been attributed is going to be dissolved, because in the understanding and realization that there never was a self, that there never is and never will be a self, or the so-called seemingly existing world was never true, that with that knowledge, in the light of that knowledge and realization, that illusion still cannot hold true. And that is what Buddha expounded 2500 years ago. That's the pure doctrine. And after 2500 years, the Buddha's pure doctrine is rediscovered and revealed. And we see every day how people who were suffering in these lives getting to eternal peace and tranquility. So that's all for the big portion of the discussion. I say Sudharma, Theruvan Saranai, Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. Harshi, when you started today's discussion, you mentioned that once we open our mouth, we expose ourselves in front of the Noble One. So although due to the illusory mind consciousness, we tend to believe that we are on the path, we have kind of realized this by involving in all activities and listening to sermons and by taking part in discussions. Then and there, he opens our eyes and shows that you are nowhere on a path to it probably if we have kind of a strong sense of self-perception, we might kind of collapse, or we might not be able to tolerate that also. So I have such experience, Harshi. So in controversial revelations, this groundbreaking revelation 7 o'clock Zoom yesterday, I also tried to, is it okay to reflect on that and discuss it, Harshi, here?
Yeah,
Is
go
it,
ahead. Yeah.
And so I wanted to explain a thing. We know whatever the words that we give, it doesn't matter, right? Aryan Mahanse does not go by the experience or whatever. Since he is kind of experiencing non-soul or non-vibration state, the frequency of the voice, the sound waves of our voices are directly felt by him, and he actually mentioned it's so uncomfortable. I had to keep my mic muted because it's so irritating, and so then I realized where I am, although there isn't a person, Harshi. So it made me think a lot about the feeling, whether what he said was, Harshi, I am totally in the mind, and so I accept it, and I really need to get out of it, and not as a person, not in a hurry also, but just need to reflect on it and be awakened to the experiences of the six sensory organs, and need to see through or penetrate through it better. My problem is, Harshi, to my understanding, I cannot maintain the mindfulness. Sometimes when I am awakened, or when I am uh, awakened to the present or mindful about it, I see everything. I mean, no burning, despite the level of the stimulus. Let it be very strong perception or whatever, depending on the person. Uh, I don't get burned. I relax, and that tranquility is there. But sometimes that when the mindfulness is not there, after a while I realize I have got caught in the mind consciousness, and I have gone to town with certain minor, we can't differentiate as minor or major or whatever. If it's a stimulus, it's a stimulus actually. But when we talk, only we realize that I can't use we, I actually still am caught in the mind consciousness, Harshi. So that is something that I wanted to mention, and so that you also, as an experienced person, can comment on this. But the thing is, if I talk further, I totally understand that it is a system, that how it is crystal clear how we perceive things, and how the mind power, and how we get enchanted or disenchanted by this power created through the stimulus, everything. But when it comes to day-to-day life, it is not consistent. So I don't have the skill to maintain this, not as a person, but to be mindful about what we call here. So I think I have a problem with that, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai. You also can explain.
Yes, Dharma, but that's okay. That is how the path is like. I think I don't know how to explain this in English. I think Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. You know, it kind of emerges very slightly at the beginning, but as we go through the path, that mindfulness or awareness kind of improves. So it's, as an infant or a newborn is not going to walk right away, right? It takes effort and time. So it's not a problem, but if there's a worry about it, then that is the self. There's
the person, yes,
yeah,
Ashi. Then there, the burning sensation occurred. If I recall that burning started, but earlier also in previous scenarios when Aryan Maharshi mentioned, even in a tougher manner things, that burning, not as person, if I go back to try to recollect, it was not that severe, but still when he actually mentioned it's so irritating and all, I stopped then and there, but I felt that burning within me, and like lost and like desperate, but not sad, but I knew he is there to help. That also came. So that was the experience. It's not a worry, but still I need to pay attention to it, isn't it, Tashi? Can't just ignore, isn't it?
Not ignore, but the thing is now this whole Zoom and if Aryan Mahan say pointing it out, if there was some sort of embarrassment or whatever like that, I had to uh, encounter this again or whatever, regret or whatever, then this Zoom situation has become a real thing, right? Then there's some contemplation that is required as to if there's something called Zoom, if there's one called Aryan Mahan, say there's a self, like
Yeah.
that kind
Yeah.
of contemplation is really like, really investigating within you. Otherwise, like Aryan Mahan says, that mangosteen, you have to
Yeah.
cut
Yeah.
over and over again and
Okay.
check to see if it is white
Yeah.
inside.
It's not that embarrassment at all, Harshi. That's 100% clear. The feeling I got was like I kind of this noble one has felt kind of uncomfortable because of my voice for I mean
That is also
short
self,
while. Ah,
because
that's it.
that is the self that wants to be a good person or a good woman in front of the noble one, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so like
Yeah.
you have to inquire into
Yes.
why, okay, I
Hmm.
had dig a little more deeper, and then the however many layers by which the so-called self is kind of hiding behind, if you dig
Yes.
deeper, those layers will be gone and the hiding self will be revealed.
Yes, Harshi. That helps
That's
a lot.
why the honesty to yourself, to your, not
Hmm.
to anybody else, to your own
Um,
self
yeah.
is of utmost importance.
Hmm. Yes.
I hope that helps. I think there's
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Oh, no, there's Surangika is here. Maybe Surangika can help us here. Everyone's so nice. Surangika, after a long time.
Everyone, Saranai.
No, about your matter only. Like we can. That's a good question, right, Surangika? We can have a good discussion about it.
Everyone Sarnai, Harshi, and
Everyone.
Sarnai, Sudharma. I pay my respects to Aryan Hansen. If I talk in the conventional world terms, Sudharma, my complete sympathies are with you. Because at some point or the other, there is that experience that all of us go through, isn't it? And
Yeah, that's like
I know, I
evident.
mean,
That's like only a matter of time to anybody.
exactly. And the strangest thing about this thought is one moment you're, completely, you have done all stages, every stage of the practical program has gone through that thought and there is absolutely no defilement. And then the next thought is, I don't know, gone somewhere else completely. And that's where the whole challenge lies, I think, as well. So I think, Sudharma, I heard the Andolnatmaka Desana last
Ah,
night, wasn't it?
yes, yes, Miss
And
Sarangika. That is.
yeah, I think the thing what he says is that the problem is if we encounter a problem, I think he
Yes.
has said this many a time, the problem arises in the mind and the thoughts only.
Hmm.
If we have an issue, if we belittle ourselves, if we think that and Mahanse is going to think like this, or I am not progressed enough in the path, or why am I, all that is thoughts. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
And I think for me also, there have been times that he has said, the voice is too rough and this and that. And I've taken it in the same way as you have, Sudharma.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, better not to speak in that case.
Yeah, no, the thing is, Aryan Mahanse tried to help me. He was telling, I can help you if you talk more, and the situation got worse. The more I tried to explain, so he can't do anything about me. So I got the feeling it's a So I must be Padaparam. So now Aryan Hasi is trying to help me. He was telling, okay, you are stuck somewhere. So if
Yeah.
you explain further, I should be able to help me. He was so compassionate and
Yes, he
he
was. I
didn't
know.
shout. He was so compassionate at that time, unlike before, Harshi. So that made me feel kind of so helpless. So had he been shouted or something, I wouldn't have been felt this. So he was offering help, but nothing works. So that's what to do. So I just maybe some other time I need to take more time, and it's nature after all.
I think the issue
Something,
is
yeah.
with most of us, I think. Sorry, I can't speak to him about Harshi, but myself as well. This second stage now, as you said, Sudharma, we have a sound base, isn't it, about the true Dhamma philosophy. And time and
Yes.
again, if you are asked to explain, you can explain very well, because that is because
Yes.
you understand. But what
Yes.
happens is we have also this tendency, two things, I think. One is the fact that we have got so used to being in the mind that that is our natural default position. Yeah, always we go back as we, even if we go all over the place during the day, we always go back home, isn't it, in the evening?
Yes.
So wherever we are, we say nothing like home.
Yes.
Or we say nothing
Yeah.
like our own bed or something. And that is because we are comfortable at home, isn't it? We may go to the dearest of friends' houses and stay. And you may have known her for 20, 30 years, like her own sister. But still, you think, good to have stayed here, thank you very much. And then you won't tell her, but you will secretly think, it's good that I'm going home now, I miss home.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's something like that. It's isn't it, Harshi? It's like as if because you've been forever and a day, I mean, before childhood, before that Montessori time, you have no recollection even. So from that nursery days, this mind has been cultivated, and everybody, society, your parents, everyone has been saying that, everything is true, everything is real, you're there, you're a personality, you have a sharp mind, you have qualifications, or you have a good memory. All these things have reinforced this so-called memory, me, self-perception, and the fact that you have thought and analyzed and done things with that thinking also has magnified the
Negative.
sense of I.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
have fattened
But
our ego by saying that, by society also has that person doesn't have a good memory, or you have a really good analytical mind. So all these little things slowly have built up unconscionably a sense of the strength of the mind. So as much as we have heard the true Dhamma philosophy, and we know Aranman he says, he has been saying and saying and saying for the last 5 years. And as he said, 10,000 discourses, we know. And yet, we go back to the mind. We don't do it. It's not we. It's, as you know, it's the system. The unconscionable, unconsciously, the default seems to be the mind. So through what Aryan Mahansa is saying, the practice also, I think, is that second stage of the Dhamma practical program. And in doing that, you don't have to go in, I mean, sometimes, because every time you can't be doing the walking meditation, when these thoughts come, I heard you saying that some thoughts are like really heavy, and then because they are so heavy, you feel it, and because you feel it, immediately you reflect, and because you are so attuned to the Dhamma philosophy, Dharma, the moment you reflect, the heaviness goes.
Yes.
Right. So and that's good. That's because you have trained, you have kind of done it, you understand it, You see through the fallacy, and you know. So the thing is that heaviness you can feel immediately because you have a sense of calmness. There is a sense of inner transformation. Most of the time, there is no attaching to anything. There is no defilement. There is no worry, no stress. But so when you suddenly feel this heaviness, it's not the usual thing. Those days, heavy or not heavy or light or joy or whatever it is, everything we went with the wave, isn't it?
Yes.
It was like a wave when we went with the wave. We didn't know anything else. And so therefore that we thought that was our usual form and that was it. But now with listening to the Dhamma, there is that inner calmness. There is that lightness, as R.N. Mahanse says. All of us feel that. So because that suddenly when you get the heavy thought, what is this? And moment you trust like that, you think about it, and then you kind of that feeling dissipates. But then I think what you said was those little thoughts that keep coming.
Yeah.
Those thoughts are like something, you're meandering down a path, and then before you know it, you have one thought has become the second thought, and you have gone on with it, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
And that is where this has happened to me as well. Even if you take something, even if you think at that point that you have got one thought and that wasn't significant, yet halfway down the line, you realize, you've been thinking on this, isn't it? And then you take like a Dhamma point and say, now, why did that happen and this and that? And then you leave that issue alone, and then you go on the Dhamma point.
Yes.
So that also, because that's what R.N. Mahanse says, if you know it, you have to stop it. Because even the Dhamma point, if you know it, you don't have to be going on and on and on with that Dhamma point. Then you take another Dhamma point, another Zoom discussion, another point, attach all that, link them together, and then now you have forgotten that insignificant thought, and then you're going down the Dhamma point thoughts. So all these are what we have to realize is that they are all thoughts. And each time there's nothing else to do. I mean, Haji, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing else to do. But when you feel as if you're going down you've got an insignificant thought or minor thought or whatever it is, they're all thoughts too anyway. You just think, this is a thought, and dismiss it. You're not dismissing it actively. When you realize it's a thought, that's all you have to do. But like the Buddha said, Tadapi passa paccaya, that you have to, at that point, see that it's a thought. And then you do your work, and then again, before you know it, you got caught to another string of thoughts. Again, if you stop in your tracks and think, that was just a thought, no? And that's all you have to do, I think. Haji, if you can, because I found that was helpful to stop this continuous strain.
Yeah, that's true. That I think that parivajjana pahatabba is like kind of refrain from going along with these thoughts. But that helps if something kind of continues to come back, the same thought or whatever. But still, like based on where Sudharma is, you're the one who knows. If you can, like, where in the what do you call the karmastan, the practical approach, if the external worlds still become real to you, that contemplation is required. If
I got it.
You can't get ahead of yourself, and however much in a hurry the self is, it just kind of has to, like Karan always says, you plant a seed, water it, give enough nutrition. You can't be like, oh, the leaves are not here yet, the flowers are not here yet. You just have to give it time for the due course to happen. Dr. Sakuntala is here. I think she can, Theruvan Sir, and we would really appreciate your feedback as well.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage at Karan Mahasi's feet. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting, the story about these thoughts, isn't it? Because that is, the physical body is like a puppet, and thoughts are manipulating, and thoughts are sort of taking over the control. As Surangika also mentioned about the thoughts now, it's a string of thoughts always. If you are alive and if the breathing is there, and if as a result the senses are functioning, so there is a continuous string of thoughts, but most thoughts are not significant. So therefore you don't feel that you had them, but there is continuously collective function of the sensor activity, and then there is a thought, and most of the thoughts are not felt actually. What we feel time to time is something that the value is added. So then only you feel now, for example, you are going on the road and you are passing so many things. You see them, you hear them, hear the sounds, and you feel certain things like the wind or maybe the hardness of the flow. You hear the sound of your shoes or slippers. You hear the tooting of the vehicles, birds singing, all sorts of things, and you tend to pass people, houses, but they are not given a value. So therefore, sometimes some of our participants say that there are periods without thoughts. Actually, it's not so. Thoughts are there all the time, and the ones that the ones that the system tend to cling on for some time, for some reason, are the ones which are felt. In other words, a value has been given and taken it as real. So, as you all very clearly mentioned, such thoughts do not stop as a single thought. And there are many, many things linked to that. Some are directly related, some are indirectly related. You can see that a huge episode of the drama is occurring now. For example, you feel cold sometimes with the cold wind, and the string of thoughts which it all depends on the person's experiences actually. The spark which appears suddenly within a fraction of a second, just with that sensor function, will be the cold that you experienced in some country, or maybe in a city like Nuwara in Sri Lanka. Coldness that you felt when you opened the fridge door, or on a rainy day, and then it will get sort of linked to some other things, like a day that you spent with your family somewhere, and the people who participated in that family union, and the things that they said, and the weaves exchanged, and the way that how enjoyable it was. You can see that a huge line of thoughts are linked to that. So it really, now sometimes the happy thoughts, we don't feel the weight of it. We feel that it is something pleasant. We tend to feel only the sad or angry thoughts as heavy thoughts. No, actually, whatever the thought which comes, which is given a value is something heavy, but the system tend to appreciate the ones that are pleasant and not take them as a burden. So this mechanism of telepathizing can occur. Now, the spark, the thought spark, or the picture that you get instantly, which we call Nama component of the Nama Rupa, it has to be somewhere sparked in the past. So it's always some past incident which is sparked at this moment. So past incident may be in this life, or maybe somewhere in the birth circle, millions of years ago. So that's what Aryan Mahase very clearly said. And also Lord Buddha has mentioned this. This Dharma is, it's akalika, or you cannot give a timing. So therefore, that spark, something that happened some time back, will spark right now at this moment. It becomes the same spark. So there is no gap between the two. That spark becomes this spark. So it's one spark right now. So it has to be some past experience. Now, if I tell a word like, if I say Kesel in Sinhala, the people who do not have any idea about the Sinhalese language will not have a mind picture, will not have that spark. It becomes only a sound to them. But for the people who understand the Sinhala language, will have a quick mind picture about the plantains, the varieties of the plantains, which the Sinhalese word is the kesel. So we'll have a variety of plantains, various colored ones, the tastes, and when you ate plantains last time, and even the bush of plantains which you have in your backyard, so many information will be there in that single spark. So this is the nature. This is what's called the Chitta Niyama, or the nature's law, how the mind is formed. So this is an automatic or system functioning. There is no way of changing this pattern, and the feel of angry or sadness or whatever the current that is created is also a part of this same process. That part actually we need to sort of very clearly understand, because sometimes we tend to feel that that current that is formed as a result of this sequence is me. So that is the biggest biggest fault in this pathway. So when you realize that this current is also inevitable, and the current is the one which we label as me, myself, then some of these gray areas become clear. I think we can discuss on these things that I mentioned, and please correct me if there are any mistakes that I have mentioned. Terima kasih.
Yeah, there was Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you very much for that valuable input. Surangika, you have any comments about that? Any additions to that? Also, Dharma, you have any questions about that? Any comment?
Yeah,
So
if Teruvan Saranai Hashi, Aryan Mahanseta Namaskara Veda. Yes, as first I would like to pay my gratitude to Ms. Suranga for the explanation. So I realized actually going home to our mind is a big problem. So yesterday also what I was trying to do is when Aryan Hanse was asking me to give more explanation so that I can help you, because he was so compassionate and he wanted to help me get out of this point where I am stuck. So what I did was I went back to mind and I was talking almost utter nonsense actually. That the system, that was what the system did. So there I realized that we cannot find solutions or cannot uh, like be on path using our mind all the time. So it's again, this is illusionary mind consciousness. So thank you so much for that reminder, Ms. Surangika. And as Dr. Sakuntala explained, this every day we discuss how things are perceived by sensory basis and this telepathizing. So actually after listening to Dhamma for, well, like I first started in 2021 and then couldn't continue. From 2022 onwards, regularly I was listening to Dhamma, and this Satyajnana, this wisdom of truth, those sermons are crystal clear to me. The problem is I need to improve the mindfulness, once I remember Aryan Hanse suggested you should do concentration meditation also to be consistent, because your mind is all over scattering. So otherwise having this knowledge also still being in mind, so there is a problem. So Aryan Hanse opened my eyes yesterday also. So try to improve mindfulness, not as a person. Otherwise, this mechanism is crystal clear to actually how the self-perception occurs. Everything, the theory part is crystal clear to me. I can explain it to anyone even, but need to do more on practical approach, as Harshi also suggested. So thank you so much for all your comments. Teruvan Sarana.
Everyone, if I can just add a little bit more. So that home thing, Sudharma, but the thing that has, because of ignorance only, but that forgetfulness and going back to the mind is, we have now thought that home is the mind. But what is the home? Home is non-vibration, isn't it?
Yes, ignorantly we take as mind. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
almost like a newly found friend, but not the newly found friend. We think, my goodness, it's the mind, it's my mind, it's my thoughts, everything is mine. And because we don't say mind all the time, but unconsciously that's what is happening. So when that light of true Dhamma is shone on it, that is what we have to know, that whatever that comes is coming through the thoughts. And I think Dr. Kokila said this several times in the midnight Zoom as well. The more we think, the more that we allow the thoughts to kind of take over and consume us, there is no room for the feel to emerge. The feel that there is nothing here, that feeling, there is the room, because everything is almost completely swamped by these thoughts. They can be these just conventional world, usual humdrum materialistic stuff as well, and even Dhamma reflections. Now that is also, as Harshi said, there is a time to do vidarshana. there is a time to do penetrative insight, and that also depends on at what stage one is, because you can't give that same thing, tell that same thing to everybody. We can't also, I think again, Dr. Kokila pointed this out at some point, and Aryan Vansi also says this so many times. Just because you are done 3 years or 4 years or so, there are some people, some mothers we hear, they haven't progressed even to the practical stage. So that practical aspect, angle to putting this true Dhamma philosophy into our day-to-day world has been missed out. So, because some people, even if they listen 1 or 2 months or so, they've got it and they understand it. So the issue is now, because of this knowledge thing, as Aryan Mansi says, we are turning this Vijanati thing into Pajanati. The Pajanati means not just knowing, but seeing. So when one says we are seeing it, we have to see the thought has to be seen in all its fallacy. And if we understand that home is not vibration, vibration gives rise to thought. But home is actually non-vibration. We have continued in this samsaric cycle because this vibration, and as Dr. Sakuntala said, the current has been taken to be real. The current has been taken to be me or I. And that is where the whole thing has got stuck. And that's where the ignorance lies. So the more we dwell in thoughts, that the feel has no place to emerge, and that is where one has to continuously kind of show that the thought keep going to the thought and see what is this thought made up of. And again, if we I think also don't do enough reflection on the light and the sound. Again, Aryan Mansi says this so many times. If there isn't even a sound, if there isn't even anything called a light or a smell, how can there be a thought? How can thoughts be real? So, I mean, that kind of, then there's nothing else to say, isn't it? It just completely makes you go silent. What more is there to talk, isn't it? If there is no sound, no such thing as sound, no such thing as light, all this is just a construct, and construct is coming through only these sensors. Then what is the substance of that insignificant thought that is going on like a train, you know? What are we are, this is why the Buddha understood the mind completely, and it's through that only realized this whole non-vibration as the state to be, because it is this mind that is trying to assert itself, to entertain. It's an entertainment. It's almost it's all defilements. This sense of wanting to be. I don't know how to say it, Harshi, maybe you know the words, Abhisankarana and Viparinama. Abhisankarana and Viparinama is the thing, the evolving nature of the thought. The thought is also never static, isn't it? The thought is also constantly changing shape, constantly changing, the mind object is also changing. If you now say you have something that you really like to think about, or it's something that you really like, say your son, and this is something that I've heard also in other talks, if you are told to, okay, now for the next 5 minutes, don't think of anything else, but think about only your son. Can you do that? No. Even 1 minute you won't wait with just thinking about the sun.
Yes.
There'll be all kinds of other things that will come to your mind. That is because that is the state of the mind. The mind itself keeps on changing, keeps on evolving. And because there is nothing to it, as Dr. Sakuntala says, some earlier perception telepathizes and a perception occurs. And it's just a series of these perceptions telepathizing in the mind consciousness. If it is not coming at that very moment from a particular sensor, then the mind sensor keeps on telepathizing, and a spark occurs, and then a thought occurs. But where is that thought? What is the source of that source? Something that had occurred earlier is telepathizing at that moment, and it is occurring again. And then one goes off at a tangent on that thought. And then next moment, another object. And next moment, another object. And so it goes on. So when is this finishing? That is what needs to be considered. Is there any purpose? It's just changing object to object, object to object, and going on and on and on. And if we also get onto that bandwagon, I am saying we here, sorry, I shouldn't be saying that, but there is never end to that thought train, isn't it? And just putting, I think showing that to become pajanati, just when the thought arises, just see the thought as to what it is. And if another thought arises, see the thought as to what it is. And because you have engaged in the vidarshana at the appropriate time, that is going to help in seeing that thought as to what it is. So I'll just stop there. Harshi, if you can correct me if I said anything wrong as well. Tedwan Sarnai.
Tedwan Sarnai, Angika, thank you for that explanation. In another angle, so it's that same example Aran Wahanse uses. In this factory that makes concrete animals and ducts and posts and stuff like that, you input your raw materials to be cement, sand, rocks, water, and and what comes out of the other end is these animals. You have seen these concrete elephants, horses, ducks, and stuff. So the name changes, the shape changes, but the inherited value in terms of that, what it is made up of, is the same material in different proportions, right? So similarly, thoughts are made up of vibrations, manifested vibrations, images, sounds, smells, tastes, and whatever is felt when there's touch. That combination, can't even say different proportions, but the value that's been attributed by the system is different. One is mother, the other one is father, the other one is the husband, another one could be grass or something insignificant. But that is how the value has been attributed based by the system, based on association and what the society, the convention has given. And all that, but essentially, just like the concrete animals and ducts have been made up of cement, sand, water, and stuff, thoughts are made up of differently manifested vibrations. So inherently, there's nothing to say that has any value or any varying degree of value in that. So if you can see when a thought comes, oh, my tummy hurts or whatever, tummy is also made up of an image and a sound and all the stuff, all the good stuff. And the self is also like that. That initial thought that the system took, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. That thought is the one that has been, like Suranka mentioned, been evolving and kind of being updating and being current through every thought that's been created, through every thought that assumes there's some external world that's existing. So like I know you said you've listened to Dhamma quite a lot, but if you didn't do the contemplation, the penetrative contemplation, they do not become your own direct experience. That's why you have to have your customized raft, customized by you.
Yes.
That is that direct understanding, direct knowledge, direct insight of Dhamma. Otherwise, it just stays as knowledge in a shelf somewhere in the memory or whatever we call it. So until that happens, the progress cannot be seen. Like it has to become your own knowing.
Experience. Yes.
Yeah,
Harshi.
not just knowledge. Like, you can memorize the multiplication table, and
Yes.
as a result, you can do few sums. But if you get the numbers really well, then if whatever the number there is, you intuitively have an understanding as to what kind of percentages or this kind of subtraction would result in this kind of thing. That intuitive aspect wouldn't be there as long as it sits as mere knowledge. So that contemplation with everything, go beyond the words that's mentioned in the sermons. When it said the birth of the eye is the birth of the self, okay, that's few words, but what is the message that's beyond that? What does it exactly mean? Like that involves a whole lot of opening of eyes. That's why these controversial disclosures like gets you to get to that penetrative contemplation in many angles. Like say it's the same discussion every day, but it's many angles, so different kind of like if we are to say it in a different way, that we say like different networks of brain are connected, we say in different contexts, something like that. Different kinds of angles of penetrative insight will, the eye will be opened. So that if that is lacking, then it's like my memorizing the multiplication table and doing some sums.
Very clear. Yes. That active engagement, not as a person, but that's what we call skillfulness, isn't it, Hashi?
Yeah,
Skillfulness.
skillfulness comes like,
yeah.
Now, so Arana told you to do concentration meditation some time ago. I would start that day. Like,
I
because
actually did, Hashi.
yeah,
And there are a lot of self-evident, stuff also, because now, if it's okay, I lived with the two sons for a long time because my husband passed away in 2014, and just lived with the helper. So when my sons moved, we were closely attached, kind of family, three of us. And when they left also, I didn't feel it, honestly speaking, because even when they want me there, I don't intend to leave because I do the job, and I'm quite okay all by myself also. Such, burning is not there. Even very now yesterday, I got a pain in my, since you mentioned the pain, body pain also. I tried Ariana's that when we take the pain as a stomachache or pain in my back, actually we feel it. Then it becomes more and more painful, and it becomes real. It becomes a thing. But through kind of that wisdom of truth helps us to see it as pain, feel it as pain, then that pain is not giving pain. So that such experiences are there, Harshi, but the problem is I need to understand the mind consciousness more, because when you all were explaining, felt that I have a kind of inner belief that mind is a persistent thing. It's there. So, but it also arises and ceases, because now in relation to five sensory bases, also seeing, hearing, then smelling, they are also in this fusion of the sensory experiences. Then finally the mind consciousness, and actually we can't give the gaps, but still finally the fusion of all sensory experiences, then mind consciousness arises and mind power. And that since, as Dr. Sakuntala said, there is no detectable gap between thoughts, no. And then again, when thoughts occur in mind through telepathizing, that is another mechanism. So that another mechanism means they are the thoughts get in contact with the mind consciousness, and with that all other, I mean, the seeing, hearing, smelling. Now when we think of the thought of mother arises, mother's image, even the voice and the smell, even the taste, you would say, like everything is fused in that and come in one shot. So that although I know it, the concept, but when it comes to practice, I kind of get deceived as mind is a persistent thing. I think that is also a problem. Yes.
I think,
So it's,
Dharma,
yeah,
without analyzing what's going on, okay, this is happening with me,
yes,
this kind of thing is happening with me, this kind,
yeah,
without
yes,
going along, without kind of going down that path, what
yeah,
we need to realize is nirvana is
yeah.
in this moment. Whatever the
Mm,
thought we have right now, if it
mm,
assumes that there is an external world,
mm,
automatically the self is created. So there's no
mm,
nirvana in this thought. So if
mm,
the truth about it is seen right now, that is nirvana. So
mm,
if you can pay attention to like even the way you talk, I think there's a lack of skill there. If
mm,
you can go back to this recording and listen to, like, okay, there's progress. Of course, anybody who comes to this path understands this Dhamma.
yes.
Even intellectually, it kind of lifts off a heavy burden because you were like killing yourself. Oh my God, I have to do this with my life, do that
Mm,
with my life, and all of a
mm,
sudden, it makes sense that this so-called world doesn't exist, and you're like, oh, I was just killing myself over nothing. I can just slow down a little bit, so that heavy burden is kind of lifted off even just by learning it intellectually. But this is not like, in the school, you probably understand this very well. Even a child does a small thing better, you give a star. I got a
mm,
red star, whatever, a good star, whatever it is not.
mm,
But this journey is not like that. Okay, there's progress. Okay, now I don't get, my sons are about to leave me, or sons already left, but I'm not upset about that. But in the big picture, suns are still real, right? To
mm,
you,
mm, mm,
right? I'm
yes.
not,
Mm,
I am a person who's not scared to live alone. Now,
mm,
earlier it wasn't the case, but now this is the case. All
mm,
that you talked about your situation
mm,
in those few lines, if you can go back and
mm.
listen to it, in
Very
the
good.
grand event of, grand scheme of things, you still believe the existence of these suns and the world and all that, right? The self
Mm,
still, that contemplation hasn't happened.
mm,
That contemplation has to happen.
mm,
Then the detail into which you go when you talk, they will
mm,
slowly diminish. But now, since everything is real, of course, you will go into all the Vyanjana, Anuvanjana, these detailed things about
mm,
the world that's already existing. Does that
mm.
make sense?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Dr. Sakuntala Aran Mahas is also here. Theruvan Sannaya also.
Yes,
Dr.
Harshi, what's discussion is about? Now just I join with you.
Yeah,
This
Aryan
forum, yeah.
Mahasaranai.
Yeah.
It was kind of a continuation of Sudharma's
Yeah.
discussion she had with you in Andolanaatmaka Deshana.
Yeah.
So how the self is created. So she had some questions about her nature and her sense of self. So that's what we were talking about, Sudharma. Aryan Mahasar.
Yeah. Sudharma, the problem is Sudharma's her problem. That one is a feel. You know, the feel alive. That's a alive feel. It's a soul. What's the soul? Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, Aryan Mahansa.
So I ask him the question: what is this life? What is this soul?
It's ignorant belief, Aryan Mahansa.
No, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. What's the feel of alive?
That something is out there and the person who experiences
No, it's a feel. It's a feel. It's a feel. You would always think about it. It's a feel. A feel is a perception. It's a feel. You know, it's a sanya. It's a feel. It's alive. Feel is otherwise the perception. You know, everything is perceptions. We are talking about we are using this word is perception. What is this perception? Word is light also perception. Yeah. Sound also perception. Yeah. You know, this feel also perception. It's sanya. It's alive feel. It's alive feel. Otherwise, alive feel is a perception. Itta sanya is existent feel also perception. Existent feel is a perception. Existent perception converted in the alive perception. What do you think about? Itta sanya becoming anitya sanya. What is this? Itta sanya is existent feel. It's a power. It's a power. You know, chair is an example. Is chair. What is chair? It's a picture. Yeah, I have a picture. What's ear? Ear creating a sound. It's a chair. It's a baby. When you're kindergarten time, it's coming. You know, it's a chair. I have picture. Chair is a picture. Ear have sound. Chair is a sound. But what is this chair? Otherwise, now today, what happened? You have existent feel. Chair, existent feel. What is this existent feel? It's a power. You know, I creation is I conscious. What is this consciousness word? It's a power. Vibration is rapid vibration. Creating. The power is generating. There's a solar power like that. Automatically. Nobody is doing. Natural phenomenon is happening this. What is this? This I creating. I sensor creating. It systematically is coming. What is this? Existent. Feel. I create. I factory like that. Constructing automatically. No. Nobody's doing. It's a light. What is this light? It's no one is doing. Nobody's doing. You also not doing this. It's automatically happening. It's light. I creating. What is this I consciousness? Consciousness word we are using is this one. Existent. Light existent feel. Otherwise the sound existent feel. Ear consciousness. Consciousness word we are using the existent feel. It's a feel. That's why we want to say you. It's a feel. You know, perception word is how to feel, but feel these words are only the words. So feel we can use the perception word. That's why itta sanya. Sanya is what is that perception now? Itta sanya is existent perception now. So after this Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. What is this? 5 aggregates, no?
Aggregates.
5
Yes.
aggregates. It's a meaning. Is speedily. It's a quantum theory, no? Speed given you something highlighting, no? No, it's okay. No? That's a many times happen in this spark. Is finally light is there. That's a quantum packet. No, it's a waves. Science news. New scientists are talking this now. Quantum no. The Buddha's time, Buddha was telling that is 5 aggregates no. It's the same no. What is this power? It's the existent field. Is anybody is there? Like the existent field? No, nobody's there. That's consciousness is power, no? Do you understand what I say? Harshi,
Yes,
do
sir.
you understood what I say?
Yeah, Renu, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I want to say is alive feel how is coming. This existent field is otherwise the alive field. So becoming alive field is a two type. One. Yesterday also I explained this. No, yesterday I explained it. So ear consciousness is sound, no? It's a drum is inside the ear and vibrate. That's the sound. The sound existent feel is the power. You know, many times it's drum vibration is happening. That's sound, no? That's sound. It's a constructing. Nobody's doing. It's constructing automatically. It's constructing this. Like that is why it's a ayatana, salayatana. It's factory. It's a factory. I made in this. This product is created in this factory. It's a ayatana. What's the meaning is this? It's a creating one. Product. Sound also product. Light also product. Smell also product. It's a production. No? It's producing. What's the correct word is, Harshi? Is it correct?
Yeah, Renu, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, yes, also. Taste also product. So otherwise, hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything is product. It's our skin sensor. This 5 sensor, eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin, is given this product. These 5 perceptions is product. Perception convert in the consciousness. That is why Rupa is vibration, Vedana is feel, perception is that feel. What's that feel? Light or sound. So, okay, it's creating this constructing system is Sankara. So, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara. Vijnana, what's that? Consciousness. What is this consciousness? Again and again and again and again, spark is happening, is finally, his power is there because one spark have a power. You know, different end somewhere. Just the power is there. No? Like a nuclear bomb, also same. It's a you're talking nothingness, no? What is that? Different end somewhere, negative and positive is touching, is spark, no? That's the power, no? It's okay, Harshi. That's the
Yeah,
power.
Renu, sir.
That's the power generated. That's the Buddha's Majji Sutra. Yo bante viditvana majje manta nalipati tam bruhi mahapurusho said the Simuni Majja. It's a Tripitaka is there. It's the Majji Sutra. Buddha told this. It's a power. How is generating systematically. It's different in somewhere. There's the power. That's the ending. That's the beginning this world. Who is newcomer? Scientists destroy this method. No one can destroy this method. It's a Majji Sutra. It's a Buddha's word. Not any other scientist. What is this world? What is the beginning in this world? What is the end in this world? So new scientists are finding the end in this world. Where's the end in this world? These waves. It's a how is telling this? No, so you know what's Buddha's explain is this different this different ending is the whole world. It's a power. That is why there's a dark matter, dark energy word using so universe is a universal truth is. They are talking dark energy. But what is this energy mean? Is a power. Everywhere is a power. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you smelling? What are you feel? Everything is power. What do you think about Harshit? Everything is power, no?
Yeah, Raymond.
Yeah, it's a waves, no? Light also waves, sound also waves, no? Hot, heat, everything waves. Can you tell me without waves anything? No. Why? Everything is waves. Solidity also waves. Liquidity also waves. Yeah, what is without waves? Have you without waves? No. What is the without waves? That's this world is, this science is the word, is the power, is the different in somewhere. That's the power. That's the waves. Spark is the wave, is the word. Sparking word. That's the sensation word. We haven't experienced without these sense creations. What is real world? This is constructing world. It is simulation world. It's not a real one. What is real world? Non-vibration is the real. And is spark is the real. That's the ending this year. Circle of birth. That's the ending this world. It's a feel. You are talking about her, Sudharma, you are talking about the feel. Feel is the power, is that this power, how is creating this light is power. That's conscious word we are using. That's why it's the sanya. It's an existent perception now. That someone know this existent perception is disappearing, is coming. Non-existent perception. Nothing, anything. You see, light also systematically is happening, no? It's coming. It's okay. Sound also systematically is coming. It's okay. Light and sound together coming. That's chair have existent feel. Chair is a thought. Now you can realize we have thought with power. But what is this thought? Is chair. Otherwise, chair is perception. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, other side, again and again, and chair is coming. Yeah, spark is there. But chair existent field also coming. That is spark creating speedily is creating. What is that? The light, sound like that. Same method, system, process is happening here. That again and again, chair is coming. Chair coming existent field. That existent field is chair existent perception is coming. What do you think about? It's a power is build up. Power is together coming. More power is generated. That's thought have power. How is thought creating this power? How is thought coming this power? How is telling Harshit? It's clear. It's okay.
Yeah, Raymond. Yeah.
What's that? How is thought? What's the real one? How is thought? Power is coming. What's that? How is thought? Thought have existed power? No? Now chair, example, chair have existed feel. No? Chair today chair is existent feel. No? So normal guys, chair have really chair. No? They have real chair outside. What's the meaning? Is chair is real or no? It's not real. But someone don't know this Dhamma. He have chair. He have chair is existent. No? But someone know this Dhamma. He know chair is sound and firm. It's okay. Finally, what is chair? Chair not existent, no. he know there is no chair. So after power, what is this power? Is existence is the power. Existence is thought is given this. No, existence also thought is coming. Do you understood what I say?
Yes,
Uh,
Aryanwasa.
Sudha?
Now, yes, Aryanwasa. Now the shape of light. Uh,
This
the,
very important. This very important is a
yes.
thought. So that's itta sanya is a thought is coming.
Mhm.
We are thinking.
Yes, that power,
Yeah,
Aryanwasa,
it's a
is
power.
very.
It's okay. It's okay. Please. That
Yes.
thought is a perception. Is existent thought is coming. The existent feel is there. Is but it's inside. But outside we are thinking. That's why thought is here. Existent perception is a thought. It's a itta sanya. It's a thought is coming. Every perception, this one type of coming. What is this? Thoughts are coming. There is thought. You are thinking. This chair is a chair is okay. You can see the TV. There is a chair, but you know there is no chair. But outside, you are looking the chair. You are thinking chair is there. But normally, this too is your eye is like a photo, no? It's a camera, no? It's the same, no? But you are thinking this one is real. But after what happened, you know this Dhamma, he understand this system. That's the final what is this final what happened, lay people, final what happened, this Mandarin guy, they are thinking outside this chair. They are thinking chair is there. It's a thought. But this one understood someone. He know there is no chair. That is why itta sanya becoming a anitta sanya. What is this meaning? Existence perception becoming non-existent perception is a thought otherwise. This thought is finally is power. Thought power, thinking power. That is why we are talking so mind power, thinking power. You know, thinking power is now is not coming. That is why mind power is gone. After tranquility is coming. Are you okay, Sudharma? Do you understood what I say?
Yes, yes, Aryanwasa.
Now today, normally everything, whole world, you are thinking is real. But after you know it's not real, now it's change. What is the change? Inside there's a change is coming. First is vision. It's right vision is coming. What is this right vision? This world is not real. But you won't understand how is this magic is happening. This is a magic now. How is this magic is happening? Now you know system. That's the Dharma. That's the Buddha Dhamma. That's the Buddha's philosophy. That's the dependent origination. That's the insight meditation. It's process. Understand. So now you know how is coming this existence is feel and the existent world perception. What is this? One side is you are thinking this world is real. Other side is you have feel. This two side you won't understand. Perception is that's two side or otherwise perceptions. Why? It's sanya, no? Cha is a sanya. It's a perception. Otherwise, chair existence is also perception. Sanya, these two perception is here. Inside there, feel. Outside there, you think. You know, someone eat the pineapple, is okay. Pineapple feel is inside now. It's a taste. But you are thinking, this is pineapple. It's a thought, inside there a feel. No, two side is here. Do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah. You know, now, finally, this thought is the cause and effect dhamma. Cause is vibration, yes, light also coming, effort, sound also effort. After that, cause is sound and firm. Is effort is a chair, table, mother, father, everything. After mother, father is cause, effort is a existence. After existence is cause, effort is a alive field. This is the imas means sati idang hoti. This is the way is different origination. Imas mean asati idang nahoti is meaning is you understood this system, you know there is no chair. After what happened, you must mean other asati. That's one is chair is there is no chair is it must mean asati. Idan nahoti meaning is that's a cause and effect dhamma. You are not here. What is this alive field? Is side by side. Existent field other side, alive field is other side. Non-existent field is there. Non-alive field is there. What is this? How is this happening? We are explain. So normally power is generating, no? Normally this system are working. But you know, finally you are thinking this is real, is power is there. That's thought have power. Final thought have power. You know, final stage we are talking cause and effect dhamma. Effort is final one is the thought have power. But thought have power. What is that power? You are thinking is everything is real. But finally you understood this dhamma. You are not thinking everything is real. His power is not coming. That is the reason. That's the different ones are fading is. That's why thinking power is gone. Thinking power is not coming again. This power generator system is automatically is happening. Automatically thought come in the power. But you understood this dhamma that thought power is not coming. That's why Nibbana is here. Tranquility. Because thought have the power. System are normal working. Final system given you to thought power. But thought, you know, real, the power is not there. Thought is real, power is there. Thought is not real, power is not there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi? Are you there? I don't know.
Dr. Ravi is not here.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about Sudharma? It's very important.
Yes, Aryan.
Because this thought is given this power. Dr. Kokla, are you there?
Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala are here. Dr. Chandani.
Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think about?
Yes,
Sakuntala?
Aranvasi, it's a beautiful explanation. This is what you have been teaching us all this time. As you said, it sounds very simple when you say that when the thought is real, there is power. When the thought is not real, there is no power. It sounds simple, but I think when you apply it to the day-to-day life, it's not that easy, but it is the way to realize the ultimate truth, Taran. It's a beautiful explanation.
What do you think about thought? It's very worth this.
It
Someone
is.
understood this thought
Yes.
power is not here. It's very important. So this thought is not real. Power is not there.
Mm.
It's very important,
Mm.
this one.
Yes.
Yes.
So you are thinking this thought is real. That's why power is there. Finally, this power, how thoughts are coming, no? Unbelievable system is inside. Kindergarten time, that's thoughts are creating. It's okay. After you see, that's again and again that chair is coming, power is there, systematically thought, it's real, it's the reality, is the power. This is thinking, no. Unbelievable, this, I don't know, understood or no. Unbelievable, this one.
Therun Sarnayaran Mahasan, can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
Now, when you when a system has a complete transformation Rahatan Mahanse will have something similar to Itta Sanyava, but knows that it is not real. Is that, I don't know whether what I understood.
Arhatha stage is, everything is normally, everything he know.
Yes,
Kya is there,
yes.
but he know
So,
it's not real. The meaning
yes.
is he know it's not real. It's not real. Thought is a power is not there, zero.
Yes. But still
it's
it looks
understanding one.
like...
It's not a thinking, it's
Yes.
understanding one.
Okay.
It's understanding one. That is why inside meditation is understanding one. That is why Buddha told.
Yes.
So, Sankitte Nibbidai. What is that meaning? Understanding is coming, the Nibbana. What is this understanding? It's not enough, but 50-50 is there. Yesterday I also told this. The day before yesterday, no? I told this. 50-50 is here. The first one is understand. After that, you can experience it. That's the reality. After that, you can experience it. First is very important because Sotapanna is not becoming anybody without understand. No one can Sotapanna concentration meditation. Evidence I have given you. Tripitaka is there. Dhamma Sangikara. Buddha word is this one. Not any other donkey dog words. No donkey words. It's the Buddha's word. It's a clear, crystal clear. No one can, nobody can. Sotapanna. Without understand. What do you think about Harsh? Is he inside meditation? I think Harsh is now busy. So what do you think about Harsh?
Yeah, Renaud. Yeah, so without understanding and realizing this,
No
there's no path.
Nibbana way. Without understand, no Nibbana way. It's a wisdom, no?
You have to create your own raft. That means you have to understand, see it within yourself. So, however much knowledge we obtain, it's not going to help if you do not see it, because the mind is yours. So when thoughts appear, you can see it, and nobody else can see it, or you can't see anybody else's mind. So the whole experiment or the investigation, you have to do it within yourself.
It's a self-experience. It's a self-study. What is this?
Self-investigation.
Self-investigation. Oh, how is you? How is your side? Yourself, you won't check it. How is power? How is the real world you have? Normally everything is normal now. Harshik, how can I explain others? It's a feel, no. Normally everything is there, no, sound and everything normally, no. Power is not there. It's a feel, no. It's an internal transformation, no. How is it explain this? It's not easy because it's experience. No, that is why Sandhitika Pratyaksha is Dhamma is here. No, it's a Buddha's word. No, come and see. You can experience. That's the Buddha's word. Oipasiko opanaiko. You see this? It's an experience. What is this internal transformation is the best finally. Second part, 50-50. First 50 is understand, second 50 is experience. Second 50 without you cannot be. His doubt is there. Experience is gone the doubt. How is telling this? So you know the system is okay, but your inside is power. No, is power is you feel no. After that, what is happened? Is a feel is disappearing little bit, fading. No, that's why defilements are fading. Same. Power is disappearing.
Edwan Sanai,
Yeah.
Aranwansa, I think what Dr. Sakuntala was asking was now Aranwansa explained earlier very beautifully that even the existent field is also a perception, a thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a sanya, but it's
a
also
thought.
a thought. So the
It's a thought.
arahats,
It's a thought.
also
Understood.
have the thought. For example, the Buddha said in the nearby monastery, Anuruddha Thero is, I must go and see Anuruddha Thero. So that's just a thought, but there is no power. That's all. But
Yeah.
Yes.
That's correct. That's the Arasta stage. That's the Adhigata Samadhi. That's the super awareness we are talking. Yeah, it's not alignment. We are not talking about the alignment because Hindus are talking this word is wrong because they are in there. But Buddha is not like that. Buddha, nobody is here. It's a system is there. Two sides is Hindus and Buddha's side. You see, very difference. Hindu side is other one, Buddha side is other one. But Hindu side house is there. He is there. No doer is there, but Buddha side no doer is here. Is okay. Is that okay?
Yes, Aran.
Yeah.
Yes, very grateful, Aranhas and Surangika. It's clear now. Thank you, Peruan Sarnai.
Yeah, Suranka. Suranka, today you are in. Are you in today? Forum is there Sinhala?
I can
Prasad?
be Aran
It's okay.
Vahansa. Today is a holiday in Australia.
Oh no, I asking that. That's a Chandani. Are you there?
Oh, sorry.
Chandani, are you there? Dr. Chandani.
Yes, Aranhas, I'm there for today's program.
It's
Yes,
okay. It's okay.
again, it's a 90th day that I'm away. Yes, Peruan
Yeah,
Sarnai.
sometimes Chandani, Suranga also can do this. Suranga,
Oh,
are you free?
yes.
Are you free, Suranga? Yeah, he told no. Are you free? Suranga, you come here today. It's okay because every day is one sound is coming. No, Chandani. No, it's smile. It's a nice sound. But Suranga is a surprise. No, our who's our
Yes, Aranhas, it's
yes.
good to have a different voice.
Suranga today
People
is coming.
must be.
You come in Suranga today. It's okay. It's a hard work. It's
I
okay.
can help Dr. Chandani.
I think Dr. Chandani helped you. It's nice. It's okay. Today, our discussion is now it's time. So, no, Harshim, it's okay.
Yeah, and
Terun
Teruvan
Sarnai.
Saran,
Terun Sarnai, everybody.
Peruan Sarnai,
Sarnai, everyone.
Aranhas,
Pray homage to
Peruan Sarnai,
Aran.
everybody.
May Triple bless you all. We'll start some discussion, but there's the Dhamma friends are yet to join. So I'll just keep the conversation on until someone joins. So actually, Aranhanse, this Aranhanse's Buddothpado Aranhanse's opinion that the Dhamma should be delivered in English medium. So a lot of Dhamma friends are doing it 24/7, and they're trying to tell Dhamma to the level that they have understood. So it's mainly about understanding how the world is actually not real. So the world includes you as well, because me, mine is a thought. We is also a thought. You is also a thought. So anything in that sense is a thought. So the world, when we try to understand what the world is, actually world is the thoughts. Can be any thought. In that one instance is one thought. It can be any kind of human perceptions. In the sense, we have so many, we can have millions of perceptions, but the main thing is to understand the power of the perception. That is what is actually is the vibration at that moment. So if the power is very high, it can be a very like lower realms. If the power is minimal or low, then it is higher realms, but it is the power of the thought. So how does the power of the thought appears is the power is actually governed by the knowledge that something is real or something is there, or existence idea. But the existence idea doesn't come just for nothing. It comes because existence field is there. That is why it is actually getting it as a mental image. So for a mental image, as we discussed yesterday, for a mental image, actually the sound and the light wave should come together. So when the light wave and the sound wave come together, so that is the mind wave. So that's actually the perception level. If it is falling into something in the sensual world, in the sense it is imposed into or focused into the outside world, then it becomes a sensual world. So the feel is starting as the actual vibration, which you felt from even the baby, or even in the zygote level. That vibration is there, that power is there. That is what you felt, and that feel is what gave this mental image that there is someone. So you have to understand that the mental image of you didn't start just for nothing, just not like that, because you feel something is there. That is what starts it. So when you feel something is there, then the anyway the you take it as something is available. So if you fully realize that you can keep going backwards and say how this alive feel has come, there's always a reason, cause and effect. So there's a life feel which has given you the idea that there's someone here. So the life feel is actually from the sensory organs. If the sensory organs are not there, you don't have a life feel. But because the sensory organs are there, there is the feel that you have, and everywhere where there is a mental image or like a vibration, there is a possibility of consciousness. It depends on how you look at it, but if you understand that the animals and humans and the other realms that Lord Buddha was talking about, these ones are actually, if you can understand, these are actually the levels of consciousness means a life field. So when the life field is there, of course there is this existence field as well as the self idea. What is the self? The power of the existence field to continue. So there is existence field in the beginning, and because of the ignorance, there is a power trying to maintain that. So if you feel that, if there is a field anywhere, there's power to maintain that. There is a very struggle to maintain that alive field because you have mistakenly taken it as you. This can happen in one cell organism also. This can happen in a worm also. This can happen in any animal. If there is a life field, there is a struggle to maintain that, thinking it is me. Not thinking, it's actually, even if there is no mind, there's a field side as well. So everywhere, if there is a field, there's a liking or preferring that field, thinking it is you. So there's a main try to maintain that field as well. That is the lie perception or the self-perception. So the existence perception is one thing, but is the result is the lie or the self-perception. So whenever where there is a vibration or a life field, when there is a vibration, there is this idea that it is existing. It's actually not. You have to feel this, that if it's actually not, for you to understand this. So the challenge is to understand how this vibration has formed. This vibration is actually the speed of light. If you can understand it, that's so great. You need to actually go backwards and see how it happens. So we can try to go backwards with you. So just imagine there is a thought of, chair, if you see. So the chair, go backwards and see when the chair started. Chair started as a mental image. The mental image had a power, and that power is still there. And that power is now actually projecting outwards, saying the chair is this one. So you can actually show a chair and touch a chair and feel that. So So if this understanding this Amma is very essential for you to understand what is happening. So all the time you have to go back to the beginning and see. Even the beginning is it's a bit difficult for you to understand unless you do it with wisdom, because after one level you can't remember what happened. But you can actually project it and see what happened. Because of course there is a zygote or the ovum and sperm coming together. There was a vibration which happened. So that is the beginning of this vibration. But the thing is, we can't find it at all unless a thought is formed. We can't detect it. So the detection comes when the thought is formed, and then only a human actually can catch this vibration by any chance if it is happening. But without them, you can't even dream about this. But with Dhamma, you may be able to catch your own vibration and understand how it is not pure vibration. Theory part is all right, but the actual the experience is the important thing. Even after the experience, non-vibration experience, everything is beginning. That is the beginning of path. So that is the beginning of reduction of the self vibration, because this is a long path, because the self vibration detection is complicated. Even if you are after detecting, there are so many pitfalls, and the help of a noble friend is important. So I can see that Surangika has joined. Is there any topic we can discuss, Surangika? There wasn't anyone, so I had to start and I was just talking.
Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Pokila. Yeah, sorry, I think Champa is also not there today, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't have a particular topic as such. RN once was just talking about general stuff the last few days, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, I think, mainly about it is important to listen to our announcers, even those talks also, because that's the reality. That's the actual reality. All this Dhamma talk is on the theory side now. That is the reality. When you come to the reality,
actually, even last night's one, he was talking about the challenges, isn't it? And
challenges
that,
as well as how people develop this jealousy and ill will, irritation with each other. So it is very, very genuine. Try from his side to get everyone into this path, isn't it? And it's a tricky area, direct criticism is not appreciated a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And beating the bush about it is also doesn't help sometimes.
Yeah, and then, particularly doing these noble things, these various projects requires a lot of people to come together as well, but then not necessarily all people are not necessarily, maybe some are beginning on the path, some are halfway on the path, some are still not quite there yet. So invariably you find people, you can't help it, isn't it? The mentalities, the attitudes that they have because of that, because the understanding is only so much. And so then that is where you have the conflict also.
Yeah.
That is also reality, isn't it, by itself?
Yeah, that's the reality, yeah.
If everybody was
And real self-realizing, you won't need a Padayatra, no? Dhammyatra,
Yeah, actually, if everyone, no, the Yatra is to deliver it to the new people, but the team is the problem. The team, when you talk about the team, any team can have these various levels, as you said. But just imagine if it is now 500 monks went somewhere, but Lord Buddha said the
the
Samanera to
Samanera, yes.
go with them. Just
Little
imagine.
apprentice monk.
Yeah. So just imagine that. So it's a tricky area, isn't it? Like the how difficult it is. You know, if every all the 500 monks are arahants, there's nothing. Lord Buddha doesn't need to do anything. All 500, something can happen. Yes, but there's nothing to do. Actually, there won't be any specific problem, right? Yeah. So, but the reality is, it doesn't happen like that unless everyone becomes arahant, which can't happen. It can't happen. I mean, it happened in Lord Buddha's time, and we are hoping that it will happen. Actually, I think Aran Hanse is trying hard for those changes.
Yeah.
Because Dhamma can be there in the beginning, but the actual this Kamaraga Patika can be there as well, you know. So the problem is, if this that has no power, but if it is actually having power, because as soon as there is a problem, then detection is there. If the self is not there, it is a quite different thing, because it won't be a thing. Kamaraga will appear, but it won't be a thing, you know. So the problem is different levels. Even though sometimes the Dhamma is there, still you can be in the genocide also. So that's the tricky area. You know, it can be heartbreaking also to someone to realize that am I actually still like that, you know. It's a tricky area, because
You mean me still a lay person?
yeah, to realize that you know, if it is the case. But the thing is, that happens, that can happen actually. That's the reality as well. That can happen. Because just because you know Dhamma, that doesn't mean that this understanding has fulfilled. So it's just the beginning now. So someone in the path can be in any path. It can be in dream mental path without the fruition level. Someone can be in the one-centered path without the fruition level. Non-returner path without fruition level. Arahant's path without fruition level. So it's very natural. But I can understand how difficult it must be for the teacher. I mean, someone who is.
I don't think it's difficult for the teacher. The teacher has.
No, he's saying no how it was juggled, but he may have made some mistakes in driving and all that, you know. They're practical aspects. That's the reality, as I said. But how these things can be, you can take a wrong decision at any time.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, there
Even
was a story,
driving at night.
Yeah. Can you
Because
remember? I don't know whether it was like a just a tale or whether it was something that came from the Buddha's days. I can't remember whether it is which one it is, but there is a story about somebody coming and asking somebody. They say the Arahat knows everything, right? And then somebody had said, okay, here's my question, and asked the Arahat, and then the Arahat said, I don't know. But then the other man is a bit quizzical and says, but you said you know everything. And then Arhat said, yes, I do. And then he asks another question, and then Arhat says, no, I don't know. But how can you say that you just said you know everything? I said, yes, I do. I don't know if you have heard that story. Have you heard it?
Actually, it's all about because he knows all about the perceptions.
Yeah, that's what it meant. So in Sinhalese, it's more beautiful because in Sinhalese it says "Siyalla datseka." So Siyalla datseka, and then this man is asking, and Siyalla dat kiwane, oh Siyalla dat. And he asks a mundane world question, and Arahat says, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it is like, just imagine a young person who hasn't gone to school became an arahant. Just an example. What does he know about the mundane world? He doesn't know how to actually. They can be even practice, like they can practice how to do the ball and all that, and there is a practice which can be done. But if you ask a question from that kind of thing, he might not know. For an example, like driving. Sometimes someone may not know. But he knows all about the perceptions, isn't it? If that person is an arahant. So every perception, they are fully aware, because every aspect of the perception is also fully aware.
Fully aware, exactly. And ultimately, I mean, the meaning of that is not only does he understand the perception and every aspect of it, as you said, but in this so-called world, that is all there is to be understood, which is the deeper meaning also, isn't it?
Yeah. But if you ask whether you can drive, no, I can't.
Oh, you can't.
It is funny. But the thing is, this actual life is very good for you to realize everything, right? The manaya, the everything.
Actually, that's why, Dr. Kokila, that participating in those programs is so valuable. More than, I mean, one thing is, of course, the noble intention of helping to spread the Dhamma. But then the other thing is, the testing of the defilements. When you're in hibernation, how is it possible to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and the same thing as we discussed yesterday. Even going to the neighbor's house can be the same thing, but it is not that much a thing because you are used to that.
Exactly.
But imagine Aran Hanse is the thing now to someone. Just imagine. Aran Hanse is the thing now. Deyak wenawa, Aran Hanse is the deyak wenawa. Then that one will be fully in trouble now, because the most problematic thing is there.
Yeah.
When they are participating, because it is all about his attention, no?
Yeah.
It's like childhood things. Like I mean, when we were in school also we have these problems now. I mean, it is interesting to see that these things can be there in minor levels even when you're older.
Yeah.
Like
That's
just
true,
imagine
isn't it?
like a children, like where the children are paying attention to the mother, something like that.
Yeah.
So these are the really interesting things that, or whether the team is paying any respect, things like that, which are very minute in this country actually, because we never expect anything like that. But in Sri Lanka, it is very different. So some professions might demand some respect, but in this country, it is different. No one demands anything from a job, but they might demand something like that in the family, right? The mother demands respect from the kids, and the grandfather may demand respect from the grandchildren, kind of something like that goes on, right?
Yeah.
And the student demands attention of the teacher, not vice versa, because teacher is the noble teacher. It is really complicated, but it is beautiful to see that our, when I was listening that, I got this, when we're little, in the sense even high school, how we fight for, if the friend group is not paying attention to you, how you might get hurt, like things like that, special girl stuff. The boys, they don't care. They don't really
Yeah,
care.
true.
They just play and play and play until they are dead.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
have that experience. I mean, boys, they are easy to handle. They play. They are like ready to kind of pass out, and they come home. They eat and they just sleep because they are tired. But
Yeah.
girls can be different, They hold
Girls
stuff.
want to
They
so
have
much of other
grudges.
things, isn't it? Yeah, emotional.
They have
Ah.
grudges a lot.
Mm.
Boys, they can't remember the grudge next day.
Mm.
It is the mother who may remember, not the son. Son might forget about the grudge, But because that son came home and told about it, then the mother may remember, or the father may remember. So the grudge may be with the parents now, not the child.
Yeah, the adults are holding on to it, but not the child.
Not the child, but the girls can be different. So the girl, especially girls, should be more thorough with this summer, because it's very difficult. Our system is having more gum or glue than the males. It's very obvious. I mean, it's not a gender thing. It's very obvious, though.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the things our advanced accounts also is mostly to do with the women folk, isn't it?
Yeah, and if a man is doing like that, we usually say no. That man is like a woman. We usually say no if a man is kind of holding grudges and doing weird things in the backstage, then we say no, organic, right? That's the same thing. So the females has a lot to do in this summer. The comfort zone is more for them. The hiding their emotions also, they are masters of that. So they can also hide the unless Aranwanse can read the face or the. No, yesterday we thought about this body language, the face expression, facial expressions, and the words. So if he's in the, usually, as you said, the babies are able to read individual, right? It's the same thing. So the radiant mind actually is sensitive, more sensitive, can feel the other side. So it's not a blanket thing there. So it's very easy for the novel teacher to actually feel that the other side is burning for some reason. It may be even something else, like I told advice, but no one took that, or something like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you have, as a noble friend, you have to be able to give the advice, and if no one is listening, just be happy with that too, which we are not used to.
Yeah, and but for the normal friend, it's just an incident anyway. No?
Yeah, but he has the responsibility of making, like, trying to get everyone to come into the path. He's trying hard.
Yes.
So that's why he's recounting all these things in the Zoom also, so that everything is open. Because I remember long time ago, even before the Zoom started, there was a problem like that. Same thing. There was a problem about a person and venerable something. It was over the phone though, but still, this attention-seeking behavior is these are things that we don't usually talk, right?
Mm.
Yeah. So we need to understand how self jumps here and there, whether it is attention-seeking or whether this ego. Because when the ego is high, also you can't give your opinion. If you don't have an ego, you just say the opinion and you just keep your mouth shut when it is not needed. But you don't keep it in your mind. You feel like saying, don't travel now. And you keep it in your mind because you feel, because you keep thinking, I shouldn't say this now, or an answer should be able to take the decision, blah, 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 blah. At the end, after everything happens, you're like, I should have told that, But the thing is, for a noble friend, you just tell that, and if it's not taken, yeah, that's it. For consequences, because this is a very risky thing. This whole thing is a risky thing. It's especially the mountainous area, driving at
And all
night.
those people traveling in the dark and with the danger of animals and all that as well, elephants, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then the responsibility of all those people is also with him, no?
Yes. And he knows it. He's a master of this handling, no? He knows it. So everything is normal except for the non-vibration. So the anitta sanya, or the anatma sanya, or the dukkha sanya. So everything is otherwise normal. So siyalla dannawa. It's actually siyalla datta is actually, it's a real thing to say, but of course you can say I don't know anything also. But in the other way around, you know everything as well. It's a double-edged sword. But the thing is, it's a very good lesson to us also, in a way, because there's a reason why he keeps saying these things. To detect the detection. If the detection rate is low, you can get carried away by your emotions.
Yeah, true.
And you can actually get angry with the announcer and also lose the plot, like it's very dangerous. That's what he said in the end. It's very dangerous. So you might actually, you may get angry with the teacher who is trying to push you into the non-vibration side, and whole lose it. But mostly a lot of them are very, People who have heard Dhamma for a long time, nothing happens. But
Yeah, I
it's
think the tendency is to, at least because they have listened to the Dhamma for some time, that initially, to the extent the self-perception is still there, to that extent, there might be 1 or 2 days or a week perhaps where, you can probably feel hurt or something, and then, not, and be silent, but invariably, because of the Dhamma itself, I think the system kind of resets, and the natural tendency is to gravitate again towards the Dhamma, and therefore to come back to help or whatever. I think that is still there, in all these various episodes that our Advanced has recounted from time to time. You find those people have invariably, just turn back and come, or gotten over that episode, because the pull is the Dhamma, isn't it? Because that feel of non-vibration is, I think, now stronger and stronger. That the temporary getting emotional is only just that, temporary, isn't it? You don't find anybody doing anything radical, really radical, when that actual message has gotten through, the Dhamma message, to that system.
And the other thing is, like, just imagine now, I feel jealous of you, someone in the path, and the teacher is there, you can actually say that. I felt tinge of jealousy, and it will be very easy to get rid of that. But the things doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that, because most of the humanity is about suppressing the bad side and showing the good side. So you don't really say that.
When you say you don't really say that, means what? The fact that somebody won't come out and say that actually out loud.
Yeah. It's really, really relieves,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You can say that then and there, no?
Yes.
I felt like this Aranansa, see, after all this Dhamma, I don't know, this is so, such a dire condition like that. You can say then and there, Aranansa would say that is not to worry about that. That's how it is. It happens, as soon as you say it, it's actually good. And accepting it, acknowledging it, and understanding how still the self works. But then if you try to say no, so that's like covering up. So there are so many aspects to this self. Self is I think like a pilile or pili, I don't know what to say about pilile. I don't know, there's a word for that. But it's like something which grows.
Self is like an open wound, no?
Open wound, yeah, you can say that.
Constantly open to getting festered.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hidden, but underneath the wound is there.
It's actually like that other example we were talking about the other day, the skinless cow.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Why you always waiting to get offended, no? This self. Yeah, it's like that, honestly.
Yes, getting offended. I mean, in English, we can write a list and see what words we can say. Getting offended, getting irritated, getting agitated, even subtle. Subtle. It can be very subtle,
Yeah. Dr. Mukul, I just remembered a question. So this, I saw a little clip today. I don't know whether I watched that particular one because when you scroll up and down on the phone, I can't remember. I don't think I opened that particular clip, but there was one clip where and once they had a little talk where the heading was හැම වෙලාවෙම මම ඉන්නවද බව හොයන්න. Something around that. Mama ඉන්නවද සොයන්න or something. So then I think I looked at the duration of it and thought, no, can't spend that much of time on it. But the thought that occurred to me there was, so this හැම වෙලේම මම ඉන්නවද බව හොයන්න means that you can't actually actively do it now, because now that itself is the thing that is said to be dropped now, isn't it? Because once this the Dhamma, the realization happens, we go from the active thinking to the passive thinking to the all this no there is no thinking process now at the end. How do we reconcile that? Maybe somebody took it and put it there. I haven't listened to the
he
talk.
said that. He said that. I remember he saying that.
Okay.
It's very important because you have to find your vibration.
So, but finding it itself is not a relaxation, isn't it? Because that means you're kind of constantly on that observer / alert kind of awareness type of.
Yes, it's a tricky one again. How to swim without trying kind of thing, no?
That type of thing. No?
That type of thing. It's
a
very tricky area. And no one knows actually the right balance of it. But if the right balance happens, the changes will happen. That's the important thing. There's another thing like you if the feel, you know that there's so many levels of so many levels. Okay, now I'll try to say this and see with your wisdom what is it all about. Just imagine, you know, now your full vibration level, you know the zero as well. Then there is actually kind of idea. There is a kind of idea. So even without the self view, there is research still. What is maintaining you not achieving the non-vibration? So this research is ongoing.
But
do you get it?
It is very tricky, no? Because I remember once we discussed it, and I mean, Aran once discusses it a lot with the Upakilesa Sutra and the Kemaka Sutra, but
some people it is different. So imagine someone, the Dhamma has become a thing. Then Aranahase has to say, so this one person
sorry, Dr.
getting the advice doesn't match to the other person. Someone actually getting the Dhamma as a thing, then Aranahase has to say that. But it doesn't necessarily mean everything to everyone.
Yeah, that thing about what you said about the Dhamma being a thing, I just remembered, I don't know whether it was Asanti who brought that up. You know how sometimes she says something and then Aryan Mahansa has a dialogue with her. I think it was one of those instances where I think it was a talk with Sudharma or somebody else, I can't remember, but where she said that if somebody has made Dhamma a thing, that means the self is there.
Mm.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be made. Who is there to make something a thing?
Mm.
So if now when you just said that even if the self view has gone, there is still research to be done because that
No,
person or
that
whoever can.
is yeah, that is the thing. Like then it is not about self. It is about the which. Like just imagine if it's a mother, it can be the kids. Likewise, finding your kamatahana and the understanding how you will feel it. It's all in the feel side. No? So if
Yeah,
the kamatahana is Aranhanse, someone will feel that also, especially people who were close to him.
but how can I'm getting a bit maybe muddled up now. So if
Because
there is
you
a
are
kamatahana,
Aranhanse. You are Aranhanse. So just imagine if there is a flower is,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. So if the kamatahana is Aryan Vahansa, or if Aryan Vahansa has become a thing, that means you are Aryan Vahansa, no? So that means the self is there, no self view.
No. This is completely in a different angle, I'm saying. So if someone has felt the non-vibration, complete non-vibration, and vibration as well. So you have to feel the vibration to feel the non-vibration. No? So if you know the fully what this is all about. So after that, self-view is not there. But then there is a question. Why that power is there? That is the research.
Yeah, that
Nothing
part
about
is fine.
nothing about self-view.
Yeah, that part is fine. I kind of get that. But the
Yeah,
fact
that's it.
that can a stimuli become a thing
No, it is the
after the
perception
self?
level. Perception level. So it's not actually
At the
projecting
perception
out.
and the feel level. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Now, Aranhanse is a perception. No?
yeah, but I mean, if we take an example of something that he recounted, if somebody has
But
made
it won't go
Aranhanse
to the
thing,
level of jealousy. That's the thing. So
yeah, so the examples he
because
gave were like very primary.
Kamaraga Patiga is very basic. That is towards actual outside. So all the sensual world things, no, the jealousy is complete. Brahma is
But
not jealous with
Kamaraga
someone.
Patiga, Dr. Kokila is Sakadagami level. No? That his self-view is broken by that time. No? Isn't it?
Yes, we never know. I don't know. We can't really investigate someone's system and see whether they have felt the non-vibration once. No, it's a very difficult thing. And only by the way of handling we can say, or way of question whether this person is not sure about the vibration and the non-vibration. This is all in the field side.
It's a difficult area, isn't it? That Kamaraga Patiga thing.
No, Kamaraga Patiga is there even in a normal person. With the self-view or without the self-view. It's very easy to say that.
But now when we think about the mind sensor, now that they are, and once also said that the lack of understanding of the mind sensor, so the emotions that go along with the mind sensor, it's not just happiness and sorrow, no, it's not as black and white as that, no. The mind sensor has varying emotions, no. So perhaps are you saying or implying that jealousy also can be such an emotion that is just a typical part of the mind sensor?
Brahma is not jealous of the other Brahmana. Brahma has no. That's
the thing. That is why
you
it's a
can't
bit
talk
difficult
about.
to
You can't talk
difficult to
about
figure
that
that
level.
out.
So No, even in common sense, we can understand. It's only
Yeah, that's very
human.
basic, isn't it?
Yeah, human. Usually this for Satarapaya and the other two above. That's 6. Only these 6 have this problem.
So the 6 are meaning the ones that get eradicated when the self-view is broken. Right?
I'm not sure about that. God is actually a little bit different. Human is also a bit different. The 4, there's a demarcation between the 4 because Lord Buddha said definitely the 4 will not be there.
Yeah, Satarapayat yanne, no?
Yeah. So we don't have to
Four realms
contradict
of
what
hell or
Lord
whatever. Yeah.
Buddha said. Yeah.
No, so this jealousy business, see, I don't know. I mean, just sounds very absolutely basic. Something
Basic
that
human
should kind of
basic
get eradicated when the
usual.
self-view is broken, but then I don't know actually. Because what then gets caught up in the karma raga would be probably, as you said, maybe that at perception level, but can jealousy exist at
No,
perception level?
I have to add something here. Actually, Surangika, now just imagine if it was an actual person who have lost the self view. You know what will happen? He or she will run to Aranwanse and saying, "Ani Aranwanse, see what happened." That is how it works, because they don't know that it is the sarpaya, the Mara, or
Mm.
this whole thing. So that's a different approach. Then Anand Hanse might say, no, his answer will be different. Then he will say, no, this can happen. Don't worry about it. It will go away. It can happen without self. His answer. It's very typical. If someone acknowledge it and put it to the thing, and he usually reassures them and to go forward, because they have actually detected it. This detection is very important in the beginning. After that, because the self bucket is not there, it becomes irrelevant, because you actually detect it as a sarpa. No, sarpa, the serpent, like a foreign thing. It is a foreign thing now.
Yeah.
It's not a normal thing to that actual normal person who is a stream enterer, or even beyond that. It's not normal. But for a mundane world person, it is normal, and you go on with that. Do you get it? Every time, if you have listened to Dhamma,
But the
every
jealousy,
time,
it's a bit of a difficult thing to understand, because jealousy kind of denotes that somebody has become real, meaning it's
100%.
the outside world
Jealousy is
has become real, right?
very genuine, like towards lower realms, actually. Yeah. It's dragging you down. 100%, because there should be something to, even the anger is the same thing though. There should be something to get
Vairaya
angry
kind
of.
of thing, yeah. Or anger in any form, not just Vairaya kind of denotes a hate, which is quite
Yeah.
extreme, but not even that.
And
like
the much damage is not that. Much damage is not that. Actually, they become hindrances, and the actual awaken to the moment will never happen.
Yeah.
Because most of us are struggling now with this experience, not the Dhamma, but the experience is behind now, far behind. So
Lack
we
of
need to find,
experience.
the Dhamma experience, in the sense, non-vibration or whatever the Aranansi says, inner change or whatever. So this the reasons are these hindrances. So the hindrances mainly, one is going after someone or somebody or something, basically, and the other is ill will.
Yeah, I listened to a clip where he was kind of absolutely critical about this. I think it was to, no, I won't mention names. It was to somebody who, a mother who always calls him, and was talking about, either the child is a thing or the something is a thing, or coming to Sri Lanka is a thing, or Nivana is a thing. Stop doing it, kind of thing. So he was quite emphatic about that. So yeah, the Nivana thing is a thing, kind of thing. I think the message is now being received by people loud and clear, including this system here. So doesn't make up. It's not a major. It's actually good that the message keeps getting reinforced. Stop making Nirvana a thing, because then you just add to the list, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have to keep investigating. Investigation
Yeah,
should not
that's
stop.
of course true, but not to make it like a stress point.
Yeah. Actually, Dhamma comes when the stress point is not there. So just imagine Thiyana Midda should not be there, the Kamachanda Vyapada should not be there, the restlessness should not be there. So there are so many things, isn't it? So just imagine how rare that moment is. Because all these things are very normal to us. Either you are angry, either you are upset, either you are irritated, either you are happy with something and going after that.
Right. And
Either you are sleepy.
or you are sleepy, or you are lazy, or one of those hormones that she talks about is at play.
Oh, restless, yeah.
Or, yeah, something or the other is always up in this system.
Worry. Yeah. Worry is the same
And
thing.
this Kamachanda is a very tricky thing, isn't it? I mean, happy is a very
Happy is
way of
okay,
putting it,
actually.
because
Yeah.
Kamachanda is because if the mind latches on to anything, no? Anything is enough for it to go behind the glue, isn't it? So that is why I think it has got pride of place as number one.
No, this is the thing, Surangika. Just see, to see through one stimulus, if you are attracted to that, you can't go through the stimulus. If you are angry with that stimulus, you can't go through that stimulus.
It's true, no? Yeah.
If you're sleepy, you can't go through that stimulus.
That's right.
And you're worrying about something else anyway, you can't. So you miss that point. That means you miss that
Actually,
chance.
that's a good way of explaining it, Dr. Hochler. You have to have that objective clinical ability to see through the stimuli, and when it comes, even with the burning, you should be able to objectively, I mean, not you or anything, but actually get to a side, almost, take a step back and see the emotion playing out.
Yes, exactly. As if it is not yours.
As if it's not yours. As if we are in that on that backstage watching the play going on.
Actually, now that came out nicely. Actually, just imagine now everyone is going with Aranhanse. Just imagine someone like at least closer to Nobel Friend level. Has not become a Nobel Friend yet, but just imagine if that ability is there, nothing would happen. He or she will just observe what this bull mind is doing. How this works. That would be such a beautiful, that's what I said to do when you, I mean, it is tricky because It's a practice. When you go to neighbor's house also, it is the same thing. But it's a thing that should slowly come.
Yeah, I see what you mean actually. So just you just doing it to see how this mind is going to start reacting or reacting, isn't it? And
Yeah,
watching it play out. Because
yeah, but it should be a genuine thing. You can't really, because this self, if it is actually the self doing the monitoring, then it becomes like tamed.
yeah,
Then
then the consciousness will play along with you and
you will be
almost
acting very good.
play along with you so that then can deceive by saying, this is the
Yeah.
response, I'm not bothered, see, I'm good, that kind of thing. No?
Now even the Venerable said, no, when they were talking yesterday, someone said, Aran Hansa, some things came to my mind, but then next thought is I shouldn't do that. That's not Dhamma. That's not actually Dhamma. That is
That's
like
still on
just,
the path.
still on the path. And also even a common sense person can think now like that. Anyone can do that now. Like just imagine. It's a common sense. Like a teacher comes, you give the whole team like a good place. It can be common sense, right? Because they are agantukya, you are the receiver. What do you call that? You are the host. So you are the host, and so the whole team is what do you call them? Others who came. And if that is the case, you use the common sense, right? But the common sense is not the actual Dhamma. Common sense can actually help the situation. So someone can be a master in hosting,
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean he's an arahant or she's an arahant. That means there are so many aspects. Some are masters in hosting, some are masters in doing stuff, like organizing. Some are masters in just not doing anything.
Yeah, that's true. And I think Aran Mahansa said, referring to one or two people who went along with him, and said that it was so easy dealing with them and going through that portion of the trip because they were, I think, obviously closer to being a spiritual friend and therefore there were no issues. I think he referred to that also in regard to one or two people.
Yeah, but the thing is, being open in this Dhamma area, it's tricky because you want to become good in front of your teacher. If you take it in that aspect, that's not Dhamma. So that's no, in school we want to be the best student of the teacher. This doesn't work like that. You are the best student if you actually tell everything to the teacher and actually
you admit to your faults.
Yeah, the more you talk about these things, the more you more you will feel actually understand and come to terms with what this self does. And understand what the gravity is also. It's not an easy path. This power popping up. If your power is zero, you are an arahant. But if the power is there, still there in some way, whatever the level, it doesn't matter. The power is still there. That means, you need the help of the teacher. And it's a beautiful way actually to understand when Aradhansi says these things in an open Zoom. It's really interesting, like so that we also can look into the things. Some men can have more of these features, and some men actually maybe close to non-vibration just by nothing, just not even listen to them or anything, just close to non-vibration, because they don't really have all these features. But some are very clingy, some are very angry. So, but the females have a bigger task, because females are usually mothers. Mothers mean, it's a really checkpoint. It's a checkpoint.
No, and the
Very,
other
very
thing
good
is,
checkpoint.
other thing is, I think he once also mentioned it, or somebody mentioned it. When it comes to people who generally scold you, say for example, people come from different backgrounds, so they can have problems in their homes, and there can be husbands who are scolding, husbands who are hitting, all kinds of things, but they have got used to it over the years. It may still be a cause of sorrow, but now they have a perception that that is the way that person is. He is a person who is always scolding. So that perception is now inbuilt now. So that is fine. But when it comes to, I think they can excuse anybody, but it becomes really hurtful for them. I don't know, for some reason, when especially Baran wants to say a very direct word or something like that. I think there is a thing like that. If the husband is saying even a more hurtful word, it probably wouldn't hurt so much.
Yeah.
So I think that's it's partly to do with the Dhamma more than the person. There can be that individual being made a thing
And we
as well.
want to be good. We want to be the good students.
And yeah, exactly. One is we want to be the good student, and we feel that if the person who epitomizes the Dhamma and the Nirvana is having this kind of opinion about me, then I am finished type of thing. Meaning, that's why I think somebody said, ඕන එකක් කිව්වට කමන්නේ ආරයන් වහන්සේ නම් එහෙම එකක් කිව්වම තමයි හිතට අමාරු.
Amaru. Yeah.
So I think it has a lot, not only about him saying it, but the fact that that means that the path to nirvana has kind of gotten really further away. So that also is contributing to the hurt and the sadness and everything, I think. It's multiple levels, isn't it? This human emotion and this everything because of the attribution to the I.
Yeah.
All because
yeah.
of that, no, finally, end of the day, where the misconception has started and has grown so thick in terms of the perception that
The
it
thing
can't
is,
be like
if
second skin.
if the mind is very strong, if it is sensual world, of course it is. But even if the mind is still strong, we can have the different, perceptions having that power. So, but the thing is, as you said, you correctly said that if it is to a certain level, definitely it is going towards the mundane level, not actually the upper levels. So especially jealousy, something like jealousy is very, very primitive kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say primitive.
Kind of primitive. Because even the dogs are jealous with each other.
And I mean, even in the mundane world, even without the Dhamma, one tries to not be jealous of people, right?
Yeah.
At least you recognize it as a bad character thing about yourself, and you try to examine yourself as to why you're feeling like that, and try to, find a way to not feel like that, even in the mundane world. So
yeah, and hating the other person's that's not, no, there's another word. That's not jealousy. There's
envy.
another word. Envy. Yeah. Just imagine that. Maybe not even. So what's the difference between that? Jealousy and envy? The
Jealousy is worse, Dr. Kokila. Envy is a little like, I think there's subtle difference. Jealousy is more
if
towards
that
like
person
hate.
got 100,000, why didn't I get it, kind of thing?
Yeah, envy is, I think, more towards to do with me not having it type of thing. Jealousy is more towards being jealous of that person.
That's actually personal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very personal.
Very personal.
That's why, because of that personal thing only, that I was saying that self-view couldn't possibly be, I don't know, from
True.
what I
True.
gathered, but
Yeah, true. It's very basic. Very basic. And it's you can get depressed also if you just imagine, as you said, Aaron once is saying something like this, and can be very depressing unless you don't really understand what he's saying. I mean, he's trying hard to get everyone back into track, right? But whenever he says Pratajan, it hits hard, no?
yeah, true. After listening to all this time, when somebody he says Amolika Borukarya, like okay.
You have to have really good level of Dhamma to even handle that. I mean, that is there though. A lot of our Dhamma friends have that.
Yes, that's what I said, Dr. Kokila. I think a month or so ago, I think we discussed it on this Zoom. Just think about the how brave. I can't think of any other word. Maybe brave, maybe noble. How much our advances calls everybody for not getting onto the path and not making the right effort. How many other mothers in any other country would withstand
Yeah.
withstand what R.N. Vansa is saying in good spirit for the sake of the Dhamma?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because they have one quest and one quest only. They have spent all those years in vain following all kinds of other practices, and now they know they have found the true Dhamma, isn't it? So they are willing to basically copy it from R.N. Vansa.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I think
actually,
it's very noble. I have the utmost respect for the mothers who come onto the Zoom, Dr. Kokila.
yeah, true. And getting hammered.
Yeah, and getting hammered and still coming back the following day.
Yeah, true. Even even we have so much respect for like Asanti and stuff, because she gets so scolded sometimes, and she doesn't really. I mean, she comes back next day nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's the. Yeah, I think she mentioned it also one day. I don't think there's anybody else who has got kind
Yes.
of told off as much as she has, but she has that very good quality about her.
Yeah, beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah, she's I think a very good example of
Yeah,
the Dhamma itself, I think.
because the thing is, Aranwanse is pushing towards non-vibration now. You know,
Mm.
whatever happens, he's trying to push everyone to a non-vibration side, because he has so much responsibility. He acts on it according to his whatever the knowledge he has. So he has taken a responsibility for 21 days, which I can't even comprehend. I mean, just imagine taking a battalion of people with some just some ladies, some men, some
Many
venerables, then
answers.
many nuances, and take that responsibility. It is a difficult thing, no, in Sri Lanka. I mean,
Yes,
especially
actually, now only late only I realized that when he said he got lost going to Vagala,
he must have driven with
he must have
Google.
been driving, because I was also wondering how come the driver got lost.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not an easy thing to do all that and then get up in the morning and come back and then deliver the sermons. I mean, as we discussed yesterday, there are physical limitations, isn't it?
Mm.
Mm.
And he must
But
be dead
anyway, I
tired
think,
now. He sounds tired now, actually.
yeah, he still sounds tired. Um,
And also, there's so much in the Zoom discussions. Also, I feel like the I think people can get discouraged, so that's also not good. So there's
you
so
mean
much
the
balance to
this
do.
discussion is not balanced, is it?
No, in the sense people can get discouraged. I can't understand this Dhamma kind of thing. Yeah, so he has to balance it a lot, because this is an open Zoom now. If it's a
Mm.
personal thing, you can just say to one person, and then the other person comes. You tell according to that person. So there will be 84,000 sermons, yes, but different
Yeah.
aspects, But this one is fully in one sermon. You have to say everything in that.
Mm.
And sometimes it's a tricky area, because he's telling one mother one thing, and all the other mothers can get discouraged. What about if that person is also like that? What can I do? I mean, I don't know them at all, so I probably can't do anything like this. So this path is not for me.
Yeah, there may be so many people who we have not even heard of, isn't it, on the Zoom, who have listened to it on YouTube and come to that conclusion and gone elsewhere, no? It's quite
Yeah,
possible.
and because this Dhamma is not easy anyway. I don't know. I few days ago I thought, my God, I thought I understood. I understood that how the mind works, and I'm still understanding. I don't know when this is going to end. So just imagine. So
Yeah, that's why the
after
Buddha said you don't have to go anywhere. The Chalana Chitra is here.
yes, yes,
We
and
are going in search of films, Hollywood and Bollywood and whatever nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, be happy with whatever the vibration you are. If you are just contented with that and not searching for anything more, that's a really good one, isn't it? Like, just imagine the Itta Sanya and the Atma Sanya. Itta Sanya is the existence perception. And the self perception is trying to maintain this Itta Sanya.
It's not trying to maintain also, no, Dr. Kokila. The funniest thing is
You kind of like it in the sense.
this entire system is wired towards the Itta Sanya.
Yes,
It is
yes.
absolutely wired for the existent field to propagate itself, to perpetuate itself.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And just imagine how it works. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And system dies. Still that power is latching somewhere. Kind of latching. Not that it is going from here to here, but here to there. But there is synchronization or to synchronize. There must be some power which is not ending this side.
Yeah.
So,
which is why that Renvasa said that the way it is, this thing works, that invariably this Abhisankarana, magnification or whatever you call it, is trending towards the lower realms.
Lower realms, all the time.
All the time, yeah. Everybody thinks that they are doing these merits and alms giving and all, but the power of the intent behind that itself is the thing that is taking them to the lower realms, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something becoming a thing.
Just becoming a stream enterer, what you lose is the 4 lower realms, but the human and the God part is there.
It's still there, yeah.
Yeah, but after actually those two are gone after becoming after losing the interest in the mind.
Yes, when the mind perception also doesn't become a thing.
Yeah.
But when Renvasa gives these sermons about Arupaya, the formless realm, that is to transcend everything, isn't it?
Everything. But that is what happens in Suddhavasa.
One thing I don't understand, I mean, not that it's really important, some of these things are probably there'll be a time when those are understood. But you know how this Anagami, also the non-returner, is it non-returner? Yeah, non-returner, isn't it? So when they say doesn't get born again, but there's a difference now between the non-returner and the Arahat.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Suddhavasa things, no?
Suddhavasa thing means this vibration is continuing, but it's not latching anywhere, just continuing until the it stops manifesting.
On its own?
No, I don't know what your question is. What was that question? Why did you ask on its own?
So if the vibrations, does the vibration stop manifesting automatically, or?
Yeah, because it goes to the Nevasanya and Asanya, that one. I don't. And Asanya, that means it's not manifesting.
But there has to be a difference between the Arahat and the non-returner, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So imagine non-returner, that goes through those things, no? Akasanyatane, Vijnanayatane, those five areas.
No, so say the non-returner dies.
Same thing.
Non-returner dies when it's a
No,
non-returner.
you have to be very specific. If the person is in the non-returner phala has finished, that's a different thing. That's then completely the akasanyayatane, vijnananyayatane, that's that part. So Suddhavasa is that part.
But that's not the same as the Anupadishesha
No. I
That
don't
is
know
what
about
I'm
that
trying to say.
actually. No, I don't know about that word.
It
Actually,
can't
I
be, no,
haven't.
otherwise you won't have two states.
It's not kind of two states, but you can call it two states because there's a feel which hasn't gone away.
Because that's why the Buddha said to the non-return also that asuchi poddatti munangandai.
Yeah. Podda is the feel. Life feel is there. No?
Yeah, the life feels. So he won't make that statement for non-returner unless there has to be something more effort to be made in some respect, isn't it?
There is no effort in that level.
Not effort, but I don't know, whatever, something has to be said there or something. Now Khemaka Thero was somewhere there, no? Or Anuruddha Thero, I can't remember. Maybe Anuruddha Thero.
No. Anuruddha Thero said no. Actually Anuruddha Thero also said it is not static. But Khemaka Thero is the one who said the Suanda. Yeah, that is also the same thing.
Yeah, I think the same type of place, wasn't it? Both Theros.
But you have to remember there are different layers. So
within that there
is
are
different to Vijnanandayatane. So they are also different.
Yeah, that is why one can't just assume that, all those layers will just be transcended. I'm not quite sure, but there is another example that I have heard, not through Buddothpado teachings, but prior to that. I have heard this where it gives for that stage, it gives the example that, when there is when heated iron is hammered by a hammer, sparks fly.
Mm-hmm.
And the spark flies, when the spark flies off the hammer, it's sparking, right?
Mm.
But then that spark doesn't land anywhere. It extinguishes itself in midair.
Yeah.
And that example is given to non-returners, I think.
Yeah, exactly that. But that's what I said. Then you asked by itself, and I was confused why you asking that.
So is it something like that then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, I don't understand anyway. So I still I don't understand it, but that's fine. Those are things to be felt, no, as you say.
Yeah, because now looking at that from this side is useless.
Doesn't help, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's a second person thing we are trying to say. Now we, as a second person, we are trying to say, okay, there's a spark, the spark died. But actually speaking, the Suddhavasa means you are the spark.
Yes, something like that. And then that.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I'm saying all the time, try to go to the feel side. Become that. But there has to be such a confidence in Dhamma for that to happen. Otherwise, that's why Lord Buddha said, everything is, even Aranavansi says, everything is about the losing the self-view. Because if you have slightest tinge of self-view, after every 80 kalpas also you might come back.
Yeah, true.
Because that the field is misunderstood as self.
So that is why there is actually that there is some kind of view, isn't it? That is still there. That perception is a form of a view, isn't it, Dr. Pokila?
Yeah,
One
that's
may
why
not call it.
Aranwansa says no self-perception should come. And even that is only for a moment, no. But even that is really beneficial because it starts to expand from there.
Yes, true.
Otherwise, when you become a spark, and what can you do?
Yeah, the
You
spark
can't
will
do
be going
anything.
all over the show, not knowing what's happening to me.
Yeah, from a second person perspective also, we can laugh about that.
Yeah. So that, as you said, that initial glimpse of the non-vibration is because that is the start of the Patisota.
Yeah.
That is the recognition by this system that there is such a thing called non-vibration, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Can't be even explained because it's all in the field side, but at least that is the beginning, because then 100%, because you can't do anything when you become a spark, can you?
Yeah.
Just imagine. Just imagine. Oh my God, that's so beautiful. For different reasons, it's beautiful because this misunderstanding is a hell of a misunderstanding.
True. And yeah, actually today the realization was anything that is tried to be uttered, anything that is tried to be even put into words, or even not put into words, but even attempted to be thought, is a complete falsity, and that didn't come as a thought, but like a realization. Because the futility of thoughts.
Yeah, now that's a good thing that you come to that. Then at the end, what happens is you can talk endlessly even. Just imagine that. Because Lord Buddha is the fastest person to speak, right? I have heard this somewhere, not Aranan say. They say that his mind was the fastest. There's so many things about Lord Buddha. His expressions are very fast. And just imagine. So the non-vibration, when you become the non-vibration, everything happens as normal. Can talk even endlessly. Doesn't matter. You might do a sermon for 8 hours, 14 hours. Yeah. Does it matter? No. Is it the thoughts? No. Why you can't tell it's not thoughts? It's actually thoughts. Why it is saying as not thoughts is because it's not a thing.
Not a thing, yeah.
It just comes.
That is how one can actually explain the 14 hours, isn't it? Because time is of no essence. Time is immaterial, irrelevant, isn't it? Because you're not holding on to the clock and making the time a thing.
Yeah, anyway, Aranwanse doesn't care about eating also. So for him, it must be very
Yeah,
easy.
even that is true. Eating, drinking, or sleeping this is immaterial, but even on the concept of time and all that. But actually, that is quite true, isn't it? Because now sometimes the 1 hour goes without knowing the 1 hour has gone.
Yeah.
For the talks. And then you realize that, oh, like, shoot, I have explained only one aspect of it, haven't explained the rest. You run out of time.
Then I say, this happens to me a lot in the morning. I'm like starting with big, but still in the beginning. And I'm saying, oh, I will continue this. I'll try to continue this tomorrow. But actually speaking, I never continue that because I can't remember. Because
Something I say,
mostly.
yeah, something I actually, because I always, for me, somehow or the other, what Aryan Mahansa said, I think he used to tell us in the English Zoom, or I don't know, somewhere in some Zoom, he used to say, හැම වෙලේම
Then,
අන්තිමටම නිවන පෙන්නන්න.
yeah. I do
Because
that because all the time now I'm talking about non-vibration endlessly. And actually I'm talking mostly about the perception and the feel. So I think it is okay. But still, I go back to the beginning. I try to go back to the beginning and then come. Because I keep touching the end part because the questions are from that side now.
no, actually, I suppose it's good because you are able to talk about the feel and explain it from that angle, no, whereas most of, I don't know, at least there can be other practitioners talks that are somewhere in the middle as well, but different people, particularly mine, are mostly on the senses and this, that, and the other. So if most are tackling the beginning and the middle, if you do the end, at least, there's a bit of a balance to whoever, if anybody is listening to it. And I do say that, look, this is just this part, and that continue to listen to other practitioners who deal with the various aspects of it, so that, nobody will get the impression that everything is only about one angle. There's so many ways the Dhamma can be described.
There is like endless ways.
Yeah, that is why Aryan Mahansa says that he hasn't scratched the surface even. The little bit he has said is like 10,000, so we are still paddling in the shallow waters. And yet there is this thing that this is such a great ocean that there's not enough time to even say it or put it into words properly, I suppose. That's the other bit of a challenge to make sure that it is.
I would like to invite everyone to come to the discussion also. I don't know, it's really maybe a tricky time for Sri Lankans, but all around the world, if they can come for the discussion, it's very good. I don't know why they are not coming.
That one, Dr. Kokila, I just thought of it yesterday, I think, because the I don't think the Zoom link is given in the YouTube channel. Because that was the same problem with the earlier one where Harshi was facilitating. So I mentioned that to Indu one day, and there was a time that link was put, but the link there was also to the WhatsApp group, not the direct link. But now, with the way Aranmatse has set up all the YouTube channels recently, the link is there no separately. So if we put the link actually to the YouTube, because comments have been disabled, I think. But if the link is put by the host, might work, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, if there's a, I don't know actually, because the host, we are not put it as a co-host. So if the host is not there, you remember the problem we had last time?
Yeah.
Likewise, if something happens, there's no one. I can't disable it. I don't know. I have to ask Janaki how they do it, because my one is actually Janaki in the morning. I have to ask Janaki about that, because how they do it. Because if Janaki is not paying attention, the link is open, how it works. Because I'm not the co-host in most of the time. Now today is also we are not co-hosts.
Yeah, and there's nothing in the live chat or anywhere where the link is given, so no one has, even if they're interested, they can't join. We keep saying, and I keep saying in my recorded talks also, join the 3 to 5 discussion and
Yeah,
keep on.
yeah.
But there's no point no, if they don't have the link.
Mm.
Maybe if you can ask Janaki, she might be able to speak
Yeah.
to. I think the host might be Prabhash, but there can be, if he's not there, someone else will be. It should be a constant thing that the link is put, I think.
Yeah, and there must be a way for them to not to get into the main screen.
Yeah, that was of course a hack. So generally people can't get into the screen. Somebody would have had some tech, more tech skill than other people. That was some hacker that did. So generally, only if you have like hosting rights or co-hosting rights that you can meddle with the screen. But otherwise, but what Janaki or whoever can do is you can put the link, but you can disable comments so that you don't get unwanted comments. Then whoever it is will have to actually physically come into the Zoom and then ask a question. And then if there is anything unwanted or whatever it is, then that can be muted or whatever. So
Yeah,
there's
but
a better way
that's the
of
thing.
controlling that way.
Yeah, but the thing is, because we are not co-hosts, we can't do that.
Yes. At the moment, we can't do it. Yeah.
So we have to remind them to do that too. Also, yeah, it's a good one. We have to do that. I'll try to text her and see. It's actually important if everyone, even our Dhamma friends, I don't know, if they can come and add something, because it's boring if when it is. Surely we must be very boring. So it will be much better, if Dhamma friends can come
At
and
least
share
not for the
their.
2 hours, even whatever time they can, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I was thinking, if now you didn't come, I would be just talking endlessly, and how that boring that would be, like for 2 hours. I would keep doing that, but still. But if someone is very keen on listening, they might listen even. Who knows? We have listened to Dhamma for like even the. I have listened to Dhamma for like at a stretch 5 hours or so. But then get distracted due to other reasons. But then that's the ability that we have when we are very keen. Of course. You should not miss the keenness for non-vibration.
Yeah, true.
Because you might get very wary of that and like tired of that, and you become Tina Vidya anyway then. Like who cares about it, like that attitude, if that comes, it's not good. So that's why I'm saying the teacher has so much different responsibilities to different levels. To someone who is in the field side, just see how he talks. He's talking in a different way. Someone in the middle is again, I can feel different ways, like he.
There was a clip, I don't know whether you saw it on YouTube, which was there the last 2 days, I think, Buddothpado youth.
No.
Yeah. One was where he was talking to that mother who was making Ranavara tea or Belimal tea. That was a very sweet dialogue between Narayan Wahansa and that mother. During this 21-day trip, I think he went somewhere where that mother was there making Belimal tea.
Yeah, okay. What did he say?
So he went to where her little boutique was.
Oh, really?
And he was interviewing, not interviewing, just holding the phone and capturing her also on the video. She was behind the counter. And she said, I'm
Wow.
making belimala and answer. And then he said, nee, Amma, you're making belimala. You know how he talks. And then she said, how many children do you have? So she said, 4 daughters. And then he said, is this money, are you making enough money? He said, no. And then how do you make ends meet in that case? So then she said, the daughters contribute and give me whatever. So like that, a very sweet dialogue between him and the mother. And then the second part of it, which I only saw today, was he was having a chat with 4 or 5 children, school boys, in that same clip. And to see they were trying to collect money to buy a bat and a ball and cricket stumps to play cricket. So then he had given them 6,000 rupees
Wow.
to buy those, and they were like over the moon. And then they sang a song. He sang along with them, and this Lakana Meninwansa was also there with Pooja Meninwansa. So, and then finally, I think, yeah, towards the end, they sang a song and they all sang together and something. So it's nice. And then again, as you said, Doctor, different ways of dealing with different people, because, you can't be serious with them. You have to go to that level, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
You can't. It gets boring, if I now just imagine if I keep talking about Dhamma in this house, everyone be like, oh my god, like
Yeah,
I
your
don't.
children won't come back to the house again.
Yeah,
Or they might stay in their bedrooms.
yeah. So it's a really different ways. And so most of the time in this country specifically, we might not talk. And just because Aranans has given this chance, only even the words come out. Otherwise, nothing will come out.
Mm. No, actually, that's really true, Doctor. Because 2 years ago, if one was told to, I was like, I couldn't think of a single word to say. Having understood English, still one couldn't fathom how to say the Dhamma in English, isn't it?
Yeah, and now I find, that's the first thing he told me this long time ago. I said, no, Aranas, I'm not ready. And then after that, he called me again, and this long time ago, he told me, how about now? And I said, no, Aranas, I don't know any English words to say Dhamma. I kept postponing. Yeah, I kept postponing. I thought, definitely I'm going to meddle with this whole thing and give a wrong idea to. But now I understand it's not actually the words even, because I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
not the words. Actually,
send a message.
your delivery is very it's very beautiful to listen, Doctor. Because
I hope so. Otherwise,
no, it definitely is. It's very therapeutic as well. And I suppose one has to be on the Dhamma to really appreciate it also. Um, but it actually is. And I still also remember Dr. Sakuntala, when Narayan once approached her about coming on to the English Zoom also, she said, I don't know that many words. I don't know whether I'll put a sentence together or something like that she was saying. But sometimes listening to her, individual talks here and there, I come across it when I turn that channel on, and she's very, very clear. So, all this is actually, it's our own mind holding back, isn't it? Putting
yeah,
limitations onto things.
true. I think we have come to the end of this time and we'll meet tomorrow. All the Dhamma friends, we invite you all to come. Thank you, Aranwansa, for your noble guidance. We appreciate Dhamma and we try to deliver it to you as maximum as possible. Thank you so much. Thank you, Saramika, for
Everyone,
joining today.
Dr. Kokila.
Thank you.
Everyone, my friends. Let's start the talk for today. You are listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel. And this channel consists of mostly 1 hour or 1.5 hour talks delivered by practitioners of the pure Dhamma teachings as unveiled by Lord Buddha and our noble teacher Buddothpado and Vahansa. And these are being imparted in the English language for the benefit of our English-speaking audiences worldwide. There is a discussion as well for 2 hours on a daily basis between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So that is the opportunity for you to ask questions should you have any when you listen to these talks. And if there's anything else that is troubling you and that you want to kind of find a resolution or find something or find an answer, even to some kind of daily problem you're being troubled with, that Zoom discussion time, 3 to 5 p.m. is the opportunity for you to get an answer through the Dhamma for that. Because there is no, there isn't anything called the Dhamma being different and the daily life being different. The Dhamma, the more one sees the Dhamma, Dhamma is actually the daily life. Dhamma is there every moment. Because we don't see it, because that has not become an ingrained part of this way of thinking and living and existing, that is why one feels as if Dhamma is separate. Dhamma is something that one has to go to the monastery and hear only from the monk. That one has to tune on to a Zoom talk and then listen and so on. So initially until one actually gains the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy, the Buddhist philosophy, yes, you do have to get a thorough understanding of the philosophy, the pure truth as unveiled by Lord Buddha. And the pure truth can be slightly contrary to what you may have heard through mainstream channels, because sometimes the channels go on about being a good person. Being a good Buddhist means that you are a good person, that you will observe the 5 precepts, and that you will accumulate good karma, and because of that you will go to a good life after death. You have to be kind and compassionate and that kind of thing. So for a base level, for anyone who has no understanding whatsoever of the pure Dhamma philosophy, that is fine as a base point. But the Buddha unveiled something far more profound when he found the cause of suffering, that realized that it was what was the cause of that suffering and what was it that was making this sansaric cycle continue unabated for all living beings, moving from this sansaric cycle of birth and death over and over again. There is a saying, or he has said, not a saying, the Buddha has said that in this sansaric cycle, there hasn't been anybody, and I repeat, anybody in this world who has not been a father, a mother, a sister, or a brother. or any kind of relative to each other. Now, can you even imagine that? You say, what? Oh my God, how come? 8 billion people now, and we restrict ourselves to the 8 billion people also, isn't it? Even if we restrict ourselves to only the 8 billion human beings and leave the animals aside, can one even imagine that each and every one of them, including each and every one of them, has been at some point or the other a mother, a father, a sister, and a brother, or a relative to you? In other words, for them, you also have been part of that thing. And when I say you, that's in a very mundane way, just as a point of reference to just speak generally. But for all beings, everyone, everything is interlinked. Which is why this Dhamma is so important, because you can imagine how long that samsaric cycle has been, and that would continue, and the only way it can come to an end is by listening and understanding and practically applying, as well as fully realizing this Dhamma. The Dhamma is nothing but the truth, the pure truth. And that pure truth is every living being's only salvation, to end the suffering, to find the cessation of suffering. And with that noble intention, because it is the truth, and it is only through the truth that any living being can put an end to the suffering. And unfortunately, animals can't take this. Other creatures can't take it. The so-called devas that everybody envies, that everybody wants to become once they die, because they think they are Christians, might think that they die and go to heaven. We'll leave that aside. But the general Buddhist thinking is that they offer various things to temples. They do katina pinkam, like all kinds of alms givings, with the notion that they will one day become devas, or like gods. But they say that even gods aspire, the devas aspire to be human beings. Now they aspire to be human beings, and yet the human beings are falling all over themselves to and aspiring by giving all their things, offering things, material things to as donations, as alms givings, as various things to temples and so on, not because of the genuine desire to, construct a temple. There are very few people, you can't say no completely. There are exceptional people who will only have the welfare of the monks, or the welfare of a temple or its people, and do for the community and all that in mind. There are some people like that. I'm talking about Buddhists, but the majority of Buddhists have something in the back of their minds when they give these, when they do these alms givings, because that is the way this it has been taught, or we have grown up listening to these concepts about devas, how to get to the deva world, what would you do to get to the deva world, and these are also repeated in temples, repeated through the sermons and talks that are being delivered as so-called Buddhism. But the Buddha actually said that this is no, and whatever that is experienced, the 31 planes of existence, is something that is experienced only in the thought occurring in this moment. Now the 31 planes of existence are all the different realms, the realms of hell, the realms of human existence, the realms of the gods. That is the way we categorize it. In each of those categories there are different planes of existence, and then you get the Deva, the Brahma, and so on. But so the common belief has been that these are in somewhere else. You have to die and go to these places. And that as long as you are here, as long as you are breathing, you are in the human world. So this has been the common belief. So in a way you can't blame people. But sometimes when the truth is shown too, the belief is, the ignorance is such that, and the ignorance is so thick and strong that some don't want to see the truth when it is even shown. Some have a reluctance to give up the idea that this Deva world is not something you can die and go to. And when we said that the Devas to aspire to be humans, you would wonder why that is. And that is because it is only in the human realm that this mind, only human beings possess such an advanced mind. So it is only in the human realm that mind can be exercised, that mind can be used as a tool to grasp and reflect with penetrative insight this Dhamma. At some point the mind is given up, or the use of the mind is given up, and prajna or wisdom occurs, and it is through that deeper reflection happens. But initially there is a huge part that the mind has to absorb this first. Even as a theory, as a philosophy, the teachings, the basic principles, the tenets of the Buddha's true teachings have to be first understood. Janato aham bhikkhave passato. So first you have to get it, you have to acquire it as knowledge. Janato is that. But then it has to be realized. Passato is realized. But to realize, one has to actually get it. If one has not heard it at all, then you can't get it, right? You can't practice penetrative insight. You can't do yoniso manasikara, or meaning really deeply try to understand what is it that is being said here, what is this truth, and apply it to apply it to the daily life and see what is this truth and how does it relate to, you can say in the mundane world, who I am, what I do, how do I suffer, why is it that I am suffering? Does the Dhamma have an answer to it? Even to ask those questions, you have to have a mind. You have to have a thought process. So the animals are unable to do this because they have a small mind, but most of the time they just have the feel. And for the feel, they just purely most of the time act by instinct. I mean, there are some animals that are sharper and more intellectual than other animals. True. But it is only the human and the advanced nature of the human mind that is capable of actually grasping the Dhamma, the principles, the teachings, the philosophy, and then grasp it in such a way thoroughly in order to then start practically applying it. Because if you catch hold of the wrong end of the stick, you can easily get misled, even in with the mind. And you will find, because of there being various teachings, some are just without, if the teaching is also wrong, if the interpretation of the Buddha's word is also wrong, you find so many people, even in the human world, this world where you and I are living in, have misinterpreted, misunderstood the teachings, or the teachings itself are a misunderstanding and they are being imparted to lots of followers. And so the teacher is also misled and the followers are also equally misled. So the chance of the teachings being wrongly imparted without the correct meaning is quite high. And why we say that is that these teachings are not something that is relegated only to theory. True, the Pali scriptures are there, but everything cannot be written down in the Pali scriptures. The Vidarshana Bhavana or Vidarshana meditation that the Buddha spoke of is not something that can be just applied like a theoretical knowledge. Even when you think about the mundane world and you acquire qualifications, you will realize that even if you get out of university armed with a degree, even when you get out of university armed with a degree, if one doesn't have the practical experience in one, whatever the skill, the qualification is only as good as the experience, isn't it? The teaching is done in a kind of a world where certain assumptions are made and some amount of teaching is imparted in classrooms, in the university, and so on. But actually, when you come to the real world in the sense, real world within quotes, just for the sake of this example, and then you start practically applying it, everything doesn't happen in the way the classroom, what is taught in the classroom, isn't it? There are multiple things that one has to juggle. The conditions that one has to have in order to execute something are not the only conditions that one would confront in the business, in the economy, in whatever job that you are doing. Everything has changed. People change it, circumstances change it. So the qualification or the skill, the knowledge that you have learned has to be applied from a practical perspective, which is why there's a lot of significance or importance given to people with practical experience on the job, isn't it? And then some of these vocations, some of these qualifications, you have to absolutely do minimum 5-6 years of practical training or have practical experience in order to even qualify or to get that qualification, because it is commonly accepted that the qualification alone would not make that person give a rounded experience about that particular vocation, the task or the role that they are playing or the job that they are performing. So in the same way, the Vidarshana practice is something that one has to embark upon after having got a thorough understanding of the Buddha's philosophy. And the Vidarshana practice is not something that actually, and the wisdom that arises from the Vidarshana practice is not something that can be written in the Pali scriptures. Our noble teacher says this to us over and over again, and it is self-evident that the wisdom that arises gradually when one has embarked on penetrative insight, engaged in the deeper reflection of this Dhamma philosophy, apply that into one's daily life, and then undertaken a practical program of reflection of the different points in which the contemplation has to occur, all this leads to that arising of a wisdom from within. They lead to the fading of the defilements, the raga, desa, moha, the greed, the aversion, and the delusion. But because those don't just happen, those don't naturally happen. Doing merit or meritorious deeds is not going to cut at those defilements. One might think that it does, but it doesn't. So to get to that penetrative insight has to be there. The vidarshana practice has to be there. So one has to go beyond the Pali scriptures, understand the meaning of the scriptures in the correct manner, and to do that with the practical application. The practical application shines a different light to the Pali scriptures, because the Pali scriptures in certain places have also been misinterpreted. So it takes a teacher, a noble spiritual teacher, who has fully traversed the path and fully realized from end to end. The whole thing has been undergone, experienced. And it is only such a teacher, we call them the Kalyana Mitra, the noble teacher. And it is only such a teacher who is able to show the path, show the practical side of the path to people who are interested, who want to find a cessation to this suffering. And most people are unfortunately ignorant. And it is actually no fault of theirs. I mean, if one doesn't have access to Dhamma, one is languishing in ignorance. And that is the way the world is generally seen. The Pruthakjana or the lay people's world is seen like that, because as people languishing in ignorance. They might be highly qualified people, they might be clever people in the mundane sense of the term and the word, but as long as all of them take this so-called self to be true and the outside world to be true, they are all in ignorance. So the Buddha's word, the Buddha's pure truth, reveals something that has never been revealed before. And that is that there is no self here. Now that itself is a very hard pill to swallow. And we are not asking, or nobody is asking, to swallow a pill, because it is not something that is just a figure of speech, isn't it? But it's difficult to grasp it. It's difficult to even comprehend that, what, there is no self here? What are you talking? You might think, isn't it? I am here, my parents are here, everybody's here, there's the population, world population. Such a thing as, parents, siblings, teachers, friends, community, society, all consisting of people. So what are you talking? You might think. So that is why it is called never before heard Dhamma, because when the Buddha examined what was the cause of this suffering that made people, living beings, all living beings, continue in a samsaric cycle of birth and death, subjected to disease, subjected to sickness, subjected to old age and suffering, and then it starts again. Birth, aging, sickness, death, and over again, which is why we call it the samsaric cycle. So why is that happening? So that is what the Buddha was trying to find out, and with that comes the suffering, isn't it? So the suffering also has deeper connotations, not the suffering by the loss of a loved one, the suffering of sickness alone. True, those are almost like big rocks, isn't it? Where one can actually see the suffering straight away. The tragic death of a loved one, the parting of somebody who you care for, that type of thing, not getting something that you want. These are typical things that would bring you sorrow. But there are so many other minute levels of aspects where the suffering can happen. And finding the truth, the Buddha then actually realized that the suffering went deeper than that. The suffering occurred because this world is taken to be true. The so-called outside world that is being experienced, that you think you're experiencing, that we think we are living in, is taken to be true. Whether it is an animal, whether it is a human being, everyone has a belief. There is a sense, a feel that everything is there. And if everything is there, then I am also here, is the other common belief. The duality forms automatically through ignorance. So the Buddha, the teachings were mainly to explain, mainly to help people cast aside the shackles of ignorance and see for themselves this truth, because this is only self-evident. One can see it, but one has to actually go through the points of reflection, grasping the Dhamma philosophy and so on, and right till the very end of non-self vibration, ceasing the self-vibration or the self-perception, starting from ceasing the self-view or removing the self-view. The fundamental thing that has to be done is the thorough understanding of the Buddhist philosophy. The secret, the key is there in the Dhamma philosophy. The more that it is cleansed, the more that it is thoroughly, not that the philosophy is cleansed, your understanding of the philosophy is cleansed, the more that is put into practice, because like we said, this is not just knowledge. It has to be realized. The wisdom, final realization comes from the inner wisdom, the transformation that occurs from within. It is not through knowledge. You can have a huge database of knowledge about the Dhamma philosophy, even this pure truth that is being imparted. There can be people who know from end to end. Even in the Buddha's time, there were people who knew. There were one or two of his followers and famous followers at that time who knew the philosophy. But knowing the philosophy alone won't get one to non-vibration or non-self vibration or nirvana. That practical application has to be there. So to do that, the Buddha explained how the suffering occurs, and that is the thing that he devoted his entire life to show to others in order to help them find their own salvation, find their own redemption. And this is not something where a person is sitting here and then finding the redemption for oneself. In this search for the truth, you will understand that when we go in search of the truth, when we initially find this Dhamma, you feel that you are a person here, you are an individual here, and you are going in search of the Dhamma because you want to end the suffering, right? You may have had various tragic experiences, depressing moments in your life. You may have come across all kinds of suffering, one after the other, tragedies, various chapters in your life where something has happened and you are about to come out of it when another thing happens and another thing happens. Or on a day-to-day basis, you feel the weight of this existence. You feel the futility of this existence. So in whatever way or form, this is there. But now there are some sections of people who, despite the sorrow, despite the sadness, and doesn't understand that some people have the notion that all this is part of the way of life. And you may have heard this so many times. Even in movies, you hear people saying the ups and downs of, happiness and sorrow is a part of life, and one has to be resilient. One has to be able to cope with it. That all that has to be taken on the chin. And some people who are just, just having pleasure-filled lives or, material wealth might not even bat an eyelid when this Dhamma is even heard, because they wouldn't really hear it. Because they might think that, everything is fine, and therefore there is no need for salvation, need to, find the truth. And our noble teacher says this all the time. It is to the person who actually feels the suffering, feels the dukkha or the sorrow, who wants to end the sorrow, isn't it? The nirvana is there where the sorrow is. Because if there is sorrow, if there is suffering, then there is the end of suffering there as well. And most of the seekers of truth have generally encountered something like that in their lives, but that's not to say that's always the case. There are some people who have not really had any background or any experience or any association with this Dhamma, but have chanced upon it quite by accident. But having heard the Buddha's word delivered even through a spiritual teacher, will immediately have almost like not even a light bulb moment, but something more profound than that, a deeper feel that actually resonates with that person so much that that person almost, has like an out-of-body experience. That's not an appropriate way of saying it, but trying to say that it is a profound feel that has not been felt before, that the words of the Dhamma, the truth, resonates with that person so much that from that point onwards, that person is not the same again, because that pure truth has been heard. So the turning towards the Dhamma, the inquiry about what is this, the truth, what is the truth, what is the reason for the so-called existence, the suffering, then the curiosity gets piqued, the interest gets piqued, and the quest for it starts. Some through hearing a couple of words of the pure Dhamma, can straight away come to the first stream enterer stage, the Sotapanna, where the first three fetters of this existence are shattered. The Sakkaya Ditthi, the self-view, wrong self-view, Vicikicca, which is the skeptical doubt about what the truth is, and Silabbata Paramasa, the rites and rituals that are done with the wrong self-view. So these three fetters, the breaking of these three fetters, is what you call the first stream enterer stage, the Sotapanna. So there can be people like that as well. But the majority of people who would not have access to Dhamma, who would need quite a few hearings of the Dhamma to actually realize what this is, and then gradually grasp the understanding of this Dhamma. But in whatever way and form, getting access to this true Dhamma is very, very rare. It is extremely rare. And for the reference of whoever who comes to the Sotapanna stage, the Buddha himself has said that if you think about all the entire world, and he took a bit of dust against his fingernails and said the beings who actually transcend this world and end the suffering, or through the gaining entry to the first stream enterer stage, can be likened to the little bit of dust that is gathered under the fingernail. You can imagine what a minority of people or beings can ever that we are thinking of there, right? If you think about the whole world, and the dust that gets collected under the fingernail is the only amount of number of people who will ever transcend this suffering. So that is why once a noble teacher, or anyone who has realized this Dhamma, so the noble teacher has fully realized the Dhamma, and it is very important. It cannot be overemphasized. It is very important if one is actually listening to this Dhamma, wanting to know the truth of this existence and to transcend this suffering, that you find a teacher who has fully realized, fully traversed the path. Because the pitfalls that are there, particularly even at the beginning, you can't say even at the end, even to reach the Sotapanna stage also, the pitfalls are many. One can go down wrong routes of teachings in the guise that that is the pure truth. Because sometimes actually you can't fault certain teachers because they might think that it is the correct Dhamma. But that doesn't, I mean, if you think about it, even if they think like that, if you are misled and they are misled, then you are going to be misled as well, isn't it? And all the time that you will be devoting to learning that teaching would be a waste. And we have seen so many mothers who have now come to Buddothpado and Mahansa and listened to his teachings. These mothers have spent 20-30 years going and learning all these different Buddhist teachings, so-called Buddhist teachings, and done concentration meditation and so on. But none of them have achieved or realized nirvana. They are all suffering. Moment something happens in their lives, the greed, the aversion, the delusion, all that is there very much. The defilements come up and the suffering is there. So whatever happened to the 20-30 years of devotion to temples, to meditation, to giving of alms, whatever happened to that? Have they actually addressed the core problem, the cause of the suffering? So the purpose of these teachings is to actually, and the benefit of it and the significance of it, which is why our noble teacher actually says to impart this as much as we can, to the extent that practitioners have themselves experienced it, to the English-speaking listeners. To impart it to the English-speaking listeners is because everybody is entitled to the truth. You are entitled to the truth. You are entitled to bring an end to this suffering. you may not realize that there is suffering, but it's okay. You keep on listening to this channel, and through various practitioners' talks, you will find that suffering, as the Buddha said, has a deeper meaning. And unless one actually brings an end or understands that deeper meaning, this suffering is not going to end. So if we come back to the principal tenets of what the Buddha proclaimed and realized, is for one thing that there is no self-dhamma, and that this self, so-called self, the wrong view of self, gets created through the mind. It is the mind also that creates this world, as you call it, or as you know it. The mind is the world that you experience, that you and I or everyone experiences, if one has had no access to the Dhamma, is a sensor-driven world. And when we say a sensor-driven world, what we mean is that we know that we have 5 sensory organs, and this world, the experience of the world, is gathered or gained only through these sensor faculties. So if you think about it, your knowledge of the world, your feel of the world is only gathered through what you see, isn't it? What you hear, what you taste, the tongue sensor. The hearing is the ear sensor, the sensory organ called the ears, and the eyes, which is another organ, the tongue, the nose, the smell, and the body faculty, the skin sensor, where the sensations of heat and cold and solidity, softness, and so on are felt. So these are the 5 sensory organs that would give rise to various experiences, and collectively this is what we call our experience of the world. Because if you couldn't see, you wouldn't see all the images around you, right? There will be no images. If you didn't hear, there will be no sound. If you didn't see, there will be no light. If you didn't hear, there will be no sound. If you can't taste anything, there will be no taste. If you can't feel anything, the body faculty is not working, you won't feel anything. But there is the 6th sensor called the mind sensor as well. So how do we explain that? And so that is where, again, the Buddha went through this whole process and understood how this world gets created starting from vibration. So the sensor faculties, the vibration that is occurring in these sensors, this world is subject to vibration, right? Now, world is then used in a generic term there, generic way, but the vibration gives rise to the vibration. There's vibration everywhere. And if there's vibration, we have to start at that point. The vibration occurring in the eye faculty will resonate with similar frequency vibrations, millions and billions of vibrations outside. And that happening, that occurrence, creates what we call a spark in the eye. That spark in the eye happens because of the speed of vibration. The vibration occurs, the 2 opposing ends coming together will create what you call a spark of light. Just like there is lightning, just like in a dark stormy night, when there is lightning, you can see this streak of light, right? In that same way, the vibration occurring in the eye, if it is telepathizing with similar frequency vibrations only, if it doesn't telepathize or if there is no vibration, if there is no vibration, there won't be any telepathy that will be happening with similar frequency vibrations, because telepathization is always happening. But for it to happen, there must be a vibration in the eye. So if, for example, a person is blind, one can be completely blind or partially blind, then the vibration will occur in only a partial way, not fully operating. And if it doesn't fully function, the vibration and what it resonates with or what it telepathizes in terms of other vibrations is also distorted or damaged. Which is why the seeing is not the same for everyone as well. But so when the spark actually occurs in the eye, the speedy vibration gives rise to a feel that light actually exists, because now the spark is not just a random spark, the spark is a never-ending stream of light, continuous stream of light. And that is what we've given a perception. We use the word perception. The name that is given to that fast-acting vibration is perception. Because the perception that one gains from that experience is there is light. And so what we call eye consciousness is the speedy vibration of that light manifesting in the eye. If not for the speed, there is no manifestation. But because of the speed, one gets the feeling that light actually exists. Then what about the other senses? The same thing happens. The eardrum, if the vibration is occurring there, sound is manifested due to the speed of the vibration. For the tongue, the taste occurs because of the vibration. The sensation that arises there arises because of the vibration occurring in the tongue when some food is consumed or drink is consumed, because there is a telepathization with similar frequency vibrations. And each of those sensations of taste are given different meanings too. So for the body sensations also, heat, cold, the same thing happens due to vibration. Because you know, even through science or medicine, that every skin cell is subject to vibration, isn't it? So that vibration is the thing that actually telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations. It cannot be stopped. It is happening at every moment. But with the mind consciousness, which is the mind sensor as we call it, the mind sensor combines these basic perceptions to form what we call the mind consciousness, or the thought, or the stimuli, the mind object. And it is that mind object because it is always combining the basic perceptions. Now when you think about your world, you know that you are associating all kinds of things, isn't it? Your parents, your world, your house, your job, everything around you, whether it is in your house, whether you are sitting in your living room, whether you are in your bedroom, whether you are walking along a path, if you are walking in the park, if you are on a bus, listening to this on YouTube, in whatever way, wherever you are, if you look around you, if it's on a bus, you will find the people, the passengers, the driver, the windows of the bus. It is traveling along a path. If you look out of the window, you will see scenery, you will see trees, buildings, and so on. So this is the world, isn't it? You think you are there, you are in a bus. You're on a bus, you're traveling, there are people around you, there are seats, there are other vehicles going on the road. You look out there, scenery. So, the world is there, isn't it? But every one of those things, how did you know that those are there? How did you know that a passenger or a passenger is there? We call the driver, the passengers, the passengers. We don't call the passenger the driver, no, and the driver passengers. Even that we have given different names to. You look out of the window, you see other vehicles going by. You might see another bus, you might see lots of cars, you might see motorbikes, buildings. And one building is separated from the other. One might be a institution, another one might be a dental clinic, another one might be a shopping mall. Now can you see that everything is distinguished by different names? We don't call a dental clinic a shopping mall. We don't call a temple a shopping mall. We don't call a tree a mountain. Right? And we don't call a bridge a canal. And we don't call a canal a lake. And we don't call a lake a river. Why? Because we have given distinct features for every one of them. But how did all these things come about? Isn't this collectively this world? So when one actually tries to understand that this world is created through the mind, one has to go back to one's childhood days to find when did these objects, people, things become real? When were they given names to? How did we distinguish one from the other? Everything has been given a name and a label to. A perception is there with regard to every object. And then you realize that actually these have been taught in our childhood days, either in Montessori or just a little before that. Few words maybe by your parents, but then formal learning starts at childhood at Montessori. But somewhere at that point, the teacher has shown an image, associated the sound with it, and said that this is the alphabet, or this is the letter A, or this is the alphabet. And A stands for apple, and B stands for bat, and so on. Then they would show another image and say this is a ball. They would show another image and say this is a orange. And so in that manner, always an object is shown and a sound is associated with it. That sound is repeated over and over again until the child finally gets it. So how does that happen? Even the sound, the vibration is telepathizing. The vibration is resonating and the child is asked to repeat after the teacher, isn't it? That is how you learn. If you go to kindergarten school, you see children learning with the repetition of what the teacher is saying. A stands for apple, A, B, C. So it is repeated. The child is told to practice, or the child is asked to repeat after the teacher. So gradually this is reinforced, and the reinforcement happens because of the vibration. The vibration of the eardrum and the sound that is emanated or manifested there is now reverberating, and with that reverberation, the voice cord, the vocal cords are also vibrating with that similar frequency, and the repetition of the word occurs. The utterance of the word in that same form and manner occurs, and that is what is actually ingrained gradually. But what is actually happening here? That sixth sensor, the mind sensor, gets created. The thought gets created at that moment, because it is only at that level that a combination of the basic perceptions occur. Until then, the newly born infant, still had those sensor faculties. But for one thing, it was not fully developed. But the other thing is that the sensations are still felt. The light sensation is felt, the hearing is there, and so on. But there is no tying together. The tying together is the thing that actually causes another vibration altogether, but that vibration will then have all the components of those basic perceptions wherever that is applicable. So when these are combined together to form a new vibration, and the continuous reinforcement of that vibration or that object or the name and the sensations that go with it, then now the child learns the word apple. And not only is it just a word, the sound has been associated with it, true. The image has been shown. But then if the child is given the apple to touch, the child will feel solidity. But is it being taught as if it is solid? No, it is just given. You might use the word solid. You might say this is what you call solidity, true, but it is initially shown saying, here, touch it. This is called an apple. An apple is round, an apple is red. If you cut it open, this is what it looks like. If you eat it, this is what it tastes like. So the taste sensation, the touch sensation, the sound sensation, the light sensation, all these are activated, isn't it? But the mind consciousness, what it does is that it combines these, and now it has formed something totally different. And that is the object called an apple. Name has been given. So when one says apple now, the thought that arises in the mind about apple, the perception, has all those components in it, isn't it? The touch, when you touch the apple, the feeling of solidity, the feeling, the image of the apple, the taste of the apple, all that comes to mind directly in one thought. And that is what you call the mind consciousness, the thought. But can you see that that thought, that single perception called the apple, was that something actually that is there, or was that something that got constructed? It's a construct, isn't it? And what is it constructing? What is the components that it is bringing together? The light manifestation, the sound manifestation, the tongue, the taste manifestation, the smell, and the body sensations. These in varying forms are combined to form a totally different vibration. But that vibration has elements of these basic perceptions. But what one believes is now the apple exists, completely contrasting to anything else. The apple exists, the book exists, the orange exists, and so on. So in this manner, a world gets created, and the child starts to believe that these objects are there. The objects are real, and together with all these objects, persons, people, including the naming of the mother, the naming of the teacher, the father, the school, the friends, all these are then given names and labels to. Perceptions are occurring. And these perceptions, when it is considered to be true, it is the objects, persons, people. It is no longer objects, persons, people. It is mother, father, teacher, my friend, and so on. And moment these are true, the feel that these exist become true. And if they exist and the world exists, then there is a person that gets created here. A self or an ego also gets created, thinking that I'm observing it, I'm experiencing this world. And not only that, I am very much part of this world as well. But the duality gets formed immediately. A stimuli or a mind object, otherwise known as an apple, gets formed. The belief that something is there, which is called the existent field, is the thing that actually creates this self-view, the wrong self-view. So understanding this is critical to understanding how this wrong self-view comes about. So can you see that actually this world, as we call it, is something that is driven, created by the senses. But this is also a natural system. If you have a human body, and as long as there is breath coming in and out of this body, these senses will work. The sensor faculties will work. And the mind consciousness also is what we call the chitta niyama. That also naturally combines these basic sensory perceptions and gives rise to a perception of its own. And the perception is then unfortunately taken as true, and then that is what then generates aversion, clinging or desire to an object, aversion towards an object, not wanting it, not liking it, or liking it. Continued association of a perception can give rise to attachment and clinging, which is why the mother, the parents, and things like that become so valuable or so close to the heart, isn't it? Because for a child, the continuous association of these family members and things that they have close association with are things that they love the most. But if you have had a negative experience, it can have a negative connotation as well. But that too is another defilement. But understanding this self, how the self gets formed out of a pure manifestation due to the speed of vibration, is essential to break that wrong self-view. And the penetration to understand each and every sensor. So each and every sensor has to be applied, has to be practically understood by taking examples from your daily life. You can see when you hear a sound, it is the mind that tells you that it's the ringing of a doorbell. When you see an image, it is the mind that tells you. The thought arises, the perception arises that that's a rainbow. If you taste something, it is the thought that arises in this mind in this very moment that tells you and recognizes and says, that was an orange drink that you had. So the mental picture gets formed, isn't it? So understanding, we have run out of time now, but understanding this, that these are all just sensor-driven system, that this is a sensor creation, and the mind itself is just a natural occurrence, would give one the understanding that this is a natural process that is occurring. It is no different to a tree, to nature, where things are, if you take a tree, the root system, the nourishing, the nutrients that are being drawn, the fruit that is being born, the flowers, all this is naturally occurring. We don't impose a self or an atma or an ego to the tree, do we? To the flowers, and so on. But yet to this system, human system, we say, no, there is an I here, there is a me here. And that self-view is the thing that the Buddha tries to eradicate through this Dhamma, because it is the self-view that is causing the aversion, the defilements to occur. And once the self-view is broken through penetrative insight, that Sotapanna stage is reached, but thereafter gradually the self-perception, the self-vibration, the vibration that was the start of everything, because of the attribution of things to a self, is a deeper thing that has to be uprooted. But that will invariably happen once that self-view is broken. And so for that only this Dhamma is so valuable, and we invite you to continue to listen to the Dhamma, ask questions whenever you have as well. And it is very important. If you are interested to ask questions, and you are invited to that 3 to 5 p.m. Dhamma discussion
to ask any questions that you would like. So we stop the talk there for today. Thank you, Dhamma friends, and Thiruvon Saranai.
Fellow seekers who have united not by coincidence, but by a shared clinging towards truth, freedom, and inner peace. This quiet morning offer us more than a routine, I think. So it's just an invitation, kind of invitation to pause, to reflect, to awaken to Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the truth. So it gives kind of opportunity for all of us to be awakened to the truth. With deepest reverence, I begin my offering, my humble worship to our noble teacher, Buddothpado, whose boundless compassion and unwavering insight continue to guide us towards the true liberation, towards the proper understanding. So, Thiruvon Saranai to all of you who are present here, and your presence is a blessing to this collective journey. So, we gather here not simply to hear words, but to not simply to hear a continuous kind of sermon, but to understand, to contemplate, and to deeply internalize the truth that Lord Buddha compassionately revealed over 2600 years back. This Dhamma is not only timeless, it is timely, always ready to meet us where we are, to show us the path when we already walk in it. So it sheds lights on our path. So that's why we say this is the era of Buddothpado, rebirth of Buddha. So that doesn't mean a person called Buddha has been born. The truth is getting revealed day by day. So, and today, what we are doing, we walk the path together. Maybe on their own phase. That doesn't matter. All of them are moving towards the same direction. So, every morning we begin by reading the English book series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. It is a kind of profound collection of teachings that provide a structure and the direction for our reflections. So these texts are available in our main website. Our website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So these resources are available in Sinhala, Tamil and English. So they are free to download, and I urge you to visit that particular site and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here. So currently we are focusing the True Dhamma has awakened. The 6th volume of this True Dhamma has awakened book series. So and also I would like to remind you that those who have more analytic scientific kind of exploratory mind, I warmly invite them to explore our new website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it has been designed to bridge Dhamma with the modern inquiry. So it shows how the age-old truths harmonize with what we are beginning to discover through modern science. So especially for the younger ones, this website has been developed for you. Please visit to that website as well. If you have any questions on that, please feel free to bring up them here and we can discuss them openly, and we have the opportunity to ask directly from our noble friend as well. So before we turn to today's reading, let's briefly revisit some key points from past sessions. Until our Dhamma friends get joined, so we can I will try to recap some important points previous discussions. So we reflected on one of the most essential teaching of Buddha: the 6 sense bases are the world. That means Vinaya loke abidda domanasanam kaye kana pasini viharati. This meaning is very profound. Everything we call the world arises within the framework of our 6 senses. So at a glance, if you think, what was the 6th one? What is the 6th one? We have only 5 senses now. So yes, if you see an animal or another human being, so you will see the eyes, ears, nose, tongue and the skin sensor, but you don't see the 6th sensor. What is the 6th sensor? 6th sensor is the mind, but unfortunately it can be visualized externally. But are we seeing the real sensor? So people think the mind is in the brain. Some people think it is in the heart. Some people say it has no place. Yes, we have to we have to know these things. Chitte niyati loko. That is Buddha's word. What is that? It says, your mind is your world. So, if Buddha says like that, so we have, so does that mean the world is in our brain or in our heart or somewhere else? So this has to be clear for you. How this mind gets created, how you assign a place to that mind. Does the mind has some place in your body? So these are the questions we have. But in Lord Buddha has already explained it very nicely, how this mind gets created. The sense, you know all about the five, most of the things about the five senses. So they are just capturing the change. Whatever the change occur, they are able to capture it. So the capability of capturing the change will differ from one species to another, one animal to another. So, for an instance, we can say, you already know, the dog can hear the higher frequencies. Its hearing frequency range is more wider than human beings. So, as you know, human beings are able to hear the frequencies in between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz. But for the other animals, especially for the dogs, the range is more wider than that. I think it goes up to the 40,000 as far as I know. So similarly, the vision, the capability of capturing kind of image is the functionality of the external eye. So it also differs from one animal to another. And within the human species also, one individual might see better than the other individual. So, and also human, so these five senses concept can be applied to humans. But for another, if you take another animal in the animal kingdom, so it might have more than that number of senses. They may have ultraviolet sensors as well. That means it can they might be able to capture the ultraviolet rays. But unfortunately, we can't see the ultraviolet rays. And also, some might capture the X-rays, but we can't see. What we see in the X-ray film is, so the X-rays can penetrate our body, can go through and through our body. But for an instant, you try to think from that particular animal's angle. will it see this kind of a human body? No. Why? He sees the X-rays. So X-rays can penetrate our body, especially fleshy areas. But it can't penetrate the bones. So for that kind of particular animal, it might see humans as skeletons. So they might see, wow, the skeletons are moving here and there. So what sort of a thing that would be? But we don't have that ability. We only see a very narrow range from the visual spectrum of light. So that is the limitation of our eye faculty. So I discussed the ear faculty. So now I am discussing the eye faculty. So at the same time, so if you get the skin sensor, so we can feel the touch and also the pressure and pain and the temperature. So those receptors are there in our skin sensor. But other than those kind of sensation, won't there be another kind of sensations? But can we see? No. Can we feel? No. Can we feel the gravity activities? So scientists have found out there is something called gravity. But can we feel the gravity? No. Only if you move away from this planet, you will feel a kind of a lightness of your body. So that makes you to feel there had been something in the earth. But in the moon, when you go to the moon, you don't feel your weight even. So that comparison make you to feel that there had been a gravity in the earth. But we haven't felt it. We don't feel it. And imagine if you stand upright position, how much pressure had been exerted by the air column which sits on your shoulder. It is a huge pressure. Scientists have found out the pressure is tons, more than tons. So do you feel that you are lifting that much of pressure on your shoulders, from your shoulders? No. So this is the thing. And also imagine, under the water, under the sea, there are certain creatures living. So the pressure under the sea about 1, 2, 3 kilometers below the water, huge pressure is there. So even if you swim, you can't bear that pressure. Definitely you will die. But certain animals live peacefully. And also, the same time, the penetration capacity of the light is very limited when you go down in the sea. So I think more than 1 kilometer, it can't go beyond that. So under the sea is so dark. but animals live. So they find their prey, they do, they reproduce, they hunt, they do what everything that we used to do, that we are doing, the similar things that we used to do without light, under immense pressure that is exerted by the water column, like this. So everything is relative to the capabilities of your senses. So why we are telling those things about these senses? Because you have to know the world you live in is the world that is created for you through the senses. So you are comfortable when senses, when the senses get its inputs up to its threshold. But you will some kind of uncomfortable state if it is exceeds that threshold, if the stimulation exceeds that threshold. So we'll take an example. So if you hear a very loud sound, the senses can't bear it. So you feel so irritated. Oh, yes. So that means your sense, the capabilities, the ability or the capability of the limitation is exceeded in your senses. So then what will happen? So if you hear a loud sound, what will happen? The body, unknowingly, the body automatically start to react. So what will happen? You cover up your both ears from using your both hands. So it automatically happens when some object directly comes towards you. What will happen? Unknowingly, your eyelids tends to close. So did you think and do it? No, it automatically happened. So likewise, sensors have their own protective mechanisms as well. So think about these things. So what is the mind? Mind is also, so we didn't know, we thought there is, we still people think the mind belongs to the brain. But just after a death, we'll say, so brain is there, brain matter is there. But can he or she think? No. So if brain is, so think these things. All the sensors would be there just after the death. Eyeball is there, eardrum is there as normal, as skin sensor is there. But does this dead body can feel anything? No. See anything? No. Likewise, likewise, this sensation, the ability of these senses are what do you call for that, are getting created with some kind of an energy. So if some kind of an energy would generated, that we can say the sensor is functioning. So it can produce some energy. So as long as the sensors can produce energy or some power, so we can say the sensor is functioning. So what happens is this production of energy part is lost when you die. So brain matter is there, eyeball is there, eardrum is there just after the death. But you can't hear, you can't see. But that cadaver can't feel anything. Because the production of energy within those what you call sensors will no longer be happening there. So then it comes a question, how this energy gets generated in that sensors. That is the point. That is the point. Because whenever there is kind of energy being generated within that sensor, that makes us to feel the proper sensation, that particular sensation. So if the energy is produced in the eye, so it will create some kind of a sensation. So what is the sensation? The light. So the sensation is felt as light. So we call the perception of light. And also, as long as long as the energy is, some kind of a energy is generated within the ear, we call the ear is functioning. So if the ear is functioning, how do you know? We tend to hear sounds. So that energy can produce sound. So sound has not been there earlier. So it is the functionality of the faculty. The producing sound is the functionality of this faculty, ear faculty. Producing light is the functionality of the eye faculty. Producing tactile stimulation is the functionality of the skin sense. So every sensor give rise to a kind of feel. The feel is represented as either as light, either as sound, either as pressure, either as temperature, and so on. So what happens next? Then we feel that light is there. So what happens? Unknowingly, all these electrical sparks, electrical signals get blended up. So get together and form another kind of sensation. So that is the perception of chair. So that is the entity that you see. That is the entity that you touch. That is the object that you uh, hold. So the object that you hold at this moment. So for an example, I am holding my phone in my left hand. So I feel the firmness and the weight and also the temperature, and I see the phone through my eyes. So all these sensations are there in that particular object. We can't separate these feelings, but all these feelings come through the senses. So think, now the worldly object, the object that we refer as the world is now got created, has now got created. The phone. So this phone is the production. If you analyze it backwards, there's this phone which is in my hand, which is seated in my hand, is a production of all the faculties. So it is a collaborative work that has been carried out by all my senses. So senses, now we are clear that how the senses are become responsible for creating a world for you, a worldly object for you. But the similar principle can be applied to your figure as well. So you think you are a tall person, you are a dark guy, or you are a fair person. So how this perception came into your mind? Because when you go in front of a mirror, you see your own body reflection. You see your reflection. So from that you come to a conclusion kind of thing. So that figure is mine. So that figure has been created through in your faculties. I sensor mainly. So now what is happening? You tend to feel like the person who is holding this phone is the person I saw in that mirror. So that's how the way that this entire linkage is being built, are being built. So the self, so as long as you take this phone is real, because you don't intentionally take it as real. So that is obvious. You don't want these things to be taken as real initially. But due to the functionalities of the collective functionalities of these sensors, this object has been created as real for you. So involuntary, what has happened, this object is real. There is a person who is talking through this object as well. So two things get created in this very moment. So, but if you analyze backwards, you will tend to understand. So all of them are creations of your own senses, own faculties. So faculties create the perception of light. Eye faculty, ear faculty creates the perception of sound, and all these things come together and mind. So when it combines each other, when it accumulate into one certain point, for that we call the mind. For that's why earlier I told we can't assign a particular place to the mind. So to do, yeah, that is it. So we can't assign a place to mind. It is whenever these perceptions get created, initial perceptions get created, we can't prevent them aggregating. They aggregate each other in a fraction of a second, and it creates an object. So that objects make you to feel as real. So as soon as it is felt real, you feel that you are the one who is perceiving that real entity. So what is the ultimate result? Creation of the soul, creation of the self. Initial stimulation that is created within a faculty ultimately lead to make a soul that is really existing. So soul in the sense, the sense of aliveness. Feel like it's alive. We are alive. So then what comes? So if the object is there, if the self is there, so it tends to keep it going. So it gives another kind of a feeling to make it sustain, to keep it going. So it comes again and again. So it starts to establish the self. So that is the soul. So that makes us to feel I, me, mine. So I am the one who had been born on that particular day. I am the one who went to that particular school. I am the one who graduated from that university. I am the one who is doing this particular job at this moment. So likewise, the self and the time also gets created in that way, the time frame. So I am the one who is supposed to die in that particular, if I reach to that particular age. And also death and the birth also get created at the same time. So that is the fundamental fact that has been hidden from the world, and for so many years now it has been revealed. So it was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. That is true, but it has been covered under the sands of time. So now it has been revealed. So this non-soul Dhamma. So this is the Dhamma that had been revealed by Lord Buddha. Even though you think that you are living, there is no person here. It has to be understood. So why you say so? There is no person. Because you don't know, as long as you don't know the mechanism, it will become another thought. So thought won't help you to get free from the notion of the self. But if you know the mechanism, how the self get created through your faculties, so that will help, and that will eventually push you towards the liberation. So it is not done by anybody else, not either by you. It will automatically happen, but you get to know this is a certain mechanism. This is the Chitta Niyame that has been preached by Lord Buddha. How this mind gets created. The mind is the world. So this mind, then you realize the world you live in is a creation of your own mind. So why do you bother about that? Why do you make attractions, aversions, and so on? It is useless because this is your own mind. Mind is it has not been there. It is get created then and there with the sensory faculties, with the help of the sensory faculties. So why do you bother these things about these things? So there's nothing, there's no use. So if there is no person or no soul here, would there be a person to die? No. Have I born about 40 years back? No. It is also a thought. It is also another kind of signal that received through the senses. It is kind of another input that has been given. So what sort of a world would be? There is no such a world as we think. There is no such a world as we think. So if the world is real, this world should be perceived equal to each and every animal in this world. It is not like that. Most of the animals have 2D vision. Some might have 360-degree visual field. So their world might be very different from ours. And we can't even imagine how they live in a 2D world. So we are living comfortably in a 3D world. People, some animals might have more dimensions than ours. So they might think how these human can live in this world without 6D vision. So this world is not the world we think, as we think. So it is limited to the capability of our own senses. So I think now we have Dhamma friends here in this forum. So Therwan Sarana everyone. So we can start discussing whatever the topic we can discuss about. So I can see Dr. Kokila is also here. Therwan Sarana, Dr. Kokila. Do you have
Therwan
anything?
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I would like to ask a question from you because I just finished listening to your early morning Zoom discussion, and one of the mothers asked how to find out whether a person or a system has achieved the 4 steps separately. From the first step, how to find out whether the system has qualified to reach the second step. I would like to sort of hear from you more about it, and also I think some explanation in English will help all our other friends who are not speaking Sinhala. Teruvan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Aranwanse, namaskar, Deva. Actually, yeah, it is. It was a question. The question is in itself is incomplete because question implies that we haven't understood the Dhamma properly as well. So the question was wrong as well. So I didn't actually go into that detail in that. How the question is wrong is because there's no such thing. There's no like one demarcation here. If there is one demarcation, then it can't be the thing. So only thing we can talk about that is we have steps in the Pratipada, the program we talk about a lot, which is very, very effective. And the question was, I will reiterate on that question. So the question was, we have 4 steps. The first step is the one where we talk about we haven't perceived outside at all. We actually speaking, we have never perceived outside as at all. So do we understand that? Do we understand that the outside world is a thought? In that stays the thought of me or my or I is also there. So that one, the question was, the second one is like, I'll tell the 3-4 steps that we talk about. So the second one is that this thought is not actually real. It's actually a combination of all the other 5 sensory organs. The third one is that what we feel is the sensory organ. There's nothing like I feel or anything. It's if you feel something, that is a sensory organ. So function of the sensory organ, and even that is actually not existent. It is felt because of its speed of the vibration, and in that there's no self. So those are the rough idea of the 4 steps. So what that mother actually asked was, how do you know when to be satisfied that you have done enough? First one, that question itself is wrong, because there is nothing like that. Actually, there's nothing like that. So what happens is, if you really understand that, then you automatically you are in the mind, in the sense you would not pay much attention. No, you can't say not pay much attention. Also, there's so many bias in these words. You would know that you have no experience of outside at all. It would be your own mind that you are feeling. If that is the case, the burning that you get, or the agitation you get is really low. But in that, actually, we can't be satisfied with our steps, because we feel the change. We can't really be sure that we have achieved anything. And in saying that, so if we talk about this further, if you are actually in the second step, in one moment, in one stimulus, it's only talked in one stimulus, because you can't really talk about that in
various stimulus, because various stimulus could be different. And in one stimulus, if you feel that the actual, even the if it is the chair, if the chair is actually the what you feel as chair is that the feeling that you have that it is existent. This is very subtle. So to come to that, you have to pass all those 4 steps anyway. So I don't know whether I'm telling it properly even. So how would you identify you have done enough number 1? There's nothing like that, because there's no enough number 1. And if someone asks, have I done enough number 2? No, there's no enough number 2 either, because there's nothing enough here, because in each and every stimulus, this can happen differently. So what happens when we see this once, all 4 steps, if you feel that if all the 4 steps are felt in one stimulus, imagine it is the flow or a sound of a bird. So the sound of a bird, if you felt it as your like a perception, and you know that that perception is felt because of the rapid vibration or the speedy vibration, then automatically you will feel the non-vibration. So that's how it happens. That's all the 4 steps in one go. That itself is not the end of this keles, or what do we call that? Not end of all the defilements we have. It's not the end. It is actually that you just, in one fraction of a second, one stimulus, you have felt this. That's all. Actually, there's nothing more than that in that. But what happens when you feel the whole 4 steps in one stimulus? You get the essence of it. That's all. You get the essence of it. What is the essence of it? Essence of it is, like, the meaning of it is, you come to know that how you have been feeling all this time as feel of existence, and how you feel when there's no feel of existence. That's the only difference you get. You just kind of know. It's just an experience. You kind of know. Then can we say that is enough? Well, no. Actually, what happens is, when you get to know that, okay, this is how you are born, this is how you are actually devoid of that feel, or the feel of existence, then you don't need someone to remind you, or yourself to remind you, that outside is actually a perception of your own mind. You don't need a reminder. You don't need an alarm. You don't need anything. It becomes like kind of an understanding. It's like a child understanding that this is an apple. It's the same way, but this is kind of a reverse thing, that you understand that apple is actually a perception, nothing else. You can't actually experience an apple outside. Then you don't necessarily need any more pressure to understand the first bit of it, because you know that first bit actually is about the thoughts. First 3 things about concepts or right vision, or is all about the thoughts, how you think about it. The first three things are like how you think about it, because it's how you think matters most. The angle you think matters most. So this is one stimulus which has all four steps in it, that you have experienced, that changes the way you look at the life, the way you look at your experiences. That's all. So can I say then that is enough? I don't know. That's not how it is put. I think we can say you don't need to, because you are now, you don't need confirmation again and again to tell the mind that outside is a mirage. You don't need to reiterate that all the time to the mind, because you have felt it. You know that it's just thoughts, and you know that feel of existence was actually a misconception, or actually a wrong concept. So you come to know the right vision. You came to know how this started. It started with the wrong vision. Wrong vision, thinking that there's someone who is experiencing these things. So with this understanding, you continue to do the 4 steps anyway, but actually saying the first one will be buried in number 2, I would say. I don't know how to put that in other words. It will be in that. So number 1 will be in that. If you have felt this once, at least the 4 steps in one go in one stimulus, the first one would get buried in the number 2. So they become one. So then all the perceptions, they still have a value, but you know that this is the thing, that we are not talking about chair here. Actually, chair equals to you. So you still feel you, in the sense you still have the perception of self, but you don't need to reiterate to yourself that it is a mirage, because you know already. So you don't have to go back to step 1 always, because it's been proven to you kind of by an experience. So what happens is, still the perception of self is there, because all the perceptions are still valuable to you. In the sense, not valuable, but there is a value to them. And the life goes on. The problems go on. You feel you. That's how I can say. The words can be wrong. You will feel you. And the more you feel you, more you will understand how you feel yourself. And this would be an experiment, because you know that there is no self, because you have experienced it already, how you feel without the perception of self. You know that how it would feel. The feel when there is no feel of existence. But when you come back to it, because you felt it only in one particular stimulus, so one particular thought, you continue to feel this feel of like this alive feel. You continue to feel that, and the more you understand about it, more you understand how it is born or how it is arising. And there you feel less defilements, because already you're not extending you already know everything is limited to perceptions. So your actions would be different. Your actions become different in the sense, not to the outside world, it would look similar, but in yourself you will feel less burning. Comparably, that will keep improving. That is the level that you will feel the defilements slowly fading away, because you keep understanding, but you will still have the self perception, Atma Sanya. It will be there until you become an Arahant, which is the last step. So the question, again, going back to the question, when would you decide that this is enough? That question is wrong, because you can't decide.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpado Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpado Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. Knowing that everything is impermanent, we act without excessive attachment. We respond without hatred. We live with awareness that all experiences are like bubble in water, appearing beautifully for a moment and then dissolving. The Buddha's teaching invites us to awaken from ignorance, just as we awake from a dream and recognize its nature through wisdom. When attachment weakens, what is gone? Obviously, peace grows. When peace grows, liberation becomes possible. May we gradually free from ourselves, from suffering, and walk in the path towards Nibbana. Everyone's expectation is to attain Nibbana. There is no shocks in this path. Everything goes on as usual. Sometimes you forget things. You feel you are slow at work, less interested in worldly things. That is at the beginning of the journey. Once you enter to this path of Nibbana, you may not too serious about worldly affairs. These are natural at the beginning because you have started going against the natural flow. Natural flow of ignorant life. These types of changes are not noticed at the beginning, but slowly all become normal. Because this path is new to us. Before that, our path was totally different. Though we had an idea of attaining Nibbana, the path followed before is totally different from the path we follow today. Every one of us has realized this is the exact path. This is the exact path towards Nibbana. Once we go in this path, little by little, you will feel the attachment of yours to this world is slowly fading away. Earlier, we behaved as slaves to our minds. We were adamant about doership and achieving results and targets. Things needed to happen the way we wanted. We had dwelled deeply on the world. That's true. And it is natural as well. That natural tendency is getting faded away. It happens gradually. However, when you are on the spiritual path, you feel a kind of freedom and lightness. And you are not much agitated within. You feel that you are not too much attached to worldly things. Not excessively dwelling on worldly objects. You will notice these kinds of changes in you. even in simple day-to-day matters. With the time, it becomes normal. You still do day-to-day things, but you have fewer worries and anxiety, whether you do things or not. Slowly, the tendency to dwell on worldly matters and attachment will fade away. This is a kind of stabilization. The stabilization in your life. This is a kind of balancing of your life. When you move along the Buddha's path, you will naturally awaken to see. That is being aware of whether you do whatever you think or whatever happening around you. Eventually, your life becomes completely natural. Of course, this is not thinking. Little by little, it happens automatically. If you dwell too much on thinking, then you will notice forgetfulness, less interest, slowness, etc. You may check yourself if there is any grasping, any attachment happening, etc. This is the contemplative process. This is called savitakam savicharam. When you progress along the path, it will become avitakka. This is not a state of thinking or contemplation, but it is a kind of natural state. Contemplation or reflection is a thinking process. It is only when at the thinking level such apparent drawbacks that we mentioned earlier are seen. Do you believe that your mind is a bundle of habits? We talk, we walk, we do our day-to-day activities. You brush your teeth, comb your hair, etc. These things are done habitually. All these kinds of habitual patterns will continue. It is not an issue at all in the path. Nothing will change. Even you do not notice such activities are happening. When you advance along the path, even when you think you are aware of it, when you do activities, you are aware of those. If you are unattached to things, you are aware. If you have been involved in any thought or not, there also you have an awareness of it. That is, you have awakened to seer. Gradually, your seer sharpens. Clarity happens. Then you can do any activity much better with seer. Because you are awakened to the moment. Only at the initial stages, you will notice such changes, as I explained earlier. Now we'll take an example, very simple example. We'll take some salt and put it into water. It will get dissolved. But at times, we see in the bottom of the vessel we use to dissolve salt, still salt can be seen. What does it mean by? It means you have not reached the avitakka state. This is the manasikaroti swabhavaya. This is the state of the mind who is on the path. That is Margasita. In other words, this is the state of a yogi. Once you reach the avitakka state, you become established on the Buddha's path and will disappear. In the Bhikkhu Sasana, when on the spiritual path, some people will feel disgusted with the world. Some seek solitude. Here we should understand that solitude and nibbana are two different conditions. Solitude is not the condition of nibbana. Nibbana is the condition that you are not affected by any sensory sparks. The condition of nibbana is embodied with difference. You are not thrilled with anything. In the household life, we seek tasty food, beautiful clothes, look for festivals, maybe New Year celebration, birthday parties, etc. In Nibbana state, we are unconcerned about whether there is tasty food or not, whether there are festivals or not, whether there are parties or not, whether we have got new fashionable clothes or not. You become disinterested in worldly things. You do not derive a thrill through worldly activities. Solitude is a supreme state where there is lightness, freedom, peace, and bliss. You should clearly understand that Nibbana and solitude are two different conditions. How do we get to know these things? Obviously, it is through concentrated mind. See here. Rather than merely studying suttas, it is very important to understand the practical aspects of pointing in suttas. That is how one should see and understand the teaching experientially. This is not a mental exercise. We should know that in the Buddha's path, there is nothing called doing. It is the path of wisdom. path of non-doing, the path to jnana. There's nothing to be done. If one says, I will do, then we notice that he has picked up the wrong side of the teaching. Buddha's path is the path of inquiry. It is an inquiry by the keen intellect. This is the Jnana Marga. That is Yoniso Manasikaraya. What should happen here is the continuing remembrance and contemplation of the teaching that you have heard and learned from the spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitran Wahanse. During day-to-day activities, this is the dawn of wisdom. This is called the awakening of the spiritual eye, Dhammacakkusa. We should understand that what is meant by doing here. If you say you are doing something, that means you use thoughts for doing. For any intentional doing. Thoughts are essential. This is not the thing we are talking about here. This is happening internally, within you, with your spiritual progression. What is this? We call this as opening to wisdom. This is the way we can explain such. If we need to do in this path, it is only listening to Dhamma and Yoniso Manasikaraya. Buddha's path is not action-oriented. Any action is done by using the hands, body, and mind. Here we do not do such. Then what we are doing? This is the sihiya. Is being aware, a doing. All of these are seen by sihiya. What is needed there? What we need is the keen attentiveness. all defilements or impurities, klesha, within are seen by seer. The path that lessens all klesha is the path of Arahat. Is it not the path we are following? Is this path of doing or a path of being in awareness? Yes, this is the path of being aware. It is correct to say this is happening rather than doing. In reality, it is happening, not doing. When you truly understand Buddha's pointing, it happens without doership. When you clearly understand Dhamma, detachment happens by itself. It really happens. It happens naturally. Even this talking is also happening. Not anybody doing. This is the wonder. To grasp this, we need our own experiences. These are the experiences that should come through a deep understanding of Dhamma and seen in your day-to-day activities. These come naturally when you progress towards complete realization. That is why Lord Buddha said, there are no ready-made traps. You have to make your own raft. For what? To sail through. Can you sail through someone else's raft? This raft we refer to here is not a thing. It is your path of traveling with full awareness at your own pace. You will notice even your scattered mind by here. We know that whenever our mind scatters, you will realize that. If your mind dwells on worldly things, you are aware of such. Gradually, clarity develops with being aware. What is the most important thing here? Of course, it is the awakened mind, what we call as Sihir. If you have developed sihiya or the concentrated mind, you will not run after your thoughts. In other way, you will not become a slave to your mind. Your attentiveness to sihiya or the awakened wisdom grows only through your understanding of Dhamma. Understanding happens through listening to Dhamma. It has to be done regularly. That is why Lord Buddha said, the existence of sasana totally depends on the spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitra. Dullaban manussa patilaban. Durlaban saddhamma savanan. Durlaban shana sampatti. It is very rare to have a human birth. It is very rare to have the opportunity to listen to the truth, Dhamma. And it is very rare to the truth at this very moment. What is highlighted here is the importance of spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitra, and opportunity for listening to Dhamma. If we do not get a human birth, we will not be able to hear the truth. If Lord Buddha had not expounded the truth, there is no chance to hear such. Even having a human birth, if we do not listen to the truth, we miss the given opportunity to know the truth. Seeing is the truth is very rare. Seeing the truth at this very moment is the Shana Sampatti. Though we say in words, seeing the truth, you cannot see the truth at this moment. It is happening. It is a revelation. You may be surprised when you hear these words. If you try hard to see the truth, then you are grasping. What is grasping? That is upadana. It is a trap. There is a spiritual secret behind it. There is a very important point that cannot be explained. It is not easily recognized within the guidance of spiritual teacher Kalyana Mitra. Being aware of the truth, what one gets is the eternal happiness. Being aware of the thought stream and contemplating of thoughts are two different things. If you contemplate on thoughts unknowingly, you start dwelling on thoughts. This is grasping or upadana. When you progress along this path, you may notice that things will happen without doership. And you are simply observing the actions. This is a kind of wakefulness arising within. This is the dawn of wisdom, isn't it? This path seems difficult initially and needs a sharp intellect to see through. There are many traps a spiritual seeker could fall into. That is why guidance from a spiritual teacher is required. When you go on the spiritual path, you have to go beyond words. The words are simply pointers or labels to indicate inner experiences. That cannot be explained by using a language. The inner feelings, sensations, and knowing are impossible to put into words. If you follow Buddha's path, you will get knowingness or awareness that you are becoming free from the impacts of thoughts. That is inner knowing. As you now experience, moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. And you know that thoughts are the results of sparks happening through the six senses. In fact, It is due to the tremendous spark in speed of sensory perceptions. As you are aware of that, sparking happens to eye, ear, nose, tongue, etc., etc. Once a thought appears, naturally we get the feeling that it represents something. At the same time, we get the feeling of living I. We feel an existing individual or living entity. What do we call this? This is Atmiya Bhavaya. All thoughts that appear and disappear give rise to a sense of feeling, of existing of I, the Atmiya Bhavaya. With this sense of I, we feel we are living. We do actions and we think. This is a natural process. This sense of existing I, living I, thinking I, etc. is a delusion. It's a false belief and false identification. Due to what? Obviously, we know that is due to ignorance. From moment to moment, we get different impulses. Sometimes we are sorrowful. Sometimes we are happy. We are oscillating between pain and pleasure all the time, isn't it? So, my dear Dhamma friends, don't you think that this is the high time to understand this Dhamma and become a fully awakened person? Don't you feel that we are very fortunate to listen to this Dhamma? Most of the people live in the darkness. Since they do not hear this Dhamma, but we have become so fortunate to meet our Aryan Wahansa, our Kalyana Mitran Wahansa. He has shown us the path. So every one of us who listens to this Dhamma is very fortunate. There is no reason for us to get entangled in this samsara. This samsara journey is very dangerous. If we can help people to get away from this samsara journey, they too will be happy. Their happiness will be an eternal happiness. My dear Dhamma friends, it is our utmost duty to pass this message to everybody. Since we have met our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa and listened to this Dhamma, and finally, we have come to the path and we feel the happiness, eternal happiness. How nice it would be if everybody comes to this path and stop this samsara journey. This is the high time that Buddothpado time has been arisen. We hear this Dhamma expounded by Lord Buddha. We have an assurance to say that our journey can be stopped. May everybody attain Nibbana. Therwan Sarnai. I worship my Aryan Vahansa once again. May he get the strength to spread this Dhamma not around this island, but all around the world. Sadhu, sadhu.
renewed kind of opportunity to engage in Dhamma, the timeless teaching of Lord Buddha, as it continues to illuminate our internal worlds. And as we begin today's session, I offer my humble worship to our noble spiritual leader, Reverend Buddothpado and Mahansi, whose guidance, compassion continues to shape our understanding of these profound teachings. And also, I would like to say Thiruvan Sangrai to all of you once again. This morning, like every morning at 7:45 a.m. Sri Lankan time, we unite in this English Zoom platform, not merely to listen, but to awaken. We are not here for a routine talk. We are not here to have a routine kind of discussion. So we are here to rediscover the absolute truth, the Dhamma that transcends the culture, language, and the time. So whether you are a foreigner or whether you are a localese, whether you are coming from different cultural background, so whether you speak any other language, so it doesn't matter, because what we talk here is all about the absolute truth. So truth is unique to everyone, even for the animals in this planet as well, even for the trees, even for the non-living objects as well. The truth is there is only one truth. So what we are talking, what we are trying to understand here is that ultimate truth. So that's why this truth is universal. It does not belong to a Lord, so-called Lord Buddha. It does not belong to Buddothpado and Master. It does not belong to myself, to me. It does not belong to you either. That is the ultimate Dhamma. Dhamma, in the sense, is the mechanism, how everything has been evolved, how this world gets created. So it is valid for both living and non-living things, not confined to this confined only to this earth. So it is valid to the entire universe as well. It is valid for the for every star, every galaxy, every universe, every Milky Way. So this we are talking the core of everything. That is the truth. There is only one truth. So that's why it is so important to learn what the truth is. And that's why, so why humans so unique? Because humans are the only species, only living organism that can understand this truth. So this truth is valid for the other living beings as well. That's all right. But they can't, even though we convey the message, they can't understand. But being a human is a great opportunity to understand this truth. So this is kind of a great opportunity. After the Buddha era, we are having to explore what it is. Other than these kind of, so usually, in Sinhala language, we have more than 8 Zoom sessions for day. Each and every day we have this amount of Zoom discussions. But the only Zoom discussion we have in another language or in English language is this. Every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we conduct this Zoom session. So this is so important for the people who live outside the Sri Lanka, people who speak English, who understand the English language, so they can come and join with this. So they can ask questions, they can listen to this, so they can come and have a look. So what sort of a truth this is. So anybody in this world can join this Zoom, and they can start. They can build their own conversation with us. So other than these kind of Zoom discussions, we have plenty of resource materials which are hosted in our main website. Our main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So once you go there, it is not very difficult to find the English text books which are available in that website. So they are free to be downloaded. So you can download it either into your laptop or the phone. Then you can start reading it. So please, I encourage you to please read them attentively. And if you have any kind of problem, you can bring them up here. You can ask the questions. So in that way, you can get the things clarified. So this is the opportunity. So other than that, we have another website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it also has it also explains how this scientific understanding, the current scientific understanding, which or the alignment of the profound truth with the current scientific understanding. So if you are so keen about modern findings. So please visit to that particular website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you will find plenty of materials there also, so you can read them. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here and you can discuss them with us openly. Most of the time, our Buddothpado spiritual leader would be there, would be joining to this Zoom session. Then you can uh, ask directly those questions from him as well. So uh, before we go into deeper discussion, I'd like to recall some important facts that we talked yesterday as well. So yesterday, Mrs. Harsh talked about the pitfalls that we encounter while we are traveling, while we are going along this path. So what is this path? This path is the road map or roadway towards the true liberation of mind. So ultimate goal is the absolute liberation of mind. So that we call the Nibbana. So in order to achieve that state, so you have to follow certain, you have to go along a certain path. So that path is filled with plenty of uh, pitfalls. So we have to be very careful, and we have to be very careful about those pitfalls as well. So that's why yesterday we discussed on those those things. Even if someone take the nibbana as a real thing, that itself become an obstacle in your pathway. So because as you can realize, if you tell the word nibbana, it is clearly a thought. So if you believe it, that thought is real, that will put some value on that as well, on that thought as well. So if you it will happen involuntarily. So if you put a value towards the nibbana, so then of course what has happened here, if you analyze again, so you have been deceived by this vijnana maya. So vijnana maya is in the illusion. So thought is an illusion. So if you believe the thought, that means you have been deceived by that thought. You have been deceived by that illusion. So that will obstruct your path for sure. So that's why we keep on telling again and again, there are so many pitfalls along this path. You have to be very careful. As long as you do not get deceived by these pitfalls or the illusions, you can go fast in this path. So these are the things that we wanted to highlight. So other than that, what we usually do is we read few pages from our True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing on volume number 6. So I'll read until our people get Dhamma friends get joined. So I'll briefly, I will read few pages from that. So we are currently at the page number 164 in the volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awaken book series. So I'll start from the first paragraph. So in this discussion, in this book, the participant asked Aryan Mansa a question. The question was, what Nibbana means? What does mean by Nibbana? That was the question that has been asked by that participant from Aryan Mansa. So then Aryan Mansa gave another nice explanation for that. Nibbana means putting out the fires burning in the mind. Even to reach Nibbana, there should be a desire. This is a very good point here. There is a very good point here. So this is called the quality of inquiring the mind. There should be some kind of a desire to achieve the Nibbana as well. It is at the initial phase. So what is this desire? The desire to explore more on this path. So that means the inquisitive mind, the inquiring mind should be there initially. So we have to inquire. So we'll say someone comes to this forum and he starts listening this Dhamma for the first time, right? So what will happen? We say there is a thing called an absolute truth. Being a human is an opportunity for you to understand that absolute truth. So we say like that. RNA usually frequently say these things. So he should have some kind of curiosity within him to explore what it is, what should be. So we say the Nibbana is the ultimate goal. So he should have some kind of a curiosity that creates within him to direct towards this exploration. So initially that should be there. It's all right. So after reaching this state of mind, the practitioner realizes that the existence of self has been completely vanished. Right. Then see what is happening. Right. You start the exploration, or you start the investigation with a self. You are there, that you are trying to explore, you are trying to realize the truth. That's the initial state. So what will ultimately happen? The ultimate realization is that the existence of self, you find, has completely vanished. So this is so beautiful, isn't it? So you start with the self, but ultimately once you fully understood this thing, you end up without the self. So this is the real Nibbana, or the real tranquility, or the true liberation of mind. Existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of a being and the valuelessness of the outside world is the other side. Yeah, then you will realize there are two sides here. One side is a self that has a value for that. The other side is a non-self, the valueless side without a self. So you are moving that previous side to the present side, current side. So as long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So it clearly explains from the beginning. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So with the illusions created in the mind, Nibbana is not reachable. So that even the illusionary mind can be detected via awareness or sihiya. Yeah. So what happens here? The mind tends to create, the duty of the mind is to create the illusion. So if you have enough awareness, you see the behavior of the mind very well. As long as you keep your eyelids open, you can't prevent seeing. Images will come into your eye. Images will be created in your eye. As long as you keep your ears open to the outside, you can't prevent hearing. The sounds get generated within your faculties. Likewise, as long as the thoughts come, that means the creation of the mind happened. So mind behaves as another kind of a sensory faculty. But we can't assign a particular place for that. And also the so-called mind cannot exist by itself. It is created with the result of the other 5 sensory faculties. So thoughts or the stimulations. So when some simulation occurred in one sensory organ or faculty, it will contribute, it will blend with the other stimulations which come from the other faculties as well. Then you create a thought. With the thought, you create the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to the mind. The mind creates then and there. But beneath that, what is happening here? Underneath that, there will be some kind of a power generating along with the thought itself. We don't feel, we don't see that thing. We see only the thoughts coming into the mind. So I see a bottle of glue in front of me. I see a computer in front of me. Likewise, I get so many thoughts, but I don't see a power that is generated underneath each and every thought. But Lord Buddha has showed it to the world. There is some kind of power is generating with each and every thought. So what will happen next? This power accumulate again and again and again. So it will become a huge power. So it will lead to feel like that thought is real. It gives a feel with that because of that power that is generated underneath every thought, it tends to give a feel like existence. Feel like existence. That existence power is the power that we tend to believe that thought is real. So when this power gets accumulated again and again and again, as thought comes one after another, again and again, repetitively this process continues. So the power gets generated within it. So then what happens? It gets kind of ability to self-sustain. Self-sustain means it can now stay in its own. Self-sustainability is achieved. So that self-sustainability is called the soul. So it gives it can be explained with a nice example. So we can take the whirlpool. So whirlpool, you have water that spins very rapidly. So in the center of that whirlpool, you can see all the outside debris will be attract towards the center. And also that whirlpool can itself propagate from one place to another. So it has so much of energy in it. Likewise, the initial existent feel that came as a result from the initial energy of the thought, now can self-sustain as the whirlpool. So for that we call this self or the soul. So it is, so now you can see the creating of a self or soul is completely a natural phenomena, a natural thing. Why this natural thing got created? Because of the sensory inputs that we had. So no one did it. Sensors did it. So with the sensors, unknowingly, without involvement of any person, a self had been generated. What was the input? And the input is the sensory stimulations. Output is the soul. That is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. The cause and effect Dhamma is the theory or a concept that has been preached by every Buddha. So what Lord Buddha said is, just come and have a look. Is there a person here? No. It is a resultant. It is a free, rapidly occurring energy packet, energy heap of energy or collection of energy. So rapidly spinning collection of energy. So that is the soul. So we mistakenly take it is as and me, my mind. So it is represented for us as I am the one who is living. That is the misconception that we have. So if you know this process or this mechanism very well, it is not difficult to understand there is no person here. It is a resultant thing that has been created due to the interplay of these sensory faculties. So that's why Lord Buddha say, in order to understand yourself, the self, about you, you have to understand your faculties first. Once you understand the faculties, then you will understand the self is a byproduct of this faculty. So that's why if you want to get liberated, true liberation, no, you need to understand the faculties first. That's why Lord Buddha say, Ayatanam patilabo ayamutta jati. So that's a soul is created as a result of these five faculties. So you have to be very thorough with the understanding of how these five faculties get created, how these faculties behavior of the faculty. So this world that you dealing with, that world that you engaged highly in this moment is also a creation of a mind, creation of the faculties. So earlier we said the mind is also behaving as a faculty. So but mind cannot stand still. It is also created with other five faculties. So there is no permanent thing called mind. So mind is made up of thoughts. So if thoughts get some kind of a value, the creation of a self-sustained whirlpool cannot be prevented. That means creation of a soul cannot be prevented until otherwise you understand your thoughts. So thought in the sense how these faculties do work. You have to, in order to understand the thought, you have to understand how the behavior of the faculty. So I think this yes, and also I'll read another chapter from that. The world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Sorry, the world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Paloka Dhamman Loko. This stanza refers to the vibration and sparks created in the senses. The eye breaks constantly. The Buddha used the word kajan for this. Kajans mean breaking, constant breakage of the eye. Not only the eye, whatever the sensor. So breaking in the sense, yeah, the essence of this explanation is that the way someone feels about the whole process. I feel it. It happened to me. I see it. So everything rotates around the concepts of me, my, mine, or self. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. Yes, that is true. Yeah. So we'll say like this. Even the knowledge of this Dhamma itself represents some kind of a soul here. Why is that? Because we learn this Dhamma as thoughts. So we call certain name for that. So we call in Pali that Patisamuppada. In English, cause and effect Dhamma. So it is a thought. And also we try to think what it is. We try to figure it out, the mechanism. So whole process we do through thoughts. We are thinking. Thinking means thoughts. Without thoughts, can you think? No. So this learning this Dhamma also build up some amount of soul in you. That's why Aranvasa say like this. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. So I have a good knowledge in Dhamma. So that represents a soul. Because there is person who is knowing this Dhamma. But what Lord Buddha expected is not that. Ultimately, what has to be happen? You have to liberate from yourself. So can you liberate from yourself with that huge knowledge? Yes. How? So earlier we said knowledge represents a soul. Yeah. If I have so much of knowledge on Dhamma, so can I liberate from the soul with that huge amount of knowledge? For that, even we can say yes. Why? Because with the understanding, we tend to understand that the knowledge has even the knowledge has no value for that. That comes to the understanding only. So if you do not understand that this fact, I mean, then every thought has a value. That value gives you some contribution to building up your soul. If you don't know, that will happen. But if you know that this knowledge will lead to build up my soul, that won't happen. So it is a very beautiful Dhamma. It is so beautiful. There Aranvasa says even knowledge can represent a soul. That was the reason why Potila Bhikkhu was considered to be a person who was in the mundane plane when his disciplines possessed the practical knowledge. Yes. So in Buddha era also, there were certain people like that. They had so much of knowledge. So they were very proud of that knowledge that they are having, they're thinking that they are having a greater knowledge than the others. So they were proud. But even though they had enough knowledge, they couldn't get the true liberation. Why? They gave a big value to that knowledge. They didn't know this Dhamma. They didn't know the knowledge is also represent the thoughts, represented by the thoughts. So even you express something about science or maths or whatever, it is the knowledge. So we express these things through the thoughts. We keep it in our memory as thoughts. It comes as thoughts. So if you give much value to that thought, unknowingly, it will build you a self for you. So that is the same thing happened to that portal as well. There was a proud person behind that huge knowledge. That was Portila. But what Lord Buddha said is not that thing. Yes, you have to have knowledge, but you must understand knowledge also stored as thoughts. So if you can see the limited value of that thoughts, then you can liberate from yourself. Because though you have enough knowledge, you don't assign any value to that knowledge. It comes internally. So this thought any longer cannot make a self for you, because the energy is not there. Even though you have a lot of knowledge, you don't assign any value. It automatically happens once you start realizing this Dhamma. It automatically happens. You don't assign any value to those thoughts. So for the knowledge, the same thing happens. But it doesn't mean that you don't have knowledge. Yes, you have knowledge, but you don't assign any value for that. That's all right. So eventually what will happen? So there is no way of building a self for you through the knowledge. So that doesn't matter. That's why Aryan say repeatedly these things. So if you are a university student, if you are a scientist, that's all right. So you can explore more knowledge. That's all right. You can conduct, you can engage in your university studies never as before, because you know these are thoughts, these are knowledge, these thoughts contribute to build up my knowledge. But what will happen? You internally you don't assign any value for that thought. The absence, this absence of the value will contribute to dissolve your soul, existing soul as well. So that's why this Dhamma does not affect to anything you carry out in your day-to-day life. Because you live with that particular understanding. The understanding will lead you for the true liberation, towards the true liberation. It is not by suppressing the thoughts. Thoughts will come, thoughts will go. You engage in day-to-day activities as usual. It won't affect your underlying understanding. So understanding of the mechanism will push you towards the true liberation. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankitte Nibbidaya. You will attain to Nibbana through the understanding only. So everything will be remain same. Everything the relationship that you have already maintained, that will resume, that will continue to happen. Those will continue to happen, and the knowledge that you gathered earlier, that will remain same. And you can, if you want, you can improve them as well. That's all right. So everything can be done. Everything happens normally, but through the understanding, you will be able to get liberation from the mind, from the thought. So it will liberate from the self. So that's why Aryan Master said, I start the journey with the self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. I started my journey with the self, but I move forward after leaving the self aside. So the only thing that you lose here is the thought that you thought, the exact thought of self that you thought that earlier that you thought as existing. That earlier you thought that I am the one who have born in this world, and one fine day I have to leave, say goodbye to this world. That is my death. So those thoughts would be not there. Those thoughts will be there, but you don't know these are only thoughts. So with this understanding, you can engage whatever the things you do. So that is the miracle, that is the magic of this understanding. So I think now our Dhamma friends have joined. Peruan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add to that? So,
Peruan Saranai, Ravi.
Peruan
I pay my Yes, you were giving a very detailed description about the mind and the thoughts and how it acts, actually. Very descriptive and very elaborative thing. Just maybe a few things, maybe in different words, exactly what you said, but maybe in different words. As you very correctly said, firstly, convincing that these thoughts are all fake, or thoughts are just incorrect or wrong things is one of the most difficult things to convince, isn't it? Because everything is a thought, basically. What you think, what you talk, and what you do. They are all constructs, actually, which we call sanskara, constructs of the mind. So actually, there's nothing permanent called mind also. Mind is a flow of these such constructs. And the constructs are sort of made due to rapid vibrations. So when there is extremely speedy rapid vibration, it creates, so it gives an illusion that there is something real. So then you can realize that the thought is something indicated in a different way, depending on the sensor function, depending on the faculty which is involved. When there is speedy vibration related to eye, or the eye faculty, that means creation of the eye, will depict it as something, a shape or a light. So when there is speedy vibration in the ear, or creation of the ear faculty, uh, it is indicated or depicted as a sound. So like that, we have only 5 senses related to the physical body, and related to those physical organs, the senses are created then and there. Creation of the sensor means the creation of the sound, creation of the eye faculty means there is a light or a shape. So actually, it's not that sensor is there and sensor is creating this. Creation of the sensor is equal to the creation of the sound or the light, smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. That is the feeling of the hard and soft things, and then warmth. So creation of the sensor equals, that means, see, creation of the sensor or the sensor function means it's a verb, actually, it's a function. At this level, it's the speedy vibration which gives an illusion or creates something which was not there. So that is the ignorance, that is the foolishness, where due to some speedy action, there is something created in the form of a form, and which you call rupa. So it could be a sound form, or it could be a light form, it could be a smell form, it could be a taste form, or it could be a tactile form. So these are the 5 types of forms that occur. But actually, this sensor function, at the sensor function level, there is no naming, or sensors cannot evaluate or give the details or identify what it is. So only the creation is there. And then as a part of the nature's law, there is collective action or synergy, I would say, joining of these sensor functions together, that is happening at some age of the child. And this is a part of that natural process where the thoughts are formed. So if the functions at the sensor level is not true, it's simply just a creation, an illusion. The next product, which is the thought, which is the collective function of these sensor functions, cannot be true either. So it again is a creation and an illusion, which gives the feeling that it is really existing. So in simple words, what is seen, heard, and felt are not true. They are just creations due to the speed. Then the product of these, collective product of these, which is a thought, can't be a real thing if the raw materials used to make the thought is not true. So finally the thoughts are, so you can very clearly, if you work out on this line, can very clearly say that thoughts are also not real. Thoughts, as I mentioned, it could be anything basically. You mean there is a name for anything, any of the actions, any of the words, any of the thoughts, all have some form of naming, which we call the nama. So there is some identification or naming of a fast vibration. So that is the basic thing of nama rupa. So in simple words, we can now see, when you consider these facts, you can very clearly see that there is no true or no real thing here. Everything is a creation. Everything is kind of appearance, magic appearance, like magic performance, like. But the thing is, all living beings, that means the animals and the human beings, have got this wrong concept, incorrect concept, or the misbelief that these creations are true. So it's not very easy. It's very difficult to convince this, because the practice all along in this samsara cycle, or these birth cycles, have been to take this as real. So we have been going down the stream. Now, when Lord Buddha found this truth 2,600, nearly 2,600 years ago, there were so many other religious practices all over India, and they had a belief of a god, or some form of unseen sort of powers to cling on, and not only that, they were worshipping the trees and rocks and all sorts, even the rivers, the water they were worshipping fire. So